Chapter 1. At Marvel, consider killing the Iron Man. This is Afghanistan. An endless yellow desert connected to rugged rocky mountains, with some sparse weeds that make it look more desolate and silent. Under the scorching sun, messy mechanical parts were scattered in a sand pit, and two figures, one big and one small, sat opposite each other. "I'm Tony Stark." Tony Stark, a mustache with blood and dust on his face, first introduced himself. "So, who are you?" "Tony Stark?" It's him indeed. The billionaire and playboy nicknamed Iron Man by America, Tony Tien. This is Marvel, and the time node is the first part of Iron Man. The little man breathed a sigh of relief, and he felt there is some gratitude and some emotion. Although there are many crises in this world, it is not bad, much better than the place I stayed before. My name is Lemu, well, Eshberia, Lemu Eshberia. Lime casually chose one of his surnames from all kinds of strange surnames and vocabulary in his mind. As for his original surname, it was a surname with mysterious power, which cannot be said or said. The two of them faced each other and looked at each other. The atmosphere at the scene was not harmonious. Lemu looked up and down at Tony Stark in front of her. He was dressed in messy clothes and unshaven, and looked very tired. He was not like a billionaire, but like a homeless man. "It's so down, Iron Man." The upper body was covered with blood-stained clothes, and the chest looked flat, but there was a circle of LED lights through the clothes. That circle of LEDs is actually a small arc reactor, a black technology product worth hundreds of billions of yuan, enough to lead mankind into a new era of energy. An ordinary man with a treasure and a weak person. Money touches people's hearts. Lime touched the hand behind him on the ground and quietly held a sharp steel part, which was a fragment that fell from Mark I. If God kills Tony Stark here without knowing it, he can bring a reactor and become a billionaire in the blink of an eye. So, should I do this? This proposal feels attractive. In Lime's amber eyes, murderous aura gradually condensed. When the US military came here, it was too late. Tony Stark was also looking at the other person, with deep suspicion and vigilance in his blood-filled eyes. The person in front of him looked only 14 or 5 years old, wearing a weird fur coat with a white shirt inside, and white straps tied with forearms and calves, unlike the modern people's outfit. She has a rare long light blue hair, which is just scattered on her shoulders. His little face is delicate and fair, with bright eyes and white teeth, and his eyebrows and eyes are picturesque. Even if he is stained with some dust, he can tell that he is a beauty. Her amber eyes looked at herself, with a bit of kindness and curiosity inside. Is she curious about the light on my chest? This kind of friendly eyes made Stark feel a little cautious. Tony Stark coughed in discomfort, took off his work jacket and covered it on his head to block the sun. He hissed in pain because he accidentally pulled the wound on his hand. There is a desert around, and it is about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it is so hot that people can't stand it. After doing all this, Stark's eyes were frozen on Lime's face again, and he had a little questioning in his tone. "So, Eshberia, can you tell me some answers? When I flew in the sky, a black hole suddenly cracked in the air, and then you fell out of it and hit my head. Then you float us in the air with something magical, and then remove my armor like a scrap." When he speaks, try to make his voice appear calmer so that people don't feel like an ignorant muggle. What kind of weirdo you came from ancient times to travel through time and space, or were you a wizard living in the mountains and forests? Or were you an alien who ran to Earth to experience the primitive life? All this started 10 minutes ago. This is Afghanistan. A lawless war-torn place, where kidnapping, terrorist attacks and armed conflicts emerge one after another. The billionaire Tony Stark, captured by terrorists, relied on his intelligence and with the help of a righteous man, created the Mark I armor, the Flying Canyon suit. He wore the rough Mark I, ignited the terrorists' ammunition depot, and then leaped over the canyon with pride. Immediately afterwards, Lime, who suddenly appeared in the air, knocked Stark out of the sky with a thud. At these altitudes of hundreds of meters, normal people will fall to death. Even if Stark is wearing iron armor, there is sand buffering underneath. At the critical moment, a strong airflow appeared out of thin air, holding them in mid-air. After landing, Lime dug out Stark, who was trapped in the sand in iron armor, unscrewed the screws and other things with his bare hands, and then pulled off the wires with his bare hands, and took out Stark. "That's right, it's bare hands, which means you're going to break it hard without using tools." Stark asked about Lime's origin. To be honest, Lime didn't know how to answer him. First, he is not a very lying person. Second, he himself didn't know how he came about. He only knew that a long time ago, he was struck by a ray of lightning and was trapped in a dark space after waking up. There is endless, no time, no direction, no sense of touch, no need to breathe. Perhaps hundreds of years have passed, and at some moment, a bright crack suddenly appeared in the darkness. Lime flew toward it with all his might, threw it into the gap before the light went out, and then appeared at Marvel. After coming out, Stark hit him. Then Stark and his armor hit the sand, and Lime hit Stark again, and then it was over. The most annoying thing is that Stark also bit back and said that he had hit him. However, the body I use now does not seem to be my original body. Lime pinched his hands. His fingers were slender and white, but the model is one size smaller, and it is so strong that it can pull off the wires with bare hands. It just now that it almost hurts when it fell several meters from mid-air. Lime looked up at the sun again, and his eyes could easily look directly at the sun. And staying in the desert doesn't feel hot at all, but it's warm. The most important thing is that I seem to have the ability to summon airflow, and the mechanical female voice that appears in my mind. In short, these can be explored later. No matter what happens, it is a blessing to be able to come out of that dark prison-like place. Putting aside the body, theoretically, I should be considered a person on Earth in parallel universes. So I am an Earthling, and a modern person. Lime noticed her long light blue hair and pulled it awkwardly, not getting used to it. Then he looked at Stark with his eyes full of seriousness and sincerity. "Okay, you guessed it right, I'm an alien." Afghanistan faces east, more than 1,000 kilometers away. Nepal, Kamataj, the base camp of the secret wizard. At this time, Kamataj was at 4:45 p.m. There are many secret wizard apprentices practicing meticulously in the martial arts field, with a focused expression and uniform movements. The martial arts venue is clumsy and rough, with various buildings with rich history around it lined up, pavilions, towers, and ancient bells and watchtowers, with a strong atmosphere of religious temples. The apprentices wore hanging rings in one hand and circled in the void in the other hand. Most of them were hovering in front of them with basketball-sized, orange magic sparks. A dark-skinned man walked among the apprentices with his hands in his arms, giving guidance with a stern face. "Mastering the hanging ring is essential to learning magic, it allows us to travel through the multiverse." The supreme mage Guyi slowly paced on the edge of the crowd, watching quietly. It is not only observing the progress of apprentices in mastering magic, but also observing the ability of their own disciples to teach apprentices. She looked clean and neat in her indigo black robe, and she was wearing a quaint folding fan in her hand. Another disciple with a non-mainstream braid followed Guyi. At some point, Guyi suddenly put away his fan with a click and stopped. She seemed to feel something in her heart, looking to the west solemnly. The sight crossed the eaves and the landing point was the continuous Everest Mountains. A fiery red sun hung on the edge of the mountain, dyeing the snow peaks into a warm orange-red color. The orange-red light was also reflected in Guyi's eyes, like two clusters of shining flames. The non-mainstream braid took a step forward, bowed gently, and asked respectfully, "What's wrong, Venerable?" Guyi waved his hand as if he was answering, and he was murmuring, "Something broke through the barrier of the Earth's dimension." "Disciple, go check." "No, I will deal with it myself. The green streaming light rotated in Guyi's eyes. With the help of this power, she seemed to have seen something, and a smile unknowingly hung on the corner of her mouth. A very interesting little guy. Chapter 2. What is the gender of slime? The blazing sunlight shines on the sand, like a vast ocean of molten gold, and people seem to be about to melt in it. Two figures were walking among them. The taller figures walking in front were staggering, and the figures behind them seemed to be nothing and were light. Lemu and Stark left the place where they fell and looked for a direction to walk. They don't know where they are in the desert, nor where they can leave, but they are better than staying in place and waiting to die. No one can tell whether there will be other strongholds of terrorists nearby, and whether they will chase after them. Regarding Tony Stark, after careful consideration, Lemu decided not to kill him for the time being. First, Stark's reactor technology is too high and it is difficult to understand and copy. At this time, Lemu didn't know that he had obtained the Great Sage. In fact, after owning the Great Sage, he didn't care much about the reactor, and the Great Sage has the ability to study it. Secondly, without connections or channels, it is difficult to launch a reactor, and the price will be severely suppressed. Third, this is Marvel, and various crises that may lead to the destruction of the planet, such as the number of sands in the Ganges River, and there is also a Thanos who is eyeing him and intends to randomly destroy half of the life in the universe. Iron Man is gone, no one will deal with Thanos. So, a living Stark is better than a dead Stark. The prerequisite for spending money is to get it with your life. Moreover, I am such a kind, innocent, and morally noble person. He will never do anything like killing people or taking advantage of others' dangers. Lemu swears with her conscience. Born as a human being, you have faith in your words. Are you there? Lemu asked a question tentatively in his mind. He still remembered that when he was freely falling with Stark in the air, a female voice appeared in his ear. Then a stream of air lifted up Lemu and Stark, preventing them from being killed. Tell me, here. Lemu nodded secretly and felt relieved. Sure enough, although I have been imprisoned for a long time, I am in good spirits and it is impossible for me to become mentally ill. Lemu continued to ask, who are you and what happened just now, can you explain it to me? Tell me, unique skill, Great Sage. Great Sage? The history of reincarnation, that one? A magical version of artificial intelligence with computing, thinking, and decision-making capabilities? The Great Sage continued to explain. You just used the skill Predator and completed a predation to the air. After analysis, the skill is obtained, airflow manipulation. To determine that the environment is dangerous at that time, automatically call the skill, airflow control. Lemu was confused. When did I use the Predator skill? Reported, since the air is swallowed when falling freely, the airflow enters the dimensional space, which is considered to have used the Predator skill once. Lemu tried to explore the origin of himself and the other party again. Do you know how I came to this world? How were you born? Report, insufficient information cannot be analyzed. Even the Great Sage doesn't know. Then explain these skills. Wait, list all my skills. Reported, it has been completed. A transparent panel unfolded in Lemu's mind, with orderly text on it. Unique skill, Great Sage. Unique skill, Predator. Inherent skill, fast regeneration. Inherent skill, magic perception. Inherent skills, bloodless constitution. Inherent skills, human mimicry. Skill, airflow control. Skill, heat resistance. Lemu's attention passes through different skills, and the specific information of the skills will automatically jump into his mind. For example, Great Sage, have the ability to calculate, think, and make decisions. It can significantly reduce the difficulty of obtaining skills through calculation. Predator, perform a predator and include the predator object into the dimensional space in the body for analysis. After the analysis is completed, you can learn the skills of the object and simulate its shape. The dimensional space can store predatory objects and isolate harmful substances. Magic perception, perceive the world through magic. The magic fluctuations of creatures can be directly observed, thereby directly understanding the language or actions of other creatures with will. The language and sound waves emitted by magic and will also be understood by any creature that is heard. Bloodless constitution, obtain the body of the slime. Human mimicry, simulated as a specific human form. Staring at the interface, Lime-Yu felt thoughtful. So, I am now a slime, and my appearance is just simulated. Does it mean that from now on, I am no longer human? As for airflow manipulation and heat resistance, it should be the new skills you gained when you just came to this world. The reason why I can walk freely in this oven-like desert is due to the heat resistance. 1, 2, 8. There are 8 skills in total, which don't seem to be many, but it doesn't matter, it has great development potential. There will be bread, and there will be bullets. He followed Stark slowly, holding his chest with one hand, and holding his delicate chin on his other side, and nodding with satisfaction. He soon thought of, what gender is slime? Male, female, or asexual? I am not even a human now, reproductive isolation and other things. You said you are an alien? Is there any evidence? The sound from the front interrupted Lime-Yu's contemplation. Stark's voice is now hoarse, with the texture of frosted glass. The search and rescue of the US military has not arrived for a long time. The lack of water and falls have been tormenting Stark, and it is difficult for him to still care about other people's affairs. He said with a sarcastic tone, "You aliens are wearing fur coats like this, the primitive people wear? Because you are very poor on your planet and have no money to buy a nice little jacket. Small skirt and jeans?" Lime-Yu sneered and retorted instantly, "Ha! What do the Earth's natives know about it? This is called retro. It is the most popular style now. Its simple design contains quaint luxury, and the furry texture can give people warm love. And it is well known that trends are always in cycles, and the times just happen to catch up with this style." Stark's words passed in Lime-Yu's mind again. Wait, did he talk about the little skirt? Why do I wear a skirt? Also, I'm not a woman, I won't wear skirts even if I die, thank you. Stark turned around quickly, and Lime-Yu almost hit him. Tony Stark looked at Lime-Yu carefully for 10 seconds, and his blood-scarred eyes made people uncomfortable. He suddenly turned around and walked forward, his tone was quite perfunctory, "Okay, sir. I don't care what gender you are. How can you prove your origin if you call yourself an alien?" Lime-Yu was too lazy to continue arguing with him about gender issues. He coughed and began to fool him, "As far as I know, your Earth is numbered C53 on the Carey star map. Although it is just an ordinary planetary rating civilization. But many aliens have visited the Earth and left traces. For example, Asgardians, Kree, Skuru, etc. There are also many Earthlings who have gone out and made a lot of reputation in the universe, such as one of the raiders named Peter Quill, who was named Peter Quill, who was also a raider. And there is another one named Carol Danvers nicknamed Captain Marvel. And I came here by chance because of a teleportation error. I probably couldn't go back. Your planet is too backward, and there is no spaceship or teleporter." Stark didn't look back, only a sarcastic and exaggerated voice came, and he didn't believe a word in his heart. Wow! It sounds like it's true. What else? Do aliens also speak English? Lime-Yu was unmoved and even wanted to laugh because he had already played Belly Draft. I should have brought the universe translator to communicate with you. However, as you can see, I have special superpowers and can understand what any sound wave contains. I can also convey my meaning to others through sound waves. You will automatically convert my voice into any language you can understand. At the same time, I also have the ability to control the airflow. Speaking of this, Lime-Yu waved his hand, and a stream of air rolled up sand, forming a miniature tornado at Stark's feet, which quickly dissipated again. Lime-Yu clapped his hands again. Even though he didn't speak, Stark heard Lime-Yu's voice ringing in his ears, speaking authentic London-style English. "How is it? This is to transmit information through sound waves, and you don't even need to speak. Say." All of this in front of him made Stark's expression even more dazed. He was originally suffering from heat, lack of water and pain, but now he feels that there are also mental problems. Could it be that I broke my brain just now? Stark looked back at Lime-Yu, with a trace of hope in his eyes. "So, Mr. Alien, is there any way to take us out of the desert?" "Sorry, I can't do anything about it." "What about other help?" "Powerless." Stark turned around silently and continued to walk his own way. "Whether it is an alien or a wizard, go to hell, let's go out alive." After a while, Stark seemed to remember something. He didn't look back, and his voice was a little uncertain. "I seem to have seen someone who looks very much like you on the earth." Lime-Yu spread his hands, not caring about it at all. The universe is so great, just a matter of probability. As far as I know, there are many races that look exactly the same as humans. You look very short of water now, like a dead person. Is it okay? Stark closed his eyes hard, and sweat flowed into the corners of his eyes, bringing a sour feeling. His mouth was very dry and bitter, and he could feel the smell of blood even if he pursed his lips because his lips were cracked. They have been trekking in the desert for almost 2 hours. In the valley ravaged by Stark. The leader of the Ten Rings woke up from his coma. The flames were burning in front of his eyes, and the unpleasant smoke filled the tip of his nose, and there were buzzing waves in front of his ears. It seemed like a red soldering iron was pressing against his right face, and a terrifying stinging sensation came. He was not glad that he had escaped from the missile that Stark had knocked out, but he saw wreckage and burning corpses everywhere. The regret and pain are extremely regretful. A few months ago, he took the order to attack the U.S. military convoy, but unexpectedly captured another terrorist from the convoy, Tony Stark, the most famous murderer in American history. Because the employer did not pay enough commission, he was kind and saved Stark's life, but it led to all this happening in front of him. He died and his stronghold was destroyed overnight. Now, he wandered between the broken limbs, howling and roaring, with a ferocious face, as if the evil ghost who had just escaped from hell was also embarrassed like a wretched dog. Chapter 3. Conscience to change armor, no loss. Tony Stark and Lime-Yu have been walking in the desert for a long time. They have no water or food. Stark traveled hard, 1 step deep and 1 step shallow, and from time to time he put his hands on his eyes to look into the distance, hoping to meet the patrolling U.S. military squad. There is a U.S. military base in this desert. Logically speaking, they should have arrived at the first scene of the explosion soon and searched around with it as the origin. The U.S. military has helicopters, but they are still not visible until now. Based on Stark's estimate of the helicopter speed, this is unreasonable. The sun is already close to the west horizon. If they are not rescued before sunset, they will have to go through an unbearable cold night. The night will also bring greater difficulties to search and rescue. The joys and sorrows of people and slime are not in common. Compared to Stark's wilderness survival channel, Lime-Yu is more like going out to the suburbs. The scenery of the desert looks spectacular at first glance, but it is easy to feel bored after looking at it for a long time. There are sand everywhere, except for the sand, there are sparse weeds. It is not uncomfortable to hit the face with wind and sand. Because of her non-human constitution and resistance, Lime-Yu seemed to be fine under the high temperature of dozens of degrees. But Stark, who had been injured and imprisoned by terrorists for several months, looked even more haggard and had a pale face visible to the naked eye. Lime-Yu was a little worried about this. In places like deserts, ordinary people will die if they don't drink water for about 1 to 3 days, and Stark is also injured. Speaking of water, Where there is water in the desert is nothing more than plants, animals, underground, and air. The animals and plants are almost gone, and the groundwater is powerless. But, air, maybe it's not impossible. While thinking, SLIME-CHAPTER skillfully grabbed the ends of his hair and rotated it. Perhaps with long hair, he would be able to learn without a teacher when playing with his hair skills. Air is nothing more than a variety of gas molecules, including water molecule H2O. It can control the airflow, and perhaps condense water through compressed air, or even separate water molecules from other molecules directly through skills. Can the great sage do it? Separate water molecules from the air. The female voice of the great sage responded in SLIME-CHAPTER's mind, say, it can be done. Through skill airflow control, the magic substance is attached to the specific airflow in the air, water vapor, which can complete the gathering of moisture. Very good. SLIME-CHAPTER excitedly hit the palm of his left hand. Great sage, I need 2 liters of water. In just a moment, SLIME-CHAPTER felt as if she was overworked, her body was hollowed out, and her feet were soft and she almost fell down. Something was instantly pulled away from the body a little half. A crystal water ball slowly took shape in front of him, and under the control of the great sage, it was supported by the airflow to float in the air. What is it happening? Reported water extraction has been completed. At the current temperature and air pressure, the air humidity is 8%, and each cubic meter contains 3.2 grams of water. A total of 625 cubic meters of water vapor in the air has been extracted, and 2 liters of water are gathered. The current physical condition is that the magic element is consumed in an instant, causing a sense of weakness. The molecular level skill operation consumes a lot. More than 600 cubic meters, consume so much, magic? Tell me, magic essence is the vitality, and after consumption, it will absorb external energy and slowly recover. There was no one dragon in SLIME-CHAPTER's body to provide him with services as a battery, so it was natural that Maso Limited was. SLIME-CHAPTER shouted at Stark, who was walking in front, "Hey, who is that? I have water here, do you need it?" Stark turned around and saw a crystal clear water ball at first glance. It floated in mid-air, as dazzling as a diamond, and firmly attracted Stark's gaze. He murmured subconsciously, thinking that he was so hot that he had hallucinations. What the F? What did you do? No, this is water, it is really water. Stark approached step by step. It must be sweeter than vodka and smoother than the skin of the Playboy cover girl. Hey! Wait! It's not for free. SLIME-CHAPTER reached out to block Stark, and her tone was like the most hateful grandette. Stark moved his eyes to SLIME-CHAPTER, squinted, and a fierce light gradually flashed on his face. It looks like a lonely wolf that has reached a dead end. If necessary, it will never be stingy to fight with one's life. Water in the desert is life. To survive, people may pay any price or do anything. SLIME-CHAPTER confronted Stark without fear. Trade, you must get something to exchange with me. Stark grinned his teeth. What do you want? I have the money, I can offer you a milliliter of $1,000. 2 liters of water, a total of 2 million? Still US dollars. SLIME-CHAPTER admitted that he was moved at this moment, and Slime's chest was pulsing unyieldingly. SLIME-CHAPTER took a deep breath, but said, I don't care about money. SLIME-CHAPTER pressed his chest and warned himself in his heart that slime has no heart. And you can always earn money, and some things will no longer be missed. That kind of thing is the lifelong pursuit and dream of a boy, and the eternal dream lover. He raised a finger, his eyes filled with the teenager's enthusiasm. The exoskeleton power armor you are wearing is very interesting. I want a set, an upgraded version. SLIME-CHAPTER set his sights on Iron Man's Mark series armor. I want to ask, is there a more wonderful existence in the world than this? Tony Stark sneered when he heard this, and the words disdain were written directly on his face. You? Can you dress? Do you aliens still like this kind of thing? SLIME-CHAPTER snorted coldly. What do you know? Mecha is the romance of men. Customization is the soul of mecha. Robots, mechas, steel suits, etc. are simply too spalassy. Stark looked at Lime-Yu with an unknown look, and after a long time he put on a sentence, impossible. It was a skeptical look, like seeing a penguin selling coins and seeing a parrot calling itself a dinosaur. Lime-Yu waved his hand indifferently. He had never thought that it would be so easy to convince Stark. It's still long, so you have to endure the eagle slowly. You can't be anxious. Stark should be anxious. But you can stimulate him first. Lime-Yu separated one half of it from the water ball, drank it happily, and then breathed a breath in an exaggerated way. Comfortable. Stark swallowed his saliva unconsciously, but there was no saliva in his mouth. The Adam's apple was stuck on his neck, and he felt uncomfortable when he was neither up nor down. Stark stared at Lime-Yu, looking gloomy and gloomy, not sure what he was thinking. He seemed to have taken some consideration in his heart, and in just over a dozen seconds, he suddenly changed his words and agreed. Make a deal. He walked to the water polo and couldn't wait to bend down and drink. So easy? Lime-Yu did not stop him, but frowned alertly. Something was wrong. I agreed too quickly. This guy won't play tricks with me, right? But it doesn't matter. Iron Man himself may not be able to beat him in the early stage. Even if you really can't beat it, can't you steal it? What's more, taking back your own things cannot be considered stealing. And judging from previous memories, Iron Man's character should be considered pretty good and he should not be able to miss the debt. Having said that, slime is neither a human nor a heart, so it is reasonable for slime to have no conscience, right? Even if one is unfortunately grown, you should take it off decisively. Feel the cat, feed the dog, or bury it in the soil and feed the flowers and plants. Lime-Yu laughed at himself in his heart. That's right, I just scorn slime. Soon, the sun set. The sky gradually dimmed, and the surrounding sand dunes were full of shadows, as if they had entered an indescribable place. There were countless monsters dormant around them that could take away people at any time. Life. There are no monsters on the nights in the desert, but there is another thing that can really take away people's lives. The temperature difference between day and night here is extremely large, with the maximum temperature reaching 50 or 60 degrees Celsius during the day, and the minimum temperature can reach sub-zero at night. The temperature is the most terrible killer. The cold wind whistled, and Lame and Stark found a sheltered dune to rest. Stark dug a sand pit and sat in it, and there was still a rare trace of temperature in the sand. Stark just sat in a daze, not thinking about anything messy, and didn't want to talk. He knew that he had not escaped danger yet and had left the terrorists' nest. He could bury a person at any time like this desolate desert. He must try his best to preserve his strength. He didn't even encounter a spider this day, and he is now hungry. Thinking of this, Stark unconsciously glanced at Lime-Yu next to him. Can the alien meat be eaten? Should it be rich in protein? A cold wind blew, and Lime-Yu couldn't help but give a clever blow. The voice of the great sage sounded in Lime-Yu's mind. Reward, get the skill, cold resistance. Combined skills, heat resistance, evolve into skills, hot and cold resistance. Lame lay down on Stark's side, leaning against the sand dune. Put one hand on your stomach and the other hand on your head. My mind is very clear but my heart is a little confused. In front of me is a brilliant star, the desert sky is beautiful, the seemingly familiar Milky Way flows from the left to the right, but it is actually very different from the starry sky where it belongs. There are many aliens in the galaxy here, including the Carrie Empire, the Rising Star Empire, the Mad Titan, and various demons and monsters. During the day, Lame fooled Stark, calculated steel armor, etc., and seemed to be very adapted to the mutational environment. In fact, it is just reason suppressing sensibility. This place is a completely unfamiliar world after all, and it is alone again. Ah, I-oh. Stark's sneezing sound came from next to him. Lime-Yu thought about it, took off her coat, and there was a thin white shirt left inside. Sometimes the desert can freeze to death at night, and at least it can catch a cold. He threw the coat over, but Stark caught it but threw it back. No need. Lime-Yu threw it back again. The physique of people cannot be generalized. I won't have anything to do, you may get cold. Chapter 4. Magic Intelligence Great Sage Network. One night passed. The warm sunshine shone on the face, awakening Lime-Yu from her sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, there were yellow sand, blue sky and white clouds everywhere, and the breeze was blowing. The scenery is beautiful, but I didn't sleep comfortably last night, and my body was covered in sand, which made people uncomfortable. Tony Stark, who was standing beside him, was still sleeping, rolled up in a ball, and he was huddled in a sand pit, looking like he was very cold last night. Lime-Yu stroked his hair covered in sand in distress. This won't work. If no one comes to save this desert, Stark will have to die here in a few days. Then no one will fight Thanos to save the world, and the iron suit he promised to give him will be ruined. The most important thing is that in this ghost place, I can't sleep well. To go out, we need communication and positioning. Satellite, electromagnetic waves, electromagnetic waves, electromagnetic waves. Electricity? Lime-Yu's big amber eyes aimed at someone who was still sleeping, full of malicious intentions. Pull off Stark's reactor in his chest? There must be electricity inside. Lime-Yu looked wooden and reached out to pull away the coat covered by Stark, shaking the sand on it. Before taking action, I didn't want to touch Stark. After all, I took off men's clothes. However, at this angle, as long as you step on it, it should be easy to break a cervical vertebra, and it is more convenient to pick up the corpse. The sun shone from Lime-Yu's back, covering his face in the shadow. Oh! Just kidding, friction can produce static electricity. Lime-Yu stretched out and fiddled on her coat for a while, and a static electricity hit her fingertips. Tell. Obtaining skills, current resistance. Obtain skill, current manipulation. Then, according to what you know. Electromagnetic waves are generated through the changing electric field, and then, what happened? Well, the great sage? Help? Relevant memories have been extracted and integrated into a skill, electromagnetic wave communication technology. Do you need to contact the satellite and broadcast the current coordinates? Sure. Tell. The electric field is guided to generate electromagnetic waves. Completed. Analog communication frequency band. Completed. Preparing communication protocols. Lack of data. Trying to crack. Has been cracked. Connecting to the communication satellite. Has been completed. Obtaining satellite positioning. Completed. The current coordinates are being broadcast. Very awesome. A certain slime was already stunned by a series of operations. Her eyes were dull, and her mouth was slightly opened. Can you still use something that you can't remember clearly, and can you crack the communication protocol yourself? And the great sage is my skill. So, it's me. I'm so awesome. By the way, there is another thing that you must pay attention to. Great sage, don't just connect to the internet to see those strange things. Lime-Yu's face seriously, we must never let the great sage learn bad things. In Lime-Yu's memory, Marvel later had an artificial intelligence created by Stark, called Ultron. Ultron is the first to come into contact with the information that first came into contact with, so he is moving towards the path of humanity. Another AI vision first comes into contact with information that is biased towards the front, so it is closer to humans. Great Sage, after you connect to the internet, you can only browse science-related knowledge content on the internet. Other content is not allowed to be browsed privately, and those unhealthy things are not allowed to be learned. We must remember to be a good person, a kind, conscientious and healthy person. Do you understand? Tell me, understand. Leimu struggled for a long time, and after more than an hour, Tony Stark finally woke up. As he opened his tired and blood-covered eyes, his long light blue hair came into his eyes. Leimu, who noticed Stark's movement, was squatting beside him and looking at him. You're awake? Congratulations. Stark's eyes were full of confusion. Maybe I would die today. What's there to congratulations? Well, congratulations on your rescue. I have cracked the electromagnetic wave communication on your planet through my superpowers and have broadcast your location to the outside world. Someone should come to save you soon. Stark's eyes widened for a moment, sat up in a flash, inhaled and exhaled vigorously, as if he had seen something surprising. Yet, ahahaha! He seemed to see something in the far distance of his sight, and suddenly he knelt down with a snap, holding his hands high and showing a gesture of why. He smiled for the first time in months, laughing hysterically, revealing his heartfelt joy in his madness. The sound of the helicopter propeller slowly sounded, and 2 U.S. search and rescue aircraft flew over from a distance. Stark kept waving to the helicopter excitedly. With a gust of wind, the helicopter fell and a small team of 5 American soldiers came down. The leader is James Roddy. He is a thin black man in military uniform, a U.S. colonel, and a friend of Tony Stark. The team ran over quickly and slowed down before Leimu and Stark approached. President Roddy breathed a sigh of relief, with the joy of seeing the sudden zombie of a man who had been cold for half a year on his face, and asked Stark jokingly, "Do you have fun here?" Stark pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly, and this familiar tone that was nostalgic. He hugged Roddy gently. Stark and Roddy separated. Roddy looked at Leimu standing aside. He had noticed this conspicuous existence since he had just begun. Leimu raised his hand and greeted Roddy with a polite smile on his face, "Hi." But he was secretly alert in his heart to make a safety assessment. The U.S. military is not a good thing. If their identity and ability are exposed, they might do what they will do. However, the U.S. military does not understand its abilities, and they should not be able to catch it if they want to escape. The gun is not fatal to Slime. He also has a fast regeneration skill, as well as the ability to kill airflow control and current control. If necessary, you can also use the predator to swallow something casually and escape in a different way. The key is, will Stark betray himself? Objectively speaking, there is a high probability that it will not be. But mathematically, events with 0 probability may occur, so we have to be careful. Roddy politely greeted Leimu, lowered her voice and asked Stark, "Who is she?" "A very beautiful girl, is your illegitimate daughter who stayed in Afghanistan many years ago." Tony Stark raised his eyebrows, and although he was speechless, he did not intend to reveal too much. He raised his hand and patted Roddy on the shoulder. It was a hunter in the mountains, who was captured by those guys, terrorists, and escaped. "Male, what is it?" As he spoke, Stark pointed to the retro fur coat that Leimu was carrying. At first glance, it really looks like a hunter. The group got on the helicopter, and Roddy sat opposite Stark, chatting with Stark. "We don't know if you are still alive in the past few months, but we have been looking for your traces. Yesterday, I discovered an explosion. When I rushed over, I fought with the convoy that happened to meet the Ten Rings gang. Of course we won in the end. And then until the morning, I suddenly received a radio telegram, and the content only had one coordinate. It was where you were. It was so strange. Do you know something?" Leimu quietly clenched his fists, and his eyes quickly flew past the pilot and the American soldier sitting opposite him. There were a total of 5 people on this helicopter, including the pilot and Roddy, and there were 3 American soldiers who could beat him. Before Stark opened his mouth, Leimu explained, "Because Stark is a genius. He not only created a pair of exoskeleton power armor to help us escape, but also used the parts he grabbed from the Ten Rings to assemble simple communication. The device was burned out after using the circuit once. Exoskeleton power armor? Communicator? Roddy narrowed her eyes and swept her eyes across the two of them. Stark slapped his hands and scared everyone with a snap. He looked proud. Ha! I am a genius. Genius can always do things that ordinary people cannot do, such as killing them. The terrorist's nest, or assemble communicators with wires and iron sheets, everyone knows it. I assembled my first circuit board at the age of 4. Colonel Roddy Black confused. JPG. Why are you so excited? Chapter 5. The ambition of the rich old man. Lime-U and his party arrived safely at the US military base in Afghanistan. His identity and superpowers were not exposed along the way. After all, as long as Stark doesn't say it, who would have thought that there was a non-human here? Colonel Roddy naturally noticed what Lime-U and Stark were deliberately hiding, as well as many other doubts. The most basic point is, why can an Afghan hunter understand English and communicate in English without barriers? But since Stark intentionally concealed it, he wisely chose not to ask. Roddy can trust his loyal friend. Also because Lime-U's appearance looks unthreatening. After a short rest at the US military base, the military doctor gave Stark a simple bandage. When Stark was bandaging, Lime-U wandered around the base. There are many novel equipment here, including helicopters, armored vehicles, air defense missiles, and 2 F-22 Raptor fighters. But the guard is very strict and there are people to take care of it everywhere. Thanks to Stark's relationship, Lime-U was acquiesced to visit at will, but when he wanted to get started, he was stopped without exception. Normal people may be guilty of being thieves and dare not make rash decisions in US military bases, but a certain slime is well aware of the principle that if you are not upright, you must be strong, but if you are not upright, you must be strong, you must be weak, and is rampant in the US military's net. In addition, Lime-U also discovered something: his appearance can effectively reduce the vigilance of most people. If you can purse your lips or bite your lips, with innocent or accusing eyes, the effect will be better. Sometimes it can also make the other person feel guilty. After all, most people have face control. After bandaging, Stark, Lime-U and Colonel Roddy boarded a special plane to California, USA. After more than 10 hours of flight, we arrived at our destination. On the spacious airport, 2 people came to pick them up. One is Tony Stark's personal assistant, Pepper Potts, nicknamed Chili Pepper. The other is the driver's part-time bodyguard. Pepper means Kai Pepper, which does not mean that her personality is as choking as Kale Pepper. In fact, on the contrary, in addition to being smart and capable in the workplace, Xiao Lapper is a gentle person in private. She has long blonde hair tied up, wearing a slim-fitting women's suit, and dressed in a workplace elite. At this moment, looking at Stark walking off the plane, she cried with joy with red eyes. Stark broke away from Roddy's support and walked straight to his pretty little secretary, looking carefully. "Your eyes are red, and you're crying for your long-lost boss." Little Lei Jiao smiled and the pear blossoms were raining. "It's because she's happy. I hate finding a job." "Yes, your vacation is over." Little Pepper poked his head and noticed Lime-U standing behind Stark. She took a deep breath and suppressed the agitation of seeing Stark. She nodded at Lime-U with a gentle smile on her face. "You haven't introduced us yet. Who is she?" Stark spread his hands and waved his hand to get in the car first. "This is complicated, Ms. Potts, let's talk about it later." Lime-U and Pepper Potts waved to each other, even if they had said hello. In the driver's seat was a strong white man, Happy Hogan, who was Stark's driver and sometimes worked as a bodyguard. In Lame-U's memory, he seems to be the uncle of Peter Parker, Spider-Man, in the future. At this time, he didn't look as fat as he remembered, but rather strong. Happy Hogan asked, "Where to go, sir?" "3 things, give us some cheeseburgers. Pepper helps me contact the press conference and then send this little guy back to change it." Stark looked at Lime-U again. "I have something to talk to you later, it's very important. Pepper was a little confused. Press conference? For what? Okay, Happy drives first and buys a hamburger. Stark raised his hand and knocked his chest, and the clang sounded. I will explain it to you slowly on the way. Stark Industries is a US-funded multinational company with the code of NYSE, SIA, and NASDAQ, STRK. He was an arms company founded by Howard Stark around 1940. Peace means holding a stick thicker than others. This is the concept Howard upheld. The Stark family has two generations, Howard Stark and Tony Stark, both claim to be patriots and protectors of peace. And they are also as arrogant as they only believe in the path they choose. Obadiah Stanley is an executive of Stark Industries and was once a partner of Howard. He had no interest in so-called peace, but wealth and power were his lifelong pursuit. He and Howard worked together in the last century, and raised Stark Industry with great difficulty and hard work. During the company's pioneering period, he was the sharpest sword and the sharpest spear. Under the gaze of countless wolves, he fought bloody battles, grabbed the most meat, killed countless competitors, and made great contributions to the company. And this is indeed the case. Now he is over 60 years old and has no choice affordable wealth and fame, but there is still one thing missing. Rights, right to say the same thing. Since Stark's disappearance, Stark Industry has finally become his own deed in essence. Every day, he could sit in the president's office, sucking smoke, drinking 2 sips of wine, flipping through magazines or reports, and he would have a lot of money to pay every minute. How leisurely he would have! Early that morning, there was a news that destroyed all his good mood and leisurely life like a nuclear bomb. Tony Stark, not dead, and he is coming back today. Obadiah had a gloomy face and threw away the magazine he was reading, crushing the cigar in his hand on the keyboard. The smoke from the cigar turned around his fingers and disappeared into the air. His face was covered in gloomy and clear eyes. Why can you come back alive? What is your Stark? Stark Industry is the country that I, Obadiah. The only person who can sit on this throne is me, and I must be me. At the entrance of Stark Company. Here were crowded with people welcoming Stark's return, including executives, employees, journalists, and passers-by, bustling and shoulder to shoulder. Obadiah took the lead in greeting and stood in front of everyone. The old man in his 60s had a smile on his face, looking so kind and amiable. He was wearing a suit and tie, with a furry white beard on his face, and a pair of cool sunglasses. He seemed to have a Buddha's light shining on his bare head. Just like the kind of cool, and easy-to-talk elders from other people's homes. Look here. Stark got out of the car. The old man trotted 2 steps, waving his arms to show off to the crowd, as if he was showing off his son who was on the expedition returning alive. The audience cooperated and gave their applause for a long time. Obadiah turned around, opened his hands exaggerately, and hugged Stark with joy. Tony! I thought you were in the hospital. Look at you, you are in good condition. Although Obadiah has been taking care of him and the company for more than 10 years, Stark is still not used to the other party's excessive enthusiasm. So he just looked at Obadiah with a blank expression. Happy handed Stark a bag of burgers. Obadiah saw it and smiled and joked, "Oh, burger. Is there a share for me?" Stark refused as he walked in, looking embarrassed. The last one is, I want to eat it myself." There is the press conference scene inside, and the reporters have been waiting for a long time. Little Pepper and Lamo left early. After the blonde secretary contacted Stark for the press conference, he drove his own car and took Limo away first. Limo sat in the passenger seat, holding a bag of burgers and gnawing, his mouth was bulging like a squirrel. He hasn't eaten anything for a long time and misses this taste very much. There were 2 burgers in the bag, and he had already killed 3 without hesitation. Pepper looked slightly tilted, feeling a little surprised. It seemed that a small one could eat so much. She greeted Lamo softly with a soft smile on her face, for fear of scaring him. "Hey, I am Pepper, Pepper Potts, Tony's personal assistant. What should I call you? Lemu swallowed the burger in her mouth, replied with a smile, revealing 2 small tiger teeth, Lemu Eshberia. I am a child of an Afghanistan hunter, caught by the terrorists, and then Stark escaped together. This child looks so beautiful when he smiles, bright and charming, and has a natural innocence, Pepper thought so. What about your family? Didn't you come to the United States with you? They are all dead. Lime thought so. Human lifespan is limited, and he has been trapped in that unknown darkness for a long time, so the people he knows in another world are likely to be dead. So this is just to tell the truth. But Pepper felt nervous, and he felt a little more blaming himself, but he opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. I shouldn't mention these. Poor child, her family must have been killed by terrorists, and she is the only one who lives. But even after experiencing such a tragic thing, she still looks so optimistic and lively. In the continuous self-guidance in his heart, Pepper's eyes slowly turned red, and little touches were brewing in his heart. She couldn't help but stretched out her hand and rubbed Lime's light blue hair. There was a little sand in her hair, which was not smooth, but it was even more pitying. Lemu grabbed the hamburger and carefully protected it in her arms. What's wrong? Suddenly touching the feet? My name is Phil Coulson, and I am an agent of the Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. When you see this sentence, I have been working in this bureau with the name Thief. 20 years ago I was an agent, and today I am also an agent 20 years later. For more than 20 years, I have been working hard and hard. I have been struggling with my black hair to now being a little bald, and Fury has successfully become the director. Time flies, which makes people feel touching. I am an experienced old agent. I have been working for so many years. Gentleness is my creed in dealing with the world, and meticulousness is my principle of doing things. Today I received another mission from Fury to investigate clues about the illegal outflow of Stark's industrial weapons by the largest arms company in the United States, and details of billionaire Tony Stark's escape from Afghanistan. However, so-called billionaires are often difficult to get along with, and so are the people around them. Originally, the information showed that Stark's personal assistant Pepper Potts was a relatively easy partner to deal with, but she didn't know where she went. So, I tried to ask Stark's driver, Happy Hogan, for some news. Now, as you can see, this strong man was rudely pulling my collar through the car window, yelling with his burger-flavored mouth in my ear. No HX can be told. My name is Happy Morgan, I am a competent bodyguard, and the driver is just a part-time job. My professional ethics is to absolutely protect all the safety of my employer. In addition to protecting the lives of the employer, it also needs to protect the employer's secrets. I will never tell anyone that my employer Tony Stark is likely to have brought an illegitimate daughter back from Afghanistan. If it is leaked, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble to my employer. In addition, as Tony's friend in private, I am really happy for him. He has been wandering alone for so many years and should be settled down in the future. Yes, from his eyes, I could tell that Tony had changed and he became more mature and steady. Chapter 6. Oh, so cute. Lime and Little Pepper returned to the villa, and Pepper realized that he had forgotten to buy clothes for Lime. After a day, I was very happy and sad, and I was very excited. Then, when he learned that Stark had just come back, he was going to make trouble, so he hurriedly called Tony Stark to contact the press conference, and Pepper's head was about to crack. It was not until I sent Lemu all the way to Stark's beach villa in Malibu that I remembered how to change the clothes without clothes. This is simply a dereliction of duty by a professional personal assistant. Little Chili knocked on her forehead in annoyance, took Lime into the door, pointed out the location of the bathroom, and whispered, "You wash first, I'll buy clothes for you. There should be a stack of new towels in the bathroom, using a vacuum bag. Sealed, just take one." Because Stark used to bring women back, there were many backups of things like bathing. Okay, please trouble you, Ms. Potts. I'll pay you back in the future. Lime-Yu nodded politely. Hearing Lime-Yu's words, Pepper's heart became softer. What a pity little guy, he is unwilling to take advantage of others when he has nothing or is homeless. Pepper smiled gently, I gave it to you, it's not a lot of money. Also, just call me Pepper. She stretched out her hand and roughly gestured to Lime-Yu's height. She didn't give Lime-Yu a chance to refuse, and turned around and drove away in a hurry. She is indeed a very gentle woman. Lime-Yu watched Pepper leave. Then he raised his hand and patted the clothes on his body. He had cleaned them up, but there was still a little tiny sand in the clothes, which was a local specialty from Afghanistan. Because of the collision with Stark's Mark I, the clothes themselves were scratched by mechanical parts and their only fate was probably to go into the trash can. Lime-Yu's predator has the ability to mimic and copy, but this dress was broken before it was parsed, and there was no corresponding material in the dimensional space. The clothes imitated by the body always feel no real feeling. Stark's villa looks grand, big, and luxurious, but it does not attract Lime-Yu's attention. No matter how good it is not his own. He only cares about his own things. Walking into the bathroom, Lime-Yu took off her clothes and threw them aside. I skillfully turned on the shower, found a shower gel and shampoo, and removed a new towel. He looked down at his body, delicate and fair, but sure enough, slime had no gender. But this did not frustrate him too much. This world is Marvel, with various black technology and black magic, and real rough stones, which can modify the reality HX. It really doesn't work, tentacles, are also just right? Lime-Yu raised his left hand and looked at it, fair and slender. Then his left hand slowly melted, and 5 transparent light blue tentacles poked out from the position of his fingers, swinging flexibly in the air. It looks a little bit grammatical. This is the instinct of slime. When washing your hair, the sand in your hair cannot be washed clean no matter what. Lime-Yu had a sudden inspiration, and his whole body suddenly melted like a candle that encountered a flame, and soon turned into a pool of transparent light blue liquid. The blue liquid wriggled a few times, and then slowly returned to the human form of Lime-Yu, and the sand fell to the ground. Lift your head up and under the shower. Comb your fingers down along your long hair, clean and smooth like milk. Staying in the confined bathroom, the whole slime relaxed. This feeling is particularly like before, wandering alone outside without any relatives or reasons, and being alert to everyone around you at any time. Only by returning to the hotel and locking the door can you have a moment of peace. After taking a shower, footsteps sounded outside the door. It was Xiao Leijiao who bought clothes. The bathroom door was knocked gently, and a gentle sound rang out at the same time, I put the clothes at the door for you, remember to take them yourself. I bought you some snacks and placed them on the table in the living room. You can do it whenever you are hungry. Eat, you have to be polite. Thank you, Pepper. When you follow the local customs, you often call it by yourself directly according to American customs. Lime-Yu responded, waited for the footsteps to go away, opened the door and took the clothes, shook and began to put them on his body. He seems to be a little wrong. Why is this dress so long? The style is so strange, is it not wearing pants? Lime-Yu looked at the mirror after realizing it. Do we know this? In the mirror is a pretty and lovely man, delicate and cute. The one in the mirror was wearing a light blue skirt with subtle white lace on the edges, the sleeves were as long as the elbows, revealing half of the white forearms, the hem was as slender as the knees, and it was even more slender and straight. Calves. The same light blue long hair was wet on her shoulders, her face was covered with water vapor, and her skin was as seductive as cream. She had slight water droplets on her long eyelashes, her amber eyes widened, her small lips slightly opened, and her face looked surprised. Is this me? Lime-Yu couldn't help but look in a daze for a long time, and touched his face dully. "Master, so cute." "Well, in short, you can't see people in this way, and you can't even die." "Oh no, it should be said that everyone you see will die." Lime-Yu's eyes swept through the bathroom, pulled off a large bath towel, and wrapped herself up. Opened the bathroom door and shouted loudly, "Pepper, I have something to bother you." "What's wrong? Do you don't like the clothes?" Pepper, who was sitting in the living room, ran over and saw Lime-Yu hiding behind the bathroom door, revealing only one head. She seemed to be wrapped in a bath towel, and her timid appearance suddenly penetrated Pepper's psychological defense, and she seemed to have been cured. So he even lowered his voice twice, for fear of scaring her. There are some cute things in the world that can really overflow and drown people. Lime-Yu was a little embarrassed and whispered, "No, I bought the wrong one. I am, male. Not to mention it physically, I think I am a male psychologically." "Male? How is that possible?" The blonde secretary tilted his head and looked carefully for 10 seconds, 20 seconds. "Really, anyway, please buy me a set of men's clothing." "Okay." Lime-Yu was abnormal, opened his eyes pitifully and looked at Pepper without a moment. The amber eyes seemed to have some magic. Pepper's blood bars instantly cleared, and he hurriedly agreed, and drove out to buy them again. Skills charm humans to get heavy fog. Watching Pepper walk out of the door, Lime-Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It will take a long time to buy the clothes. I can't hide in the bathroom all the time. He looked around, but there was no one now. Lime-Yu moved to the living room with a bath towel. Entering the living room, opposite is a transparent glass wall, outside the wall is the endless sea, and it seems that the sound of waves can be vaguely heard. A row of sofas is neatly placed against the wall, and there is a fireplace next to it, but there is no fire inside. Not far away is a piano, with the other side of the wall leaning against the guitar and violin. Very lifelike. There was a large bag of snacks on the table in front of the sofa, and it was estimated that it would be more than 10 or 20 kilograms. This was not what Pepper said, and it looked like they were all high-end products. Xiao Leijiao can be used as a person, and she buys snacks for more than 10 pounds. She is simply the best friend for foodies. Lime-Yu sat down on the sofa and put the bath towel aside. A robot hand squeaked over on a small pulley, holding a glass of water in his hand. Lime-Yu took the water cup and stared at it curiously. Is this the stupid robotic hand in Stark's house? It seems to be called Shuo, big guy, dummy, meaning idiot. It is the prompt of the great sage. Lime-Yu suddenly realized, oh, so you are just a fool. Big Me squirted and lowered her claws aggrievedly. Lime-Yu took a sip of water, opened the snack bag, picked a small piece of biscuits and a bottle of yogurt for himself, and handed a piece of chocolate to the big guy. Perhaps it is because the appearance will also affect the heart, or perhaps it is just that it simply feels too awkward. Lime-Yu felt that his condition had become very wrong since the beginning, but he couldn't say what was wrong. If you are usually not willing to show your weakness, let alone talk to others in a coquettish tone. Alas, things are impermanent. Forget it, no obstacle. Generally speaking, life is bound to have 2 or 3 black history. What can this represent? It's normal human feelings. Feng Jun once said that you just need to lay down all the people you see. However, perhaps because I was wearing a skirt, my legs always felt empty and uncomfortable. It takes a diversion. Dammon, are there any computers here? Or TVs, tablets, etc. Chapter 7. Million Skills in Acquisition of Stark. The screen has been turned on for you, and you can operate it through the trackpad on the table in front of you. It has all the functions of a computer and a TV at the same time. A magnetic male voice suddenly rang out, and at the same time, the entire glass wall opposite the sofa lit up. Very Xian didn't scare Lime-Yu, then he remembered that there was an artificial intelligence Jarvis in this villa. Jarvis. It is a private artificial intelligence developed and improved by Tony Stark, which has developed from an ordinary interactive interface to becoming a strong artificial intelligence that can fight against Ultron in the later stage. His name commemorates Edwin Jarvis, the housekeeper of Tony's father Howard. The other meaning is the abbreviation of just a rather very intelligent system, Jarvis, just a very smart system. Which one is better, Jarvis or the Great Sage? SLIME-U is inevitably competitive. Which one is better, the magic version of artificial intelligence or the technology version of artificial intelligence? While he was thinking endlessly, he jumped on the TV channel casually. Regarding, all human science knowledge has been integrated as required. Report a list of acquired skills? Speaking of great sages will come. But when did I have such a requirement? 19 hours and 26 minutes ago, in Afghanistan, the latitude and longitude of the Earth was. When I mentioned this, it seems that this is true. Anyway, the great sage will definitely not remember it wrong. SLIME-U nodded silly, yes, that's my request. Then report the list of skills obtained. Report, the skills have been obtained as follows. Metal smelting technology. Mechanical design and manufacturing. Nuclear engineering and technology. Computer technology. Information confrontation technology. Aircraft design and manufacturing. Wildlife protection. Slowly, 5 minutes passed. The crisp sound of the great sage was heard, but SLIME-U had already begun to feel numb. Stop! Is this the power of all human sciences? Great sage, you won. I would like to call you the strongest. Just report the total number of skills. The total number of current skills is 1368,459. I still remember that a day ago, I only had 8 skills in total. SLIME-U took a deep breath and was excited. Take off! Take off! Half of the wisdom of all mankind is in his own hands. The flesh and blood are bitter and weak, and technology is ascending. The future is bright and the future is bright. At this moment, an interesting voice came from the big TV. Today, Stark Industrial's long-lost president Tony Stark suddenly returned and announced the closure of Stark Industrial's weapons manufacturing department. The following is a live broadcast. Stark's voice rang on the TV. On the press conference stage, Stark sat on the ground leaning against the podium, looking solemn, talking while chewing the hamburger. 70% seriousness, 30% swaying. I couldn't say goodbye to my dad. I couldn't wait to see my dad for the last time. I wanted to ask him some questions. I originally wanted to ask him how he felt about his company's actions, whether he had conflicts, whether he had doubts. Maybe he just liked what was introduced in the news, a patriot and protector of peace. I witnessed the young people being killed and were killed by the weapons I created to protect them. Stark suddenly stood up, looking at the audience, and his words were loud and loud. I woke up. I realized that what I could contribute to this world is not just to create something that could explode. Because of this, I will close History Tucker Multinational's weapons manufacturing department will take effect immediately. The news of closing Stark's weapons manufacturing department was like a thunder, and there was a sudden riot at the press conference. Obadiah, who was stunned on the side, held a reluctant smile and tried to smooth out the situation for Tony Stark. Stark's last 2 sentences were drowned in a hustle and bustle. Until I can decide, the future of this company is. It must be at ease, in the highest interests of this country and the world. The above is recorded by our reporter at the Stark Company press conference 40 minutes ago. It can be expected that the stock of Stark Industry, the largest arms company in the United States, will soon usher in a cliff-like decline. What we don't know is. SLIME-U supported her chin with one hand, and the surging of her heart just now had gradually recovered. He used his other hand to exaggerate the corners of his eyes. Because he was in a good mood, the drama actress began to be indignant. It's really touching. Is this the superhero's enlightenment? He should put the company on the right track at all costs and bring good luck. The country and the people. Stark has a sincere conscience as hot as a reactor. And the public only pays attention to stocks. Is money important? Vulgar. It's so vulgar. Money is really important, and it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Say it, do it. Lime-U always thought that he was a very vulgar person, and never thought of leaving the ranks of vulgarity. As long as Stark is still alive and then successfully becomes Iron Man, Stark Industrial's stock will sooner or later soar, not to mention that Tony Stark is still holding small reactor technology. At present, this time point will be the best opportunity to acquire Stark Industrial's stock, and you can get the most profit at the lowest cost. The problem is that Lime-U has no principal, no penny, and he still owes Pepper's clothes. But it may not be impossible to operate. In Avengers 2, artificial intelligence Ultron directly controls other people's accounts to purchase vibrator on the internet, and instantly gathers billions of dollars. There are many problems with the money obtained in this way, such as it is not easy to spend it through formal channels and needs to be cleaned up. For example, there is a risk of exposure and is easily investigated. The Great Sage's current abilities are definitely not inferior to Ultron, and collecting funds is a piece of cake. But it's okay to say once or twice, but sooner or later, the number of times will reveal flaws. After all, there are many internet experts in artificial intelligence in Marvel. Therefore, the most appropriate way is to get a startup capital and then stop. After the funds are laundered, they invest in Stark Industrial stocks through formal channels, and money makes money, and there is also a continuous flow of wealth into their pockets. The technology obtained by the Great Sage can also be monetized, but it is relatively slow and requires a suitable environment. You have to take it slowly. Just do it. Lime-U proudly gurgled half of the bottle of yogurt, and his heart suddenly became bright. The Great Sage: retrieve funds from criminals on the internet, gradually launder the money, establish some virtual identities to open an account, be careful not to leave traces. Then most of the funds collected were used to purchase Stark Industries stocks and carried out in batches. Another part of you look at choosing some good projects to invest in. Report: execution has been completed. A total of $13.57 billion will be collected, and the funds will be cleaned and invested as planned. Wealth is like a besieged city, giving people a huge sense of security and happiness. People outside the city want to go in, and people in the city can have fun. A strong sense of peace of mind arises naturally, and Lime-U feels that his soul, pursuit, and life goals have been sublimated all at once. At this moment, it seems that the way of looking at the world has changed. The wind on the roof was very gentle. The press conference downstairs had just ended for a while, and the remaining crowd was still noisy, but that had nothing to do with Coulson. He is a professional agent who has his own tasks to do. Now he has to give a brief report with his boss Nick Fury. Stark Industry is the largest arms company in the United States, and Fury attaches great importance to the outflow of Stark Industries weapons. Soon, Fury's phone number came over through the encrypted dedicated line. Agent Coulson, report on your mission progress. Cole pursed his lips. Yes, boss, I've found some important clues with Tony Stark's driver, Happy Morgan, but Happy is just a driver and doesn't know much. So next step, I'll try to Stark's private secretary Pepper Potts made an appointment to have a face-to-face exchange with Stark. Coulson once said that he is an experienced old agent. One of his most important work experiences over the years is, when reporting, you must never say that you have made no progress. Even if you really have no progress, you must also express your progress with confidence and conviction. This is a kind lie. Coulson doesn't care about his own loss. He is just considerate of his superiors and doesn't want to see Nick Fury lose his hair because he is angry. Very good, you continue to follow up on this mission. You have always been my most trusted subordinate. This mission is very important. The news is a bit loud on your side. Is it on the rooftop? Oh, yes, the air here is very good, I'll come up and relax. Good. After hanging up the phone, Coulson walked towards the edge of the rooftop and looked into the distance. It turns out that you have to relax a lot when staying here. Occasionally, you have to say goodbye to your busy work and give yourself 10 minutes of vacation. After all, the work pressure is quite high when working in this industry. On the other side, in a dimly lit office, the air conditioning was very open. Nick Fury, wearing a leather coat, hung up the phone, looking at a secret report he had just received 3 minutes ago. He touched his naked black polished brain, and his fingers hit the table one by one, looking gloomy. Just now, a secret account of the National Bureau of Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support was stolen, losing 1.3 billion yuan of funds out of thin air, and no clues were found. For a certain director, more than 1 billion is a lot, but it is not yet at the point where you need to be resentful. What he cared about even more was that the things hidden behind this matter were probably far more terrifying than 100 million. The Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau can be said to be one of the largest agent organizations in the world. Who has the ability to play with us in the palm of your hands? Chapter 8. Benefit-oriented. After Tony Stark's shocking press conference, Obadi received a call in the corner. On the other side was an anxious voice with fear. "Boss, I just received the news that Terrence, who was in charge of contacting the 10G gang, absconded with the money and stole 2 accounts, totaling $270 million. We have sent someone to chase." The sound from the other side of the phone was like a hammer, making Obadiah dizzy. The sudden bad news made him so angry that his face twisted, and his eyebrows and nose squeezed. Obadiah looked around, lowered his voice, and ordered the other end of the phone fiercely, "Listen, your percent. At all costs. Find him and kill him. The deal with the 10 Rings gang is absolutely not allowed leak. Take 1/10 of the recovered funds as your bonus. If you can't catch someone, you know the consequences. Hang up the phone." Obadiah breathed a sigh of relief, patted his face again, and changed into a kind and smiling face in a few seconds. He has experienced many betrayals in his life and betrayed others. He can be angry, but he cannot lose his mind because of this. Besides, Tony Stark has greater interests waiting for him to fight for. According to Colonel Roddy of the US military, Stark had good things on his chest and he needed to confirm it himself. Stark Industries headquarters. In a room where no one usually goes, there is a huge ring device with current and blue and white halos rotating constantly, giving people a sense of technology that is beyond the times. That was actually the prototype of Tony Stark's chest reactor. It was built decades ago when Tony's father Howard Stark was still there. In fact, it was not a new thing. But shrinking means that it can become a powerful portable energy device, so it has unparalleled use value and is no longer a vase that can only be seen but cannot be used, and the input equals output. Stark is wearing a work suit and is studying this old antique. Obadi pushed the door and walked in. "Hey, Tony." Stark stared at the reactor intently and asked without looking back, "Did I draw a target on my head? I can find me this." "Your head? My head is about to fall off. How much do you think the stock can fall off?" After several minutes of verbal testing, Obadiah confirmed that Tony Stark had indeed mastered the technology of miniaturizing the reactor. Under his comfort, Stark agreed not to leave the house for the time being, to stop making trouble, and to leave everything to Obadiah for handling. Obadiah did not immediately ask Stark to hand over his skills. He knew that Stark was not someone who would easily hand over his own things to others. These still need to be planned slowly. Stark Villa. Tony Stark and Pepper met at the door when they came back, and they walked in together. Hearing the footsteps, Limu wrapped her bath towel and slipped back to the bathroom quietly. Stark pointed inside in surprise, "I'm still taking a shower. It has been more than 2 hours since the airport, and it will take more than an hour for Lime-Yu and the others to come back. Pepper turned his face and his eyes flashed. Well, yes. Maybe he was taking a bath? I don't think it's strange. She raised the bag in her hand, which contained clothes. I have been choosing the clothes I bought for him for a long time, and he should like it. Stark nodded and walked straight to the basement, saying as he walked, when he has packed up, I have something to talk to him. Stark is now looking for something. What was left behind more than 10 years ago may not be found, but it is very important. Lime-Yu changed into new clothes and finally put on men's clothes. A white short-sleeved top and light blue shorts, the whole person's energy was instantly found. He tied his hair into a ponytail casually with a rubber band, and he became more heroic out of thin air, making Ms. Pepper unable to help but look at it again and again. Perhaps because of Lime-Yu's hair color, Pepper chose him twice with the clothes that were related to the light blue. As for whether Lime-Yu missed the dress that he had been with him for less than half an hour, whether to throw it away or treasure it, others don't know. While Stark was looking for something in the basement, Lime-Yu and Pepper returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. The TV on the large glass wall still displays the channel before Lime-Yu left. A Mediterranean middle-aged host shouted hard on it, "Sell it! Sell it! Sell it all!" Does anyone still remember the tragedy of Zindenberg? In 1937, the Hindenburg airship suddenly caught fire while preparing to land and burned all over 32 seconds later. The Mediterranean host then threw a ceramic cup to the ground with force and continued to hoarsely in order to achieve the greatest effect of the program. Did you see it? This is the end of Stark Industries, a weapon company that does not produce weapons. What a funny thing. Pepper was frowning. She watched the stock direction with a laptop while listening to the negative news about Stark Industries. It's simply a double torture. Tony Stark told her in the car that she had mastered the technology of miniaturizing reactors, a technology that was destined to make a lot of money. But before that, can Stark Industries survive? Stark announced the closure of the weapon manufacturing department too suddenly. Everyone, shareholder, and Pepper themselves are not mentally prepared, and Stark doesn't seem to intend to announce his new technology now. Stark is playing with fire. He is not just willful. It seems that he also wants to gain social attention through this matter so that he can gain greater benefits when releasing new technologies in the future. If he didn't play with fire in the end. Lime-Yu, who was sitting next to him, was dealing with snacks indifferently, including potato chips, dried beef, hawthorn slices, fairy shells, soda biscuits, everything. Lime-Yu even found spicy strips. Happy foodie time. Lime-Yu has his own considerations for Stark Industry. As long as the trajectory of time does not have much deviation, when Tony Stark becomes Iron Man, all those who sell stocks will regret jumping off the building. Until then, just make sure Stark doesn't die. After all, it is related to your own interests, and walking out of the desert together is half a friend, right? I also went to someone else's house to change clothes and rest, which was considered a favor from him. 2-4 Just obey Dea, it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. It doesn't work at all, things may not be able to develop according to the original trajectory. Lime-Yu's little butterfly has already flapped its wings a lot. Not to mention whether Stark would die of falling while walking, choke to death by drinking water, or choke to death by eating. In Lime-Yu's memory, when Stark fought Obadiah, he was a narrow victory, and the probability of any accidental death was very high. Lime-Yu doesn't care whether the future trajectory will be consistent with that in memory. The most important thing is to protect his own interests. If it is profit-oriented, it can follow the steps and even actively maintain its development trajectory. If it is unfavorable, you must guide it in the direction that is beneficial to you. Chapter 9. My family is big, will I adopt you? How to deal with Obadiah? If Lime-Yu remembers correctly, there is evidence that Obadiah resells arms and instructs the terrorists of the Ten Rings to attack Tony Stark on the computer in the office of the Stark CEO. But these cannot be handed over to the US government immediately. Stark Industry was already in a turmoil because of Tony Stark's willful behavior. If there is another incident in which senior management resells arms and colludes with terrorists to attack their own bosses and the US military, they can file for bankruptcy the next day. Lime-Yu lost a good opportunity to make a fortune, and the funds he had invested would be wasted. Lime-Yu bit a piece of biscuit, and the sound of the biscuits being broken was very crisp. In extreme cases, the possibility of assassination cannot be ruled out. But Stark still needs a step to become the superhero Iron Man. If this step is lost, even if the small reactor technology is announced, the stock market rise that can be brought will definitely not be as large as the rise that the 3 words Iron Man can bring. Therefore, assassination is the last resort. Of course, the above are secondary. It is mainly because Lime-Yu firmly believes that he is a person with a conscience and will not easily do such things that are careless about human life. Confirm. So, what we need to do next is to arrange the debut of Iron Man. Then deal with Obadiah and maximize profits. Although the Iron Overlord mecha is very thick in armor, it should be possible to handle it with 1 armor-piercing bullet. In the list of the million savvy skills, there must be a bit of a technology tree for armor-piercing bombs. The Predator can also swallow the Iron Overlord directly, but Lime-Yu has no intention of eating people. While thinking, Lime-Yu took away the chocolate from the big guy's claws that he had just gotten, tear opened the packaging and put it in his mouth. Stark, I have been so deliberate in helping you succeed and achieve success. What should you repay me? After a while, Tony Stark came up from the basement, holding a colorful photo in his hand. He shook the photo at Lime-Yu and Pepper and handed it to Lime-Yu. Lime-Yu frowned after just a glance. There were 3 people standing in the middle. When did you take the photos for me? Who are the 2 behind? Computer synthesis. Stark sat on the sofa on the other side, crossed his legs, and quietly touched the bottle of yogurt from the big bag of snacks that Pepper bought. At the same time, he reminded, look carefully. Lime-Yu Yin looked carefully and found that the person in the photo was indeed different from himself. It also has long light blue hair, and its face is 8 or 9% similar to myself. It is so delicate, cute, handsome, and charming, making the sun dim and shamed the stars. But the eyes are ruby, and the black-toned Lolita skirt. On the left side of the background is a white-haired old man in a suit with a serious face, on the right is a noble lady in a light-colored dress. A Siberian husky dog? Was lying under the feet of the 3. It seems to be a photo taken on purpose. Pepper also came over and looked at it carefully. Looking at the photos, Lime-Yu thought seriously. Obviously, she had never worn a skirt and could not wear a skirt in the future. This is not, and it is absolutely impossible for it to be yourself. Who could it be? Great Sage, are there any clues? Can't make a judgment. Stark killed the yogurt in 1 bite, threw it under the table, and kicked it inward with his toes. His tone is rarely so careless, and his face also has a look of memories. This is a photo from more than 10 years ago. The 2 people in the background are my parents, Howard and Maria. The girl is Sophie. I have never seen her before and I don't know her. Stark spread his hands and continued. At that time, I was studying for my first grade overseas. I don't know how many doctoral degrees I rarely went home. She suddenly appeared and disappeared a few months later. My mom once wrote me a letter saying they were going to adopt the girl, with this photo attached to the letter was lost and I couldn't find it. She disappeared soon after, and Howard, my dad and mom won't mention her after that. If she and Lime-Yu were aliens, it would make sense that they suddenly disappeared because they left the Earth, at least they could be logically self-consistent. I saw it in Afghanistan at that time at first sight, I felt like I had seen you somewhere. Do you still remember it? I should have mentioned it to you. Lime-Yu nodded, there was something like this in his impression. Stark sat upright and looked at Lime-Yu with a tentative look, maybe, there is some connection between you? She is from the same place as you? Is there a blood relationship? Her son? Or brother or something like that? Lime-Yu laughed silently. How could it be possible? I am not a human being in this universe. By the way, I told Stark before that he was from an alien and was an alien. Lime-Yu spread his hands innocently, decisively pretending to know nothing. I don't know. I have lived with an old man since I was a child and have never seen my parents. Oh, it hurts you and your child. The speaker is unintentional, and the listener is intentional. Pepper's nose felt sour. He gently hugged Lemu and patted his shoulder comfortably. I lived with my grandfather as a hunter since I was a child, and I was lonely. Then he was killed by the terrorists and now he was left in a foreign country and was helpless. He was pitiful. Pepper always thought that Lemu was the child of Afghan hunters. Lime-Yu turned his head and looked at Pepper. What's wrong again? Stark asked again, does the people in your place have the same talent as you? Stark refers to the superpowers that Lime-Yu possesses. He does not intend to let Pepper know about Lime-Yu's identity as an alien, so he uses a hidden noun instead. No, I'm also a very special one there. Genius is always rare. Pepper was a little curious. What genius? Stark treated her seriously. It's probably just like you can never forget it. Lime-Yu nodded seriously. Yes, I will never forget it. The great sage will never forget you when you see it. The great sage is mine, so it means that I will never forget you when you see it, and there is no logic in it. Stark pondered for a moment and asked, you can't go back now. You have no relatives here for no reason. Do you have any plans? He sat upright, staring at Lime-Yu, trying to capture the other party's subtle expression. I hope you can live here. If you want, I can help you with the adoption procedures, and you will enjoy a market value of 1,000 yuan in accordance with the law. The inheritance rights of multinational corporations. You may not understand what a company like this is, it is enough to determine the life and death of countless people. Stark waved his hand, with a three-point bewitching voice. In fact, he was very careful. Having inheritance rights does not mean that he can inherit it. In the end, Stark has the final say on who to give to and how much property he gives. Stark was not kind-hearted to discover that he wanted to take in a homeless man or give Stark's family business for free. The first is to test, want to see if this alien is greedy for money and power. Secondly, he was worried about letting an alien wander around the earth, especially with all kinds of strange superpowers, and he knew what would happen. Whether Lime-Yu has ulterior motives or is being used by others, it is very dangerous for humans on Earth. If something happens and lets you go, Stark thinks it will be his responsibility. Chapter 10. A real man is born between heaven and earth. Stark also had a lot of trouble and threw Lime-Yu into the government. But Lime-Yu saved his life in the desert after all. The incident happened yesterday, less than 24 hours apart. In addition, what Stark has to care about is that Lime-Yu seems to have some connection with the girl in the old photos. If there is indeed a relationship between them, Lime-Yu will still get along with him if he doesn't do it. So, Stark intends to try to keep him by his side and watch over the surveillance at any time. Adopt me? What a joke! Lime-Yu was unmoved, just frowned, looked at Stark in confusion, and suspected that he had auditory hallucinations. It doesn't matter whether money is or not, I'm not a person who cares about money. Could this Tony Stark be hit in the desert and delayed his illness? The most important thing is, I treat you as a friend, and you actually want to be me? A real man is born between heaven and earth, how can he live in depression for a long time? Lime-Yu thought about it and thought a lot in an instant. The second, she shook her head decisively and refused. I'm so sorry. I don't like living a life of living under someone else's roof. You cannot get too close to someone whose brain is smashed. It is easy to get trapped and may be infected. This child is so strong. As a bystander, Pepper was once again moved, with tears in his eyes. A lonely and helpless child who was wandering in a foreign land refused the adoption of a billionaire without any nostalgia in order not to cause trouble for others. Looking at Liam-Yu's tender-side face, thinking of his miserable life experience, and his tenacious, kind, and innocent heart, an impulse broke out in Pepper's heart. She rubbed Liam-Yu's long hair and whispered softly in the softest voice of her life, "Tony is right, it's too dangerous outside, we can't feel at ease to leave you alone. If you don't want to follow if Tony lives together, how about I adopt you?" Afraid that Liam-Yu refused, Pepper quickly gave his promise and guarantee. "I am barely rich and can give you a good living standard and educational resources. I will make sure you have a good future. And I will be supervised by relevant institutions. I will also give you $1,000 in pocket money every month. You can buy whatever you want." In fact, Pepper is modest. The income of a personal assistant internationally is the boss he serves 0.8-15% of the annual salary. In addition to the frequent exposure to hidden information and the investments made from this, Pepper is actually an absolute rich woman. It is not a burden to bring one or even a few oil bottles, and it will not be a free-range person than ordinary people. A wildcat is difficult to come. Even if Stark Industry is in a turmoil now, who would put all the eggs in one basket? Liam-Yu was shocked. Is this a maintenance invitation from a rich woman? Don't mess around. Stark coughed, pointed a finger at Pepper, interrupting her, "Don't talk for now." Pepper just smiled, with the tolerance and indulgence of his old mother. "You have the final say, who made you the boss?" Stark looked at Liam-Yu again, with this threat in his perfunctory smile and hypocritical tone. "If you don't want to, forget it. I'm not a person who likes to force others. If there is no other way, I can only hand you over to the government agency. It's a good place, with many professionals who specialize in taking care of people like you. I won't let you become a running around everywhere. The tramp, this is too unsafe. And I owe you an exoskeleton power armor. You can't disappear without a trace before you get the thing? How should I give it to you?" Stark added accent to the professional vocabulary, which reminded Liam-Yu of the gun guard in a black coat and the laboratory researcher in a white coat. But after hearing this, Liam-Yu could figure it out no matter how slow he was. Stark was concerned about his identity and ability, afraid that he would bring any bad effects or harm to the people on Earth. This is not like something Tony Stark would care about, but it was indeed what Iron Man would consider. It is also because there is a third person on the scene that Stark will go around with him. In fact, Liam-Yu no longer covets Mark II armor very much. He may not be able to build it with the Great Sage. But if Stark insists on fighting to the death, he will be very uncomfortable. Whether it is killing Stark or being revealed as an alien, Liam-Yu will inevitably escape the pursuit of the US government. He has only received more than 1 billion yuan, and has not yet begun to enjoy the life of rich people, and is 100% reluctant to experience the life of being fugitive. As for swallowing Tony Stark, he looked like he was. As soon as this idea came out, Liam-Yu denied it. Liam-Yu knew that he was hypocritical, took advantage of others' danger, was profit-oriented, had no conscience, was not a human, but he was not a bad slime. Not being able to eat people casually is one of the few bottom lines. If you cross this bottom line, the non-human body and the non-human psychology will be no different from the monster. This is not a matter of time or twice, but when you know that you have a means to achieve your goal with no restrictions, and this means are not restricted, you will use it again and again. Moreover, it is not without benefits to stay for the time being, which can facilitate him to guide the direction of the incident and plan benefits from the Iron Man incident. This is one of the optimal solutions based on comprehensive consideration and trade-offs. Liam-Yu nodded slightly, "I have no place to go or my identity now. It really takes some time to overdo it. But I want to make 3 rules with you. First, I don't want to be adopted by others. Second, after getting the armor you promised, I can leave at any time, you cannot limit my freedom. Third, the latest time cannot exceed 1 year. I will prove to you that I am safe no matter where I am. He and Stark looked at each other without wavering, conveying a message that his request could not be rejected. It is impossible to stay forever, and no one will like to be monitored and detained. The world is so big that Slime wants to go around and see it, so it must make an appointment for the deadline. Stark scratched his chin with his fingers. The armor should have been about half a year from design to completion, and it took less than a year to take it. But it is more than enough for me to understand the true face of this alien. If you really find a problem at that time, only if you have armor in your body can you have the capital to fight the other party. Now that you can get such conditions by just verbal negotiation, Stark is actually very satisfied. Morgan was afraid of killing tigers, and Stark didn't want to really annoy an alien, and even forced an alien who had no malicious intentions to the opposite of humans. Thinking of this, Stark's smile became much more sincere, and he stretched out his hand to shake hands with Slime. Of course, of course. The agreement was reached. And I hope you don't get it wrong. I absolutely have no intention of limiting your freedom, but for security reasons. I will also provide you with the necessary help and protection, such as helping you deal with your identity. Slime ignored Stark's outstretched hand and bowed with Eastern etiquette. Then, I'm upset. Slime is a very revengeful creature, probably. Pepper looked at Stark and then at Slime, feeling full of doubt. The conversation between these two people always feels a bit strange. Moreover, giving up. Do Afghans have this tradition? However, Xiaolemu made it quite beautiful, with a kind of youthful charm. It's so good to be young. Chapter 11. Bitter wine enters the throat and heart hurts. Arrange the matter of Lemu, Tony Shituker breathed a sigh of relief. It's such a big trouble, no matter how you deal with it, it's very troublesome, and it's also troublesome to keep him here. I am not interested in taking care of him, or I am watching what he is doing every day, and I have to find someone to do this. Stark's eyes locked in his little secretary Pepper. Pepper, I want to give you a new task, help me watch over 24 hours a day. Take good care of him and help him adapt to his new American life. The point is not what trouble will cause me, and never let him go into the basement, as it will affect my work. The basement is also Stark's studio, where he usually does some DIYs, cars, machines, etc. This is Stark's main business. Pepper nodded and responded, of course, the boss has the final say. I have a lot of experience in taking care of children. After all, my job has been done in the past few years. Stark sneered and shook his head disdainfully. Apart from being my assistant, do you have another job? Is the salary I'm not high enough? When did I find it? Forget it, I don't care about those. I'll raise you 100 yuan 30-year salary, quit tomorrow. He could not tolerate his personal assistant working in another job at the same time, and felt a subtle feeling of being. I have always had only one job. Pepper tilted his head, squinted his eyes and smiled. Little Pepper's hold revenge.jpg. A certain Stark felt that he was choked. Not refuting was equivalent to acquiescence. Refuting seemed very childish, and he was really like a child. It's really self-inflicted, it's all over if you don't answer. Stark stood up and planned to slip back to his basement. When he turned around, he quietly touched a bag of blueberries. Okay, it's okay. Pepper, I'll leave your identity information to you. If you can't handle it, I'll find me if you can't. He is now going to build a new reactor and replace the old reactor in his chest. After all, the old reactor is a rough product made under limited conditions. Pepper soon contacted the Secretary of the Immigration Bureau to inquire about identity handling. In the United States, applying for a green card for a black household is not an easy task. If Stark's relationship network is not there, it would be difficult for ordinary people to do it. Even if you go through the back door, you still need to make some investments in Lime-U's name to ensure that you can handle it quickly and safely. Moreover, a green card does not mean that you are a foreigner who enjoys the right to residency in your country, and it will be more troublesome to apply for immigration and become a citizen. Half an hour later, Stark suddenly called Pepper and went down. When she went down to the basement, she pushed open the door and saw Stark lying on a chair, with his upper body naked, waving to her. The scene was not serious at first glance. "Come here and let me see your hands." Pepper raised his hand ignorantly, not understanding what Stark wanted to do. "Wow, a pair of small hands, very small hands. I need you to do me a little favor." Pepper approached and saw clearly that there was a glowing reactor embedded in Stark's chest. She knew that there was such a thing before, but she never thought it would be in her chest like this. She couldn't tell whether she was amazed or unbelievable. "Oh my God, is this thing maintaining your heartbeat?" Stark Yang held the new reactor in his hand. "Once, this old antique is going to be replaced. This is new, I have made a little improvement. You have to put it in for me." While speaking, Stark reached out and screwed out the old reactor in his chest without hesitation, and pulled it out in an instant, scaring Pepper to his incoherence. It was like seeing a person reaching out and shaking the knife inserted into his chest, and then pulling it out and throwing it away. Me, what do you want me to do? Doesn't it matter? There is a wire inside, and I want you to reach in and take out that wire. Is it safe? It's safe, like having a surgery. Be careful not to let the wires touch the surroundings, or take out my heart. What surgery? It's just a small game, don't worry." Looking at the deep hole in Stark's chest, Pepper felt a chill in his heart. After some trouble, Pepper finally replaced the reactor with Stark's encouragement. "I just got a lot of pus in my hands." "Oh no," according to Stark, "this is the protoplasm from the device." She tried to calm down with her deep breath, looking at Stark who was smiling happily. "Forever. Forever. Forever. Stop letting me do such things." Tony Stark curled his smile and looked at Pepper, "But no one except you are willing to help me." 1 second, 2 seconds, the air is silent. Until both of them turned their heads uneasy, the atmosphere just now seemed a bit too ambiguous. "Maybe Lemu will be happy to help you." No, he will be happy to help me unplug the reactor, but he will not be happy to help me put it back. Unless I give him 2 million, no, at least 3 million. Pepper wiped the replaced old reactor with a tissue. "He won't be like you said. Do you have any misunderstandings about him? How to deal with this? Come on. You don't think his heart is consistent with his appearance, do you?" Stark looked at Pepper in disbelief. He was a dark-hearted bastard who dared to blackmail people with a liter of water in the desert. As for that reactor, it was smashed or burned. Nostalgia is not my habit. There's nothing else, right? Mr. Stark. No more, Miss Potts. Have something to eat. Blueberries? No, thank you. Lime-U made a wrong decision, and suffered tons of critical hits in his heart. At first, it was just to test the abilities of the Great Sage, invaded Jarvis' system. The process is still very simple. Jarvis couldn't even stop the invasion of SHELD. Then, a little curious about what Stark and Pepper were doing inside, so they called the basement monitoring. "I am just a single person, why can't I feel free to watch others show my love?" At the moment when Pepper and Stark looked at each other affectionately, Lime-U knew that they were going to be, others tricked the dog into it and killed it, and he broke in and committed suicide. He took out another box of yogurt and poured it down. Blush appeared on his face, looking delicate and charming. The table was already filled with messy empty yogurt bottles, about a dozen. Bitter wine enters the throat and makes the heart hurt, and the more you drink it, the more you feel pain. I decided that when the money I had on hand was laid, I would also build a big villa. A golden house hides a charm. Snort. We want to hide one too. Come on, big guy, let's go. Lime-Yu raised the yogurt and touched the mechanical claw big guy. The big guy held a bottle of open yogurt and poured it into his mouth as if it was not a mouth, so he poured himself one end, and the white unknown liquid flowed down the metallic claws and flowed to the floor. Also, Stark, you actually slandered me in person behind your back. I have recorded this revenge. Reported skills, lactic acid bacteria resistance. That night, Lime-Yu slept in the second floor room. The room was very nice, with soft pillows and a gentle and warm quilt, and the room was constant temperature. The window is close to the sea, and the sound of the waves is clear when the night is quiet at night, and the starry sky will also sprinkle from the window, and you can see the Milky Way, but it is much dimmer than the sky above the Afghan desert. People who are alone and far away in a foreign land are inevitably pretentious, and Lime-Yu is the same. He always feels that the bed is a bit hard and he can't sleep after tossing and turning. After a while, I thought Thanos would come in a few years. What if Iron Man died before there and couldn't snap his fingers? After a while, Banner had 2 hands, but if Banner and Hulk did not reconcile, would Han and Hulk snap his fingers? The team can also play, but it's not right. What if they can't learn it? There are also things like Domam everywhere. Guyi said he would die if he died. He went on vacation alone. The heir he left behind, Dr. Ki, is not a reliable one. Resist danger when there is danger, and create danger when there is no danger. By the way, Stark is also a person. No. You still have to be strong yourself. You can't always think about relying on anyone else, and no one is as reliable as you. And I just live on the Earth in the Milky Way. If there is a disaster, there is no place to hide. Everything depends on yourself. It's not time to lie flat. The sleepiness gradually came, and Lime-Yu closed his eyes peacefully. I had a good dream at night. Lime-Yu dreamed that he was holding 6 infinity stones in his hand, holding a Thanos in his right hand, and stepping on a huge demon under his feet, laughing in the starry sky. Chapter 12. Don't touch my design drawings. Jarvis, have you woken up? At any time, sir. There are 3 display screens in the spacious basement, which are the Mark I electronic design drawings that Stark spent half a day repainting after he came back. I want to create a new file, codenamed Mark II. Stark moved the stylus and moved the drawings on the display to the 3D projector next to it. The complex 3-dimensional representation of the Mark I that collided with LAMU in Afghanistan. The design of Mark II has not yet begun. Jarvis asked Stark, "Do you need to store it in the Stark Industrial Center database?" Stark shook his head. "I don't know who to believe now. I will save it all to my private database before I give further instructions. I don't want it to fall into the hands of the bad guys. Maybe I can do something good in my hands." Of course, the one that promised to Lime-Yu would not be given so simply. There is something called the back door. By the way, contact Pepper to buy a mattress. There was no extra mattress for Eshberia yesterday. I hope he has a peaceful night. There are usually no one else living in the villa. Stark used to take women back and sleep in his own bed, so the guest rooms have been abandoned for a long time. As he said, he took half a bag of blueberries on the computer table and poured them into his mouth, just as he thought it was breakfast. Cough, I'm a little choking, I have to drink some water. Big Mom, pour me a glass of water, Big Mom. Sir, before you left a few months ago, you moved it to the living room to bask in the sun. According to you, more sunbathing will help improve your IQ, and I think I should bask in the sun more too. Stark flatly refused. No, your host is too heavy, I don't want to move it. At this time, in the corner of the living room, the mechanical claws were squinting with electric sparks because of a short circuit, and there was still a white unknown liquid on the claws. Lime-Yu slept until midnight and didn't get up at 11 o'clock. Although the bed is quite hard, it is always much more comfortable to sleep in the bed than in the desert. When I pushed open the door, I saw a mattress leaning against the door, and I didn't know who it was for. Lime-Yu washed his face and brushed his teeth, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and looked at his appearance in the mirror, but he was still a little unbelievable. Who is this person in front of me who is as beautiful as the elf with a fairy-looking figure in the deep forest? Su, wow dassy! In the living room, little Pepper was handling official business with a bitter face. She fingered her fingers on the keyboard little by little, because Stark had just returned. Her only daily job at the moment was to stare at Stark Industrial's stock market from time to time. The red market fell all the way in the US stock market. Seeing Lime-Yu who was washing up with pear blossoms and rain, Pepper couldn't help but lit up, and he felt much better, and he temporarily pulled out of his complicated emotions. Good afternoon. Morning. After eating 3 or 2 slices of bread and a bottle of milk, Lime-Yu was roughly familiar with the structure of the villa under the leadership of Pepper. Lime-Yu doesn't look very enthusiastic and is a little sleepy. This villa is good everywhere, with many rooms, large places, and luxurious decoration. The only disadvantage is that it is not mine. Sooner or later, I will build a more luxurious one. Lame-Yu walked around the villa but didn't see Stark. Where is Tony Stark? He went out, probably to find his friend, James Roddy. You've seen the US Army colonel who sent you back. Then you are busy. I'll look around myself, don't worry that I'll get lost in the villa. Okay, there is still a lot of food in the refrigerator, and there are snacks in the cabinet above the refrigerator. If you are hungry, take it yourself. Pepper smiled and pressed Lime-Yu's shoulder, turned around and sat on the sofa and dotted in front of the notebook. Looking at the red stock market, her expression became so sad that she could see her naked eyes, and she frowned and felt very distressed and lost a lot of money. Stark is not here? Interesting. Lame-Yu walked into the basement smoothly. He pushed the password door, but there was no response. He entered 123,456 and reported an error with a drip. You can open the door by entering the password 6. Welcome, Mr. Ashberia. It was Jarvis' voice. Hi, morning. While greeting, Lime-Yu entered the password and opened the door and walked in, looking left and right curiously. There was a disassembled mechanical claw on the workbench on one side, which looked a bit like a big guy. There is a large screen hanging on the wall, with a small sofa and a table underneath, and a refrigerator next to it. There are a lot of bottles and jars stuffed in the refrigerator, which looks very high-end. There are 2 doors directly opposite the screen, which are closed and I don't know where they lead. The most conspicuous ones are the 3 computers placed in the middle of the basement and the 3D projector next to the computer. A 3-dimensional projection that was dismantled was displayed in mid-air, which was designed as part of Mark II's drawings. This 3-dimensional projection gives people a strong science fiction color. Lime-Yu looked at the projection in amazement, tried to tweak it with his hands, and the projection turned 4 or 5 times. This is simply too cool. It's the kind of thing that men dream of. Lime-Yu found that he could roughly understand this design drawing. Thanks to the millions of scientific and technological capabilities brought by the great sage, Lime-Yu has relevant knowledge reserves in his mind. The reason for this is roughly because he doesn't quite understand some places. It is true that you remember everything, but remembering it does not mean you understand it. Lime-Yu himself is a passive recipient. The only person who can fully understand these should be the great sage himself. Jarvis suddenly warned, Mr. Ashberia, Mr. Stark had ordered before leaving, no one was allowed to touch his design. I must obey Mr. Stark's orders, please do not try to touch drawing. Lime-Yu waved his hand disregardly, oh, it's okay, just delete this order. Okay, deleted. Staring at the 3-dimensional drawings, Lime-Yu's thoughts changed. It didn't seem very difficult anyway, so why not design one by himself? What you customize is the soul in the soul. It is better to act than to move. Lime-Yu immediately sat down on the chair and began to design. Great sage, it's up to you. If you have something I don't understand, remember to give guidance. Tell me, understand. Lime-Yu moved his fingers slightly, stared at the three-dimensional drawings over and over again, nodded with praise, and then pulled them all into the recycling bin and threw them away. It's a very good idea, a self-disassembled part-type mechanical structure, conservative and simple, and its only advantage is its convenient design. This is obviously not praise, but a hint of ridicule. I should be able to change this, the integrated dress structure. Here you can refer to the front opening mode of Iron Man at the beginning of Avengers 2. It should be like this here, add a self-stabilizing bracket and adopt a double-layer composite structure. Then, a draft of a new type of armor gradually took shape in Lime-Yu's strokes. My name is the leader of the 10G gang. As his name is, I am a leader of the 10G gang. I just gave myself a nickname, Hell Evil Dog. This nickname is given by Tony Stark. He left a whole piece of scorch mark on my right face with a small missile. My subordinates were even more afraid of me, so they didn't dare to chase chickens by catching dogs, and they told them not to breathe when they were working. Escape from death is often a beautiful thing, especially 3 times in a row. Tony Stark's missile did not kill me, and the ammunition he made did not kill me even after it exploded. The US military attracted by the explosion did not kill me. My subordinates arrived in time and fought with the US military. There were more people and fewer people. Nearly 100 people were beaten by a 5-man team of the US military and ran like a dog, but at least I was rescued. Finally, it's not all incompetent waste. The US military rummaged through the body here for a day, probably looking for Tony Stark, but unfortunately they didn't know that Stark had left. Little Brown, who was lucky enough to live on the top of the mountain, said that Stark flew into the sky in his strange armor, passing through the sea of fire and huge mushroom clouds like a missile. I really hope he dies in the desert, letting the sun and cold wind dry his body, and then find him and use him as my most precious collection. Unfortunately, I didn't find it. After the US military left, following the guidance of Brown, I took my men to search along the way and found only some iron pieces buried in the sand. It was Stark's rough mask. I remember wearing it on his face at that time. I will always remember that he used these iron pieces to deceive me, and used the lies to create another powerful weapon, destroying my base. Stark, you are worthy of being you. He is worthy of being the most terrifying murderer in the world. Chapter 13. Secret from my hometown. Tony Stark originally wanted to win the support of the military for his new technology. But what he didn't expect was that his best friend, U.S. Army Colonel James Roddy, also thought he had broken his head. Roddy's only expectation is to cure his brain quickly and announce that the weapons manufacturing department will continue to start construction. I had no problem with my brain. The only time I got a brain ill was to keep Limu-Eshberia yesterday. When Stark saw the little man with long blue hair fiddling with his beloved drawings in his underground studio, this was the only thought in his heart. Who asked you to come in? Ward F. Stop quickly and don't break my design drawings. Stark kicked the door angrily, his heart dripped with blood, his eyes as if he was about to kill someone. You can't estimate the anger of a mechanical maniac when he sees his drawings being ruined. Just like the day before the draft of the debate paper was completed, the computer was borrowed by a roommate to watch the movie and was infected with the virus. The manuscript that had been drawn for a week was taken to wipe his nose, and the neighbor next door was found to be named Wong. Ha, what's your design drawing? This is my design drawing. Your drawings are only suitable for staying in the garbage dump. Lime-Yu used the sarcasm skills without looking back, and his hands were still busy drawing. The three-dimensional projection was covered with dense lines and notes. Stark walked behind Lime-Yu and planned to throw the person out directly, but his eyes couldn't help but stop on the three-dimensional projection. It seems, something very interesting. Thinking of this, Stark's hand slowly stopped in the air, staring at him for a moment, and he had forgotten what he wanted to do. Lime-Yu's drawing also stopped. Why did it suddenly stop? Yesterday Stark made him a move, and he was planning to get into Stark's mentality. He turned his head, frowned by Stark's big face approaching, and unconsciously got up and moved a few steps away. What are you doing? Stark pulled the corner of his mouth and showed a smile. Although he was ugly, he was not a fake smile or anger. A very good idea, an open integrated structure, but have you ever thought about what equipment do you plan to use to make such a fine structure? SLIME-U's drawings were far from being completed, and only a small part was outlined, but Stark could see SLIME-U's ideas and plans at a glance. Stark's words were like a petricius totalis, petrified SLIME-U in place. What? Can't you make the equipment here? Is my exquisite and ingenious design just useless? Of course not. We need to fine process high-strength materials and assemble them stably enough. The old antiques here are almost interesting. Stark thought about it and said, but there is no way. Because of the closure of the weapons manufacturing department, a batch of cutting-edge equipment will be vacant recently. There will be some modifications to be made before use. In addition, several equipment will be ordered. A problem that cannot be solved without money. Also, Stark's fingers gestured at the breastplate on the drawings. Here, if all the microfolding structures are used, the strength will be too low and the front pressure resistance will be too fragile. If it is changed to external armor, the pressure bearing will be stronger. It is also convenient to replace when damaged. SLIME-U nodded thoughtfully, something makes sense. Dinner time. Little Pepper waited around, but no one came to have dinner, and the takeaway order was almost cold. Stark and SLIME-U were missing and did not answer the phone. After asking Jarvis, they found out that they were both hiding in the basement and stayed all afternoon. Pepper walked down the stairs in his high heels, and through the glass door, he heard two people inside arguing about the stress analysis, force structure, and motion sensing. Pepper was born in liberal arts, and she couldn't understand any of the techniques, but was very curious about how they talked about it together. SLIME-U, know, are you a hunter in the mountains? A mysterious child. Pepper knocked on the door and said through the glass door, technical engineers, are you planning to have supper and midnight snacks? It's 21:45 p.m. now. SLIME-U and Stark looked at each other, is it so late? There is another technical difficulty that has not been solved? Stark pointed to the sofa and small table in the underground studio, eat first. He looked at Pepper again, Pepper, please take down the supper, we can just solve it here. SLIME-U nodded and agreed, yeah, we'll just eat here. Okay, two busy people. Pepper responded, rolled his eyes and turned his head to the stairs, and he really convinced you. The two people who were addicted to design and forgot to eat and sleep stopped working temporarily. The supper was a lobster meat and vegetables and fruit salad, and Pepper heated the lobster again. The taste are still very good, but SLIME-U is a little uncomfortable with eating meat and vegetables. It is a kind of tangible way to eat vegetables and not eat food. This is a habit engraved in his bones. After breaking the drawing design, Tony Stark suddenly remembered that he had not yet investigated SLIME-U's private entry into his studio and touching his own design drawings. He asked while eating, his mouth full of oil, did I say not to enter my basement? Did Pepper tell you the password? Not Pepper. SLIME-U shook her head. Pepper has been very good to him these 2 days, so of course she can't take the blame. It can't be said that I cracked your Jarvis. Jarvis told me the password, otherwise Stark would have to go crazy. I have never looked for her. A mere 6-digit password lock can be unlocked by anyone, right? Why, it's so difficult that you can't do it. Swish. What a joke. How could anyone not do such a simple thing? Stark looked silly and said that this was also very relaxing for me. Stark took off the supper on the plate like a cloud, crossed his legs and picked his teeth with a toothpick. You know so many techniques, where can you learn it? The self-study, the Earth has the internet, and we have it there too. Stark asked again, are you all good alien skills? It depends on talent. Stark also asked, how did you adapt to the gravity and air of the Earth? Is this consistent with your parent star? Lime Fork paused, but he still asked not to eat. Are you eating so fast? Moreover, it takes a lot of brain cells to make up lies, so you should save some use of non-renewable resources. He rolled his eyes in anger, and his tone was quite perfunctory, inconsistent, secretly passed on from my hometown. Your power seems to be much larger than that of the Earthlings. Is it because the parent star has higher gravity? No. It was secretly passed down from my hometown. Are your superpowers born or transformed through technology? Hometown. Secret. Lime handed over a condemnation look. Yes. Don't you know the answer? You're still asking. Just as Lemu and Stark were busy designing the steel suit, the investigation of a special agent with a long name continued. In the uninhabited corner of the cafe, 20-year-old Agent Coulson was wearing a suit and tidying calls through an encrypted line. There was half a cup of espresso in front of him, and it made people feel bitter in their mouths just looking at it. Boss, we noticed that the blue-haired teenager seemed to have an extraordinary relationship with Tony Stark, who moved into Stark's beach villa in Malibu. Pepper Potts' shopping records show they bought there was a mattress, and the informant reported that they were applying for a green card for him by the Immigration Bureau. The informant said he followed Tony Stark all the way to the United States from Afghanistan and appeared at the scene of the U.S. military rescue Stark. He may know the details of Stark's escape in Afghanistan, or was attacked by Stark with the Ten Rings gang. There is a direct connection. His photo has been sent to you, but no information about him has been found so far. I have sent someone to Afghanistan for detailed investigation. Are you allowed to contact him? One-eyed Fury, opposite the phone, stared at the photo on the screen, frowned, and the photo seemed familiar. He had a gloomy face and pondered for a long time before saying, "No need, call the person back. I remembered a file. If he is related to that person, you should not find any clues. Access is allowed, but don't do tasks. Anything extra is beyond." What file? Can I know? Sorry, Coulson, you don't have enough permissions, I can't tell you. Chapter 14. People have feelings, so do slimes. In less than half a month, Lemu Echeverria's permanent green card was processed and she became a legal permanent resident in the legal sense of the United States. A legal permanent resident can apply to become a U.S. citizen and have U.S. citizenship if he has lived in the United States for 5 years, or has been married to a U.S. citizen for 3 years, and meet other conditions listed by the Immigration Bureau. Of course, Lime had no intention of changing his nationality. Although he was so far away from his hometown, his family and country had a special status in his heart. Even the country of the same name in another universe cannot be replaced, let alone the United States with different styles. Besides, he only knew 4 people here: Pepper, Stark, Colonel Roddy and Stark's driver, Happy Morgan. One afternoon, Pepper returned from the Immigration Bureau. She picked out a card similar to an ID card from a bag of documents and handed it to Lime. This is the green card. Only this card is useful, and other files in the bag can be thrown into the garbage dump. Your green card is almost completed. Congratulations on having an official identity. Thanks. Pepper took out 2 more bank cards and put them in front of Lemu. She quietly stretched out a hand and tried to fiddle with Lime's long hair. Lime turned his head and hid it wisely, looking at her vigilantly. No, it will be bald. This woman always likes to touch her hands. Pepper pursed his lips slightly in disappointment, and soon showed a smile on his face. Lemu, look at the gift we give you, this is your pocket money. The first card transfers $5,000 a month, which was given to you by Tony. The second card contains $1,000 a month. I gave it to you myself. Don't you really don't think about it anymore? I really want to adopt you. I look cute and have a good personality. Although my house is not as big as Tony, there are many rooms. You can choose what you like. Pepper really likes this little guy, not only because of his outstanding appearance and miserable life experience, but also because of his strength, tenacity, and independent thinking in his tragic encounters. It is even more rare to be able to maintain the kindness and simplicity of the heart when facing such an experience. If Stark knew what Pepper was thinking, he would probably sneer disdainfully, "Woman, you are just simply fascinated by beauty." 6,000 yuan per month, which is $72,000 a year, which has exceeded the median household income of the United States and is close to 1/5 of the annual salary of the US President. Many people in the United States have a monthly salary of around $2,000, and they can already live a very comfortable life. Although Lime Yu has a wealth of 10 billion, he is not an ungrateful person. It is really rare to meet someone in a foreign country who treats you unconditionally and without asking for reward. Lime Yu looked at Pepper softly, and inadvertently, Slime was touched the softest part of her heart. Lemu threw the $5,000 card and green card to the big guy who had already repaired it, put the $1,000 bank card that Pepper gave me into his pocket, and then hugged Pepper gently. "Thank you very much. Thank you for your meticulous care these days, but I still don't want to be adopted, I'm very sorry." Pepper finally touched Lime Yu's long hair as he wished, and smiled satisfied, and comforted him, "No need to say sorry, I forced you. But when you need help, you must tell me that Tony has a more personality, breaking out, sometimes it's a little out of tune." "Well, I heard someone talking badly about me." "Ms. Potts, do you know who it is?" Tony Stark's voice suddenly sounded, and he came up from the studio to take a breath, but unexpectedly he heard Pepper complaining about him. Pepper smiled and waved his hand. "Ms. Potts didn't hear it, you might have heard it wrong." She continued, "In addition, there is one thing I want to discuss with you. Lime Yu happens to be at school, and he is almost in high school. Have you ever considered these? Going to school?" Lemu and Stark were both confused. "Are you serious? I am so awesome, I still need to go to school? He is an alien, and still needs to go to school?" Stark collapsed on the sofa, habitually crossed his legs, glanced around the table, and regretted not finding anything to eat. "It seems that I can only buy it myself," he said. "I don't think he has to waste his time at school, it doesn't make sense." Pepper frowned rarely and began to refute. "How could it be? You can learn knowledge in school. And more importantly make friends, get your education and resume, which is very important for his future. You don't understand what I mean. With Lemu's knowledge level, it should be enough to be a college student, the last one. Slander of Hungwakuo." Stark naturally knows some of Lime Yu's knowledge level, which is enough to discuss with him. There are some things that Stark himself has never touched on. This is simply a habitual joke. Speaking of which, Pepper seemed to have seen Lime Yu and Stark argue about mechanical technology and motion sensing before, and she didn't understand. Lime Yu's level of knowledge is actually very high. Lime Yu nodded and admitted lightly, "Yes, I said I never forget it. I not only understand machinery and algorithms, but also medical, aviation, civil engineering, materials, etc., many textbooks and papers on the internet you can find it. If you are at a high level, being a doctor should be enough. It's no big deal, it's normal." Pepper smacked his tongue and felt even more confused. He glanced at them with suspicious eyes and finally confirmed that neither of them was joking. Stark nodded deeply and felt deeply the same. Only geniuses and geniuses can understand each other and have similar experiences and experiences. He also had multiple doctoral degrees at a young age. "Not bad, it's the same level as when I was young." Pepper keenly discovered a problem. If you are all self-studying, you will not get a degree certificate, and it will be inconvenient in some places in the future. After all, people always have to walk in society, and they also need to have proven their strength. For the rich, education is a kind of show-off qualification and social capital. Some circles will have high requirements for this. If everyone is rich, money is no big deal. But a class always has to be divided into different levels, and things like education, background, experience, etc. become natural dividing lines. So except for a few alternative guys, the richer they are, the more they care about their education. Pepper continued and began to plan for Lemu. If you have sufficient academic level, it is not difficult to obtain a degree certificate. Contact a university to study for 1 year first and apply for graduation early to get a bachelor's degree. At the same time, prepare the debate papers for master's and doctoral degrees, and after a few months of getting the bachelor's degree, you can get your doctoral degree. In this way, you may be the youngest person in the world to get a PhD, and the benefits of this will be immeasurable for your future. Stark's eyes swept across Lime-U, thinking. It would be a good thing if this alien could be integrated into the Earth and humans in this way, whether it was for the Earth or himself. It's a good idea. He weighed the trade-offs for 3 seconds and made a decision. I have an old classmate who is now the vice principal of Los Angeles Tech. I can call him if you want to experience life in the past. Los Angeles Technologies is located in Los Angeles, and the straight distance from Malibu, where Stark Villa is located, is less than 100 kilometers. But when did Stark think about others so much? Lime-U frowned and looked at him suspiciously. It's not that I am prejudiced to him, Stark is the man. Forget it, I just have prejudice against him, and I want to live with my own prejudice. But when it comes to experiencing life, I have never visited the American campus. After coming to the United States for so long, I have just been hiding in the basement to conceive the drawings of the steel suit. Of course, war armor is very Spalace's thing, but life cannot be just cold, hard, big and thick metal, but it should also have soft, poetry and distance. Even if you play games, you must at least get all the achievements. Lime-U would definitely be unhappy if he called him to go to school honestly. But it's just a degree, it only takes a final exam, it won't take much time, right? Just think it's just a play. Chapter 15. Take an exam? Simple. After confirming that Lemu had the intention to enter the school, Tony Stark immediately contacted his old classmate. On the other end of the video is a white-haired old man with glasses, a white coat, and a kind and enthusiastic look. The background seems to be a laboratory, and the most strange thing is that his hair is actually very dense, thicker than that of a young man. He is tall and looks like a big man when he was young. The old man laughed and greeted Stark, "Haha, long time no see. Tony. Why did the billionaire suddenly remember that I came? Hey, Amick, you're still as young as you haven't seen for a long time and look tough." Amick and Stark were 42 years old when they were studying for a doctorate under a mentor. According to time, they are now in their 60s. Stark waved to Lime-U, signaling him to come over to show Amick, and he was also straight to the point. "I want to recommend a student to study in your school. He is a super genius. Thank me, and I will send you the second best talent on the earth. I am old and my health is not good. I have become worse and worse in recent years. I almost met God last year." Amick smiled and spread his hands, not caring about Stark's boasting. He leaned closer to the screen again, looked at Lime-U, in a tone of coaxing the child, its very young child. "Hello, my name is Amick, what's your name?" Lime-U smiled politely, with the shyness that is unique to young people. "Hello, my name is Lime-U Eshberia, Professor Amick." Amick nodded, with a kind smile and a little bit of investigation. "I really welcome you to our school. Have you had any learning experience before? Why did you want to study in our school? What major do you like?" "No plan." "Don't be shy, can you tell me, the old man? It is necessary to have a preliminary understanding." Lime-U considers himself an honest child and nods well, I don't have any learning experience, I'm all self-study. Going to school just wants to experience life. I prefer science majors because it's easy to understand. Planning is a graduated from undergraduate degree within the year and then obtained a doctorate degree within 2 years. Liu told the truth, but Emic only thought that young people like to joke. He pondered for a moment, but just smiled and smoothed out the situation. Oh he's really a child who is not shy at all. Then I'm looking forward to your arrival. When can I come here? I'm afraid I need to set up an entrance exam for you, and I need to contact 2 professors in advance as invigilators and examiners. Stark looked at his watch and it was still early. If it's convenient now, we can go there immediately. Of course, I look forward to your arrival. Ending the video, Stark said with a crooked mouth at Liu, a little dissatisfied, it seems that the old guy doesn't really believe in your strength, but he dares to question my recommendation. If you pass later, just slap them in the face, you don't need to give it to me. I'll save face. Liu shook his head, how could it be? Harmony is the most important thing, and harmony brings wealth. Lauren Mountbatten is a LA technician and the job professor. She has a strict personality and is nicknamed Mountbatten among her students. Due to some early experiences, Mountbatten hated others to go through the back door the most in his life. There was no class today, and I happened to meet Vice Principal Amick in the laboratory. Old Amick is a good old man who often gives advice and helps others academically, but is too pedantic and kind. He actually asked himself to go with him to do an entrance test for a child who was 14 or 15 years old or even never went to school. Everyone can come here to guilt, and the atmosphere in the school is becoming more and more degenerate now. In the end, I have to give Amick a face and can't stop her from entering school, but it's still possible to embarrass her. Thinking of this, Mountbatten prepared 2 test papers. One is a normal SAT American College entrance examination paper, and the other is a multi-digit question with more than 100 million in terms of normal difficulty. At that time, I will first hand over the difficult test paper to her for the exam. When she can't even get one question, I will say that I got it wrong and take out another test paper. Stark said to us, but before leaving, he ran back to the underground studio himself. He called his driver and part-time bodyguard Happy Hogan to send him off. On the contrary, little Pepper was worried and followed the car. I quickly arrived at Los Angeles Polytechnic. The scenery here is very beautiful, surrounded by greenery and has a very academic atmosphere. Pepper hurried to the agreed classroom with Liu. Vice Principal Amick and another professor, Mountbatten, had been waiting for a long time. Amick changed out of his white experimental suit and wore a black coat, which looked much more serious. After everyone greeted him, under the eye of another middle-aged female professor with long and mean nasolabial folds, she sat in the middle of the classroom and started reading the questions. The question is unexpectedly simple, and they are all knowledge points within the scope of human understanding. Almost as soon as you see the question, the great sage can give the correct answer. Liu writes like a god, and he is very happy to copy it. Amick, the invigilator, was a little worried. Is this child really very high? Or at all? Don't she stop and think? The witch Mountbatten had a sneer on the corner of her mouth, and her strictly symmetric nasolabial folds were crooked. She knew how difficult the question was, and she had already preconceived ideas and had a bad impression. Humph, you must be ignorant. An hour passed soon, and the exam that had been over 3 hours accumulated. Liu deliberately finished writing at 59 minutes and 59 seconds. After stretching, my long light blue hair dissipated in the warm sunshine, filled with a crystal light. This scene was placed in the background of the classroom, with a strange youthful charm. Amick took the test paper, put on reading glasses in his pocket, and Mountbatten stood behind him to watch. The more I read it, the more I am not right. The densely written, it is actually beautiful artistic fonts. The answer content is even more amazing. It has a high perspective, extensive quotation, and has also been extended beyond the scope of the question. Even for multiple-choice questions, she marked the cutting-edge technologies and research results in related fields in the blank space next to her. Compared to the exam, it would be better to say that she commented on the entire test paper with a knowledge level far exceeding this level. Soon Amick finished scoring on the spot, looking amazed and surprised. "This is impossible." Mountbatten let out a low voice and trembled his hands to review it. "Full marks. Of course it's full marks. It's just a full score, because the highest score is only a full score. Even if Amick answered the questions personally, that's the case. But it is definitely not as fast as her, it is not as fast as a human should have. This little guy is indeed a rare genius. Stark is right. Although he is arrogant, has a bad temper and loves to play with others, this time it is very reliable." Lime-Yu sat in his seat, playing with a neutral pen in nothing, waiting for the results to be announced. He shook his head, shook his long hair, and tied his hair up with a pen as a hairpin. Pepper on one side was a little restless. Although Lemu and Stark both said that Lemu was very good at being at a doctoral level, she had not seen it with her own eyes. Amick walked to Lime-Yu with a warm smile and said in a harmonious voice, "Congratulations, I was specially accepted and officially became a member of Los Angeles Technologies. I will submit your application to the school later. I wish you can be in the school. Have a pleasant life experience." Originally, he had prepared 3 other exams and had a 30-minute-long talk with Lime-Yu later, but Amick didn't mention it at this moment. Amick sent an invitation to Lemu seriously. "I remember you said before, you plan to get your PhD in 2 years, so are you interested in being my student?" "Miss Echevarria? My research directions include more than 20 fields including mathematics, biochemistry, metal materials science, astronomy, ship design, quantum mechanics, nuclear engineering, etc. I have 12 doctoral degrees myself, excluding honorary degrees." Amick started his PhD from the age of 20 and was still studying for a PhD at the age of 46. He received a doctorate degree about every 2 years, and he also had to take into account research in other fields. "I didn't expect that this kind old man was so powerful. It's really not good for people to look good, but their eyes are not good, no wonder they have to wear glasses." Lime-Yu sighed in his heart, forgot, sooner or later, this is the price of a peerless appearance. "I'm happy to be your student, but please don't make my gender wrong." Amick looked at her /hit/ta in surprise. "I was stunned for 3 seconds and felt in my heart that young people in the United States are really good at playing." Lime-Yu suddenly raised his face and made a request with a little embarrassed. "Also, I may not be able to spend too much time at school, but I will definitely finish all the subjects. Please forgive me for this." Amick agreed with a smile, "Of course, as long as you can complete your studies, you are very free here. And a real genius will always have a little privilege." It was getting late and the sky was dim. It took Lime-Yu and others more than an hour to drive back, so they didn't stay any more. Looking at the backs of Lime-Yu and others as they walked away, Amick took off the wig on his head, carefully sorted it out and put it back. His head was illuminated. Amick suddenly sighed, saying a little serious, "Little Lauren, I have been taking you for so many years, and I have always told you that your personality is too extreme, which is not very good. It is easy to cause trouble for yourself and it is easy to cause trouble for others. How old are you now? And don't underestimate young people, they are our future and hope." The last sentence was more like murmuring to himself, unable to tell whether it was warning Lauren Mountbatten or saying it to himself. Mountbatten lowered his head with shame, and a middle-aged man replied like a child, "I understand, the mentor." Amick was angry and laughed. He blew his beard and glared at Mountbatten. "How many times have you said these 3 words? It's useless to know, you need to change it." Chapter 16. Foodies are easily bought. Bennett is a junior at Los Angeles Technological University. He found a mentor in advance because he planned to stay in school for graduate school. So I spent every day studying the topic in my tutor's computer laboratory. The tutor happened to be the designer of the entire school network, and later this laboratory was also responsible for the operation and maintenance of the entire school network. Since the campus monitoring equipment has also been connected to the network, the laboratory is also responsible for the maintenance and management of monitoring. In addition to busy research, Bennett's casual hobby is to check the surveillance everywhere, and he can always peek at all kinds of fresh or interesting live broadcasts. Thanks to the upgraded high-end cameras, all of which are high-definition image quality. During a short break today, he switched the surveillance screen as usual, and suddenly discovered something amazing when he cut into a classroom. A goddess-level junior with long light blue hair. Youthful and beautiful, weak and charming. Her gently stretched waist was as slender as a willow, and her hair rose in the soft light was as magnificent as a dream bubble, and her face looked deep and timeless under the setting sun. The above is not the point is that Bennett discovered that the vice principal and the old witch Mountbatten were there, and they were taking the exam separately for the juniors. What is the special situation? Is there any gossip to read? The curious Bennett used technical means to enlarge the content of the test paper and found that he couldn't understand, but the words were beautiful, just as beautiful as people. 1/10 of the question can be understood, but only the answer can be understood in English and numbers. However, the vice principal actually gave a full score. Where did this schoolgirl come from? It looks younger than me. Hurry up and take a screenshot, send it to the school forum, it's so exciting. This terrible learning ability. This profound breadth of knowledge. The picture must be included in the full picture of the full score paper. It's so awesome. In just 30 minutes, the post was added to the homepage, and the top number 1 was lost. The comments were all about the ingenious answers of a schoolgirl, the broad scope of extension, and the profound knowledge level, especially the perspective of thinking was different from that of ordinary people. Very instructive. Everyone can see that the answerer is deliberately showing off his skills, but is this important? She is really amazing. Showing it up makes people convinced. Is there really no point in getting the wrong one? Now, a notice was issued. A junior student in our school used his personal convenience to privately peek at campus surveillance, and violated other people's privacy many times. He has been on campus for probation. Please take it as a warning. Several months passed by in a flash. The rich old man Obadiah slowly couldn't help it. Stark is addicted to Mark II's design and does not take a step forward in the villa. He is also indifferent to the company and public opinion, and has no intention of announcing new technologies. Obadiah couldn't find any opportunity to seek reactor miniaturization technology. The old saying goes, take the initiative to create opportunities without opportunities. In the empty presidential office, Obadiah pondered, his eyes captivated, and a wisp of smoke rose from the cigar he was pinching. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pressed the cigar hard on the table, and he had already decided what to do. He picked up his cell phone from his desk and dialed a phone number, convene a board meeting in your name. Yes, it is proposed to implement the injunction to cancel Tony Stark's management rights over the company. The warm sunlight shone through the cracks of the branches, through the office windows, shining on Obadiah, bringing out a long shadow. The wind swayed the branches and leaves, and the shadows cast like unknown creatures with fangs and claws gathered behind Obadiah's shadow. Over the past few months, Lemu and Tony Stark have already parted ways in the design of the steel suit. This is caused by the differences in the two people's philosophy and aesthetics. Stark insists on his own style and the classic Iron Man image, which he believes is both beautiful and generous, elegant and simple. The design concept is also mainly based on remote strikes. Lemu had another idea. He believed that the mecha should be equipped with a big sword, and the sword, lightning is the elegance of fighting. He did not reject missiles and cannons, but wanted them all. Because it is necessary to take into account both the armed fighting mode, LIME's design needs to take into account both the maneuverability and explosive power, and begin to move towards a completely different path from Stark in terms of energy and power distribution. So one afternoon, the two of them broke down their talk and decided to play their own. They each built their own design archives, Stark still named Mark II, and LIME named his design number 1. At the same time, LIME added another encrypted file under the Ghost number 1 file, named Battle Angel. LIME changed the workplace to the living room, and the large screen on the glass wall became LIME's exclusive equipment. But sometimes the two still communicate and learn from each other. After all, technology is common. The design and production of the steel suit is also very close to completion. It is scheduled to be held at 6 p.m. today. Stark and LIME will conduct a flight test together, but it is too early. In the living room, while LIME was sorting out the design summary of Ghost 1 and doing the information to archive, Obadiah suddenly visited. LIME quickly switched the big screen to the news channel, and switched all the data of Ghost 1 to the background. The big bald Obadiah is still wearing a suit and elegant demeanor. He was carrying a large box of pizza in his left hand and a large box of cake in his right hand, and handed the thing to Pepper, who came to greet him. Then he skillfully took off his coat and hung it on the hanger. When he was wearing only his shirt, he could see that he gained a little weight. After all, he was not young anymore. Obadiah waved his hand and greeted LIME naturally and eagerly. "Hi! I brought you a gift for the first time to meet, a big box of cakes, I hope you will like it." Obadiah looked amiable, like a kind elder, with a deep love and appreciation for his younger generation. He said and laughed, walking to the sofa and sitting down, his laughter generously. "Ahahaha, LIME. I heard Tony mention you very early. But maybe you know, Tony is in too much trouble, and I haven't had time to come and see it." "Oh, you can call me Obi, that's what Tony calls me, I'm Tony's uncle, and we were our best friends and partners when Howard was still there." LIME looked at him and nodded reservedly. "Hello, Obi." Obadiah seemed to be completely distracted by LIME's attitude of being a little distant, and continued to talk to him. "You look really similar to your mother. I met her more than 10 years ago, and she is the same as you. Have beautiful long light blue hair." Later, I heard Howard say that her family took her back. After that, something unfortunate happened to Howard and Maria, and I have never seen her again. Is she okay now? Slime. What did Tony Stark tell you? My mother? I'll give it to your mother. LIME felt crazy and complained in her heart, and on the surface she just shook her head without saying a word. It's okay. Pepper opened the cake box and the 4-layer cake was nearly 50 centimeters tall, filled with strawberries and chocolate pieces cut into pieces, and the thick cream made it look like petals. She cut 2 pieces of cake and handed it to LIME and Obadiah. LIME took it and said thank you. Obadiah waved her hand and didn't want it. After taking a bite of the cake, the fragrance of cream suddenly exploded on LIME's taste buds, with the sour and sweetness of strawberries, which made him unable to help but bite after bite. Tasty. This big bald man is actually quite good. Seeing that Pepper had no intention of eating the cake, LIME swallowed the cake and took the time to ask, "Don't you eat it?" She smiled and shook her head, feeling indifferent. "I'm a little allergic to strawberries, you eat more. I'll go down and ask Tony to come up." After saying that, Pepper got up and went to the basement, leaving only the two of them in the living room. Chapter 17. No strong enemy outside, but different hearts inside. In the living room, Obadiah smiled and watched LIME eat the cake he bought. No child could refuse sugar and cream. He also did not forget to continue talking about the past to LIME. "Howard was showing off to me at that time that he had always wanted a daughter and finally got what he wanted. You don't know how proud he was at that time." And then talked about Sophie, when she was not very close to Howard. Howard sighed with distress. That was the first time I saw Howard so emotional. It's a pity that I can't see him anymore. Speaking of this, Obadiah's expression had a little more memories, which reflected the grey beard on his face, but instead looked like an old man was drooling in the evening. Lime killed a piece of cake, took another piece, and nodded very well. I believe it, whatever you say. He looked curious. And what? Do you know anything else about Sophie? Obadiah shook his head regretfully and cut 2 more pieces of cake for Lemu. I'm sorry, if you want to listen to more interesting things about your mother when she was a child, you might be disappointed. I just met her after a while, I haven't even talked about a word. She always looked cold at that time and was not close to anyone. When Tony Stark came up from the basement, he happened to hear Obadiah telling Lemu a new story. Telling about his hard-working entrepreneurial history with Howard, he talks about how they played tricks to make hostile companies scatter in a disadvantaged environment. The old and the young said it, and it looked very compatible. At first glance, it looked like a kind old man was making his granddaughter happy. Come on Obi, don't talk about your old history, it's the 21st century now. Stark clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, and his eyes were already staring at the big cake on the table. Did you bring Lemu's cake? Are you my share? Faced with Stark's destruction, Obadiah smiled disconcertedly and pointed to another box on the table. I brought you pizza, brought you all the way from New York. Obadi had just gone to New York to attend the Stark board meeting and came back, and was busy all the way. Stark took apart the box and picked a piece of pizza to chew. He knew that Obadiah would only have 2 things to come to him at this time. The first is the company's business, and the second is the company's business, so he asked very simply, how is the situation? It's so bad. If you are there, the situation may be better. Stark interrupted Obadiah and chewed the pizza and argued in a slight manner, you made me keep a low profile. I did what you said. I didn't go out at all, let you deal with those things. Obadi stood up and sat next to Stark, sighed, and said earnestly, please. Those good things you did, are board meetings. Board meeting. They think you have a post-traumatic stress symptoms and intend to issue an injunction to prevent you from managing the company. Stark stared at him in disbelief. Wrong? Just because the stock has dropped 40 points? Didn't we expect it? Pepper on one side corrected without emotion, it's 49 points. Lime gnawed another piece of cake and reached out to get the pizza in front of Stark. Unfortunately, Stark beat her back. Stark protected the box and glared at Lime impatiently, mine. He looked at Pepper again, this is not important. We have a controlling stake in the company and it is good news that it has not fallen below 50 points. Lime murmured in a low voice, stingy. But in my heart, I was secretly instructing the great sage to buy Stark Industrial stocks. This is the best opportunity to buy at the bottom. Stark will soon debut and become an idiot. Iron Man, Stark's stock will usher in a vanguard rise. Obadiah looked down and was a little angry, but he wanted to persuade him a few more words. Tony, the board of directors has this right. They feel that you and your new decision are not for the benefit of the company. This sentence suddenly made Stark's mood irritable. He choked on the pizza and shouted hesitantly, this is a brand new direction. I can be responsible for this, I can handle it. He hates others' fingers at him, and the company's surname is Stark, why should I listen to those stupid people? Pepper sighed, and a helpless intolerant smile appeared on his face. Stark also sighed, picked up the pizza and planned to leave. Okay, I still have to work hard, I will stay in the basement. Obadiah stopped him, hey. Tony, listen, I'm trying to save this, but you have to give them something to convince them, do you know? You can analyze this for the engineers. He pointed to the reactor with Stark's chest lit up, you must. Stark refused 3 consecutive games, no, it's impossible, this project is my own. The conversation is over, so that's it. Okay, then give me this back. Obadiah Kid snatched back the pizza from Stark like anger, and then generously opened the box. I'll give you one more piece at most. Stark walked 1 piece, 2 pieces. Obadiah followed Stark, and was reluctant to inquire about some information. Do you mind letting me go down and see what you are busy with? Good night, Obi. Stark means to dream. Obadiah walked around helplessly, looked at Lemu and Pepper, spread his hands with a smile and sighed. Pepper was in a low mood, but he just smiled reluctantly, and the situation at Stark Industry was not optimistic. Lemu protected his cake vigilantly, still chewing in his mouth, like a little squirrel protecting food. Obadiah suppressed the irritability in his heart and made himself look as kind as possible. Relax, I won't touch your cake. I still have a job, so I have to leave first. He looked at the pizza box in his hand and handed it over. This box of pizza is yours. Obadiah left Stark's villa. Lemu saw every move he had just made, such as his words, movements, expressions, etc. To be honest, if Lemu hadn't known the future trajectory and knew that he was the mastermind behind the scenes, it would be hard to believe that this kind, funny, and three-point childlike old man would be an ambitious conspirator. Even when he was in the perspective of God, Lemu could not see Obadiah's flaws. His every move was reasonable, every expression was just right, and every sentence seemed to be true. Just like a person who is really for Tony Stadium everywhere, the same elders considered. There is still a lot I have to learn in terms of acting, the road is long and arduous, and I will search up and down. But why was Obadiah able to fight with Howard, but he was willing to backstab and play with Tony Stark? This magical contrast evokes Lemu's memories, some common sense he learned in childhood. Once upon a time, someone taught him this way. You must remember that ambition is a double-edged sword, and even more so for those who are ambitious. They always desire higher and more, and are never satisfied. During the pioneering period, ambitious people will be their best partners and comrades in arms. They will actively bear positive pressure and responsibilities and are a sharp blade pointing to the enemy. During the period of upholding, without external enemies and pressure, ambitious people will point their swords at their comrades and partners who once stood beside them, resulting in internal fighting and infighting. They are like bloodthirsty wolves, and they always need to eat meat. When there is prey, they are the best hunters. When there is no prey, their flesh and blood are equally delicious. For those in power, ambition but unstrategic guy is a useful sharp blade. They will be the best knife to deal with the enemy, they will also be the best shield. Cough, stop. In short, if there is no strong enemy outside and a different intention inside, then there will be turmoil. Chapter 18. Final test before armor takeoff. Amick, Vice President of Los Angeles Technological University. This smiling old man often sighed recently, and his wig turned a lot whiter after being worried. He accepted a good student and a super genius, whom he was proud of, and placed considerable expectations. But, the student he just accepted hasn't been to school for nearly 6 months. He, a student, applied for all the courses in 4 years of college in one go, and completed all the homework in all subjects very well. But he didn't come once, and he didn't call him again, and he didn't come again and again. Almost all professors remembered him. There are only a few people in the whole school, with a teacher-student ratio of nearly 1:3, and many students have only a few or a dozen students in the course. This alien student is as eye-catching as a light bulb. Some professors felt insulted and claimed in class that they would fail anyway. Although I said in advance that there may not be much time spent in school, I have never stepped into school since I came to take the entrance exam last time. This is simply outrageous. Amick sighed with the printed absence form. But to a certain extent, this student actually did not disappoint himself. When recommending past papers, he can always give reading summary quickly, and the summary he wrote can often inspire people. Two of the papers I recently sent to him are difficult, one is about anti-electron collision, and the other is related to the study of Coulomb barriers. He also came up with excellent reading reports, with a high perspective and showing a very high academic level. From time to time, you can often bring surprises to yourself, and in some aspects, you can even be comparable to yourself. But as soon as he mentioned coming to school, he immediately refused and said that he was too busy and he really had no time. When he asked him what he was busy with, he refused to say it, his mysterious appearance. I wanted to be tougher, and I felt soft-hearted again when I looked at his face. Alas, there are not many worry-free ones like Mountbatten and Echeverria. Seeing Gishan No. 1 slowly improve and take shape in his hands, moving from one concept to a data model, and then to a physical object that can be touched and seen. That sense of accomplishment instantly dilutes all worldly desires, making people deeply addicted to it and cannot extricate themselves. So there is a reason why Lemu doesn't go to school. After 6 months, Ghost 1 had completed 99.9% and finally reached the last moment. With the help of the great sage, the design should not be so slow. However, a certain slime and party A compete with each other. Not only did the requirements get higher and higher, but the plan also repeatedly modified, backed, and started over and over again. There were even 5 versions of the final draft, and he only selected the most one I like. If there is no accident, today we can go to the sky and the moon. Limu was so excited that he could not express his feelings until he saw a gift wrapped in a glass box on the table. A reactor with the words "Tony Stark has a warm heart." Blind guessing, no need to guess, it was given to Stark by Pepper. So all the excitement turned into indifference, and the hot heart gradually became cold, leaving only the smell of lemon in the air. Limu reached out and knocked on the glass box, sighing, "What is your little lover's gift to you?" Stark smiled proudly, his expression attracted fists. "Well, you are still young now, don't care about these things." Limu sighed again. "In short, it's very sour. Great sage, you can fight for your best moments and evolve as soon as possible. When will I change it?" Report, this function is not available yet. Grievance.jpg. Stark picked up the flight module from the table. 4 plasma beam pulse devices, 2 are installed on the hands and 2 are installed on the feet. Start the test. The other modules on Ghost 1 and Stark's Mark II have been tested and installed, and the flight module is the last piece of the puzzle. For safety reasons, an independent module test is also required. If it suddenly ignites while flying in the air, it will be interesting. Flying power is almost the only guarantee of survival at high altitudes, if not equipped with a parachute. Part of Stark's garage was transformed into a mechanical manufacturing line, and various high-quality and sophisticated equipment were placed in 2 or 3 rows, all of which were moved from Stark Industrial's factory building a few months ago. There were many luxury cars parked in the other part, all of which were crowded together. Stark originally planned to get a few cars outside to throw them out for a blowout, but in the end he was still a little reluctant. Now we have to free up some of the venue for testing flight modules, which is becoming more and more crowded. Stark is the starting tester. One mechanical claw is responsible for shooting, and the other mechanical claw is responsible for onlookers. The one photographed was called Dami, and the one watching was its twin brother. I don't know where Gata came out, so I just called it Xiaomi. Limu was holding a fire extinguisher in his hand, preparing to squirt Stark when he was spontaneously igniting. Stark put on the device and gave Jarvis a serious and cautious expression. "Start with 1% of the thrust, prepare, 3, 2, 1, ignite." When Stark was testing on his own, he started with 10% of the thrust, but he ended up falling into a dark state. It was the one who Limu heard the movement and saved it. That video is now kept in Limu's bracelet. As long as it is not my own, it is not too much. The bracelet is designed by Lemu himself. It operates through three-dimensional projection and has almost all the functions of a mobile phone device. SLIME-CHAPTER technology has been able to develop steel suits by itself, and using green apples and pears is too expensive. Countdown ends. Stark's equipment on both hands and feet sprayed out a white plasma flame flow at the same time. The main thrust is provided by the equipment on the feet, and the equipment on the hands assists in maintaining stability. After staggering and hanging in the air for 10 seconds, Stark stopped the fire and everything was going well. Next, to test 3% of the thrust, prepare, 3, 2, 1, ignite. Stronger thrust surged from under his feet, and Stark couldn't control the direction and turned around in the air. The fireworks spewed out of his feet passed through a row of luxury cars, leaving two neat and orderly sounds. Arc-char marks. Stark let out a twisted laugh as he flew, as if he felt sorry for his car, and as if he was excited that he could really fly. Oh, hee hee. The laughter was creepy, and SLIME-CHAPTER couldn't help but shudder. After Stark had enough fun, SLIME-CHAPTER couldn't wait to remove the equipment on his body and let me have fun. SLIME-CHAPTER looked at her for a long time just now, and she was so envious. Flying is also one of Slime's dreams. Stark let him take it apart, but just reminded, this is an experimental model, you can't wear it. A fixture needs to be added during testing, like shoes and gloves. Stark is a man in his 30s and 40s. SLIME-CHAPTER looks only about 15 years old, and his hands and feet are more than one size difference. SLIME-CHAPTER was stunned for a moment, and he was too lazy to touch half of the equipment. Although slimes will deform, they can't grow up in an instant by playing on the spot. Forget it, let's start the next test. Stark removed the remaining equipment himself, fixed the flight module on the rack, and conducted a 60-minute durability test, and the power was adjusted step by step from 1 to 100%. This project is a special requirement for SLIME-CHAPTER, and stability is the first. Although Stark believes that it is purely unnecessary, he cannot resist him. Chapter 19. Take off in SLIME-CHAPTER's inner thoughts. Finally, all the tests were successfully passed and the actual plane was ready to fly. Jarvis, get Ghost 1 and Mark 2 out. Yes, Mr. Ashberia. While Jarvis's voice sounded, two fully sealed metal boxes that were about 1 person tall were automatically opened, and two mechanical metal suits were walked out of them. One is Mark II, which has not been painted yet, and is full of silver-grey metallic tones. On his face is a typical metal mask of the square Iron Man and a bright white headlight on his chest. This is actually a high-power plasma beam pulse cannon. The other one is Ghost Number 1, which has been coated with blue and white. It is about the same height as Mark II, but it is slender in size and has a softer face. Behind it is a strong magnetic adsorption of two-handed great sword, which has 2 sets of 6 back propellers, which are used to rush forward and slash and flexibly move when holding the great sword. The two armors in the firepower part are roughly the same, both have hand pulse cannons, and the Ghost armor lacks one chest cannon, and the other parts are not fixedly configured. Both armors have multiple miniature cellular missile grooves, which can be equipped with different micromunitions depending on the situation, such as close-range guided missiles, thermal lure bombs, aluminum thermal bombs, smoke bombs, etc., which are mainly used for killing and functional armorless targets. Expand. The left forearm is equipped with a small missile interface, which can be equipped with a missile. The functions vary greatly depending on the warhead. From armor-piercing bombs, high-explosive bombs to micronuclear bombs, they can be installed, and at small destroy tanks, and at large, they can be as long as there are no people and animals within a radius of 1 kilometer. The right hand originally planned to equip the high-power laser cutter, but because it is not technically mature enough to be reused, it is temporarily vacant. There are also functions such as vacuum survival, radiation prevention, and sign detection. In terms of definition, these two are actually mecha-like. The original intention of mecha is mechanically powered armor, which is completely powered by mechanical structures. The steel suit similar to the Mark series is powered by mechanical structures, and can also drive armor activities by the internal human body. In addition, Leimu is obviously much shorter than Stark. Why is Ghost 1 as tall as Mark II? In fact, this is mainly attributed to the mechanical height-enhancing technology. 20 minutes later, the flight modules were installed for the two types of mechas. Stark walked to Mark II and stood with his back to his back. Mark II automatically opened from his face and attached to Stark like a clothes. Ghost number 1 also has the same function, but Leimu needs to raise his foot and step on the height-enhancing pad. Two figures with tail flames flew out of the sports car passage. Stark took the lead and shouted like a husky who was having fun, excited. Leimu was also excited. When the wall of the passage quickly passed by, he couldn't help but exclaim softly. The feeling of flying is not comparable to that of a plane, just like driving a heavy motorcycle with a speed of 400 km per hour, but it is much more exciting than that. Since ancient times, flying has been a human obsession, so there are planes, rockets, wingsuits, etc. But there has never been any equipment that allows humans to swim and swell and stretch freely in the sky like birds, and can reach every corner of the sky with their own will, and now it has it. Leimu flew out of the villa, was in the sky, and looked into the distance. The sea at night is filled with haze, endless, and the faint waves are surging like some strange things hidden in the darkness, giving people a huge sense of oppression. But the night view of Malibu is beautiful across the line. Especially from a high-altitude perspective, dense lights flashed and connected together, and the orderly car lights flowed like blood of light. It is not enough to illuminate the entire night sky, but the various rays of light have opened up a shelter for people in the night, separating the darkness. Leimu and Stark flew along the coastline as if they were at the dividing line of the world. On the right hand is an abyss, where unspeakable giants are hidden in it, staring at it with scattered teeth and claws. On the left hand is the Garden of Eden with the aura of creatures, with the stars and lights gathered together to shine and warm each other, giving a kind of inspiring power. Leimu was here, and seemed to be inspired in the dark. If he had the ability, it would be good to do something insignificant for humans. Although I have not been a human being for half a year, after all, I live among human beings, and the only ethnic group I am close to is human beings. It is also normal for slime to protect my living environment. I have also taught my hometown that if you are poor, you will be able to protect yourself, if you are prosperous, you will be able to help the world. Looking back, when I first arrived in this world, I thought about killing people and robbing Stark's reactor. I just arrived here and had nothing. I thought about taking a gamble and enjoying it for a lifetime. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many threats on Earth and in the universe, Stark would probably have lived a few years after he died. His body probably had been dry for a long time. It is true that one time and another time has come. What people think in different situations are completely different. Then came to the United States. I gained huge wealth in an instant through the Great Sage, and my mentality began to change from then on. He instantly lost all his efforts and struggle ideas, was completely addicted to his interests and hobbies, and created a mecha like Ghost Divine number 1. If I hadn't known this was Marvel, the crisis of destruction would have happened every next year, maybe I would have let myself go all over. Then, because of Stark's concern for his identity, he stayed at Stark's house for a while. It is normal for him to be scruples. If he changes himself, he will make similar choices, and he may make more decisive and thorough. To be honest, Stark is quite good. He not only keeps his identity confidential, but also handles a series of procedures for himself, and has never treated himself badly. He serves with delicious food and drink. What is rare is that the two of them have similar interests and both like to fiddle with things like mechas. But always living in other people's homes is not a solution. If you have the opportunity, you should build a villa by yourself and move out. There is also a little Pepper. She wanted to adopt herself every day, and of course she could feel her kindness. She took good care of herself very thoughtfully in her daily life and kept it in mind. But just adopt it. How can a real man be born between heaven and earth? To be honest, it was because I had money and superpowers, otherwise I might have agreed at that time, with the soft and hard rice, and a good meal that can be filled is a good meal. Lime-Yu is still clear about his life's future and temporary face. Brother Sun said that a real man can bend and stretch. Amik, a tutor at Los Angeles Tech, treats people very well. He recommended many excellent papers to himself, paid great attention to his learning progress, was both a teacher and a friend, and gave him a lot of inspiration. Apart from always urging myself to attend classes, aren't geniuses not attending classes? Anyway, you will definitely get full marks in the exam. Alas, it seems that you don't have to fail the full mark? What other things are there for ordinary times? Forget it, that doesn't matter. It is incomplete to have not experienced a college life without failing. Obadiah. Actually, this guy was quite kind when chatting, although I have only met once. I left a deep impression on people. But, after all, it is hostile. Oh, why did you unconsciously divide yourself into Stark's camp? In short, he is a bad ambition and does all the bad things. It is better to stay in prison or lie in the grave after using it. There is another thing that is very concerning. It is the girl who looks very similar to herself in the photos shown by Stark. Lime-Yu had a premonition that that person might have a lot to do with him. Clone? Blood relationship? Cluster? Or parallel universe homosome? Maybe I will meet her one day in the future. Chapter 20. Little Devil, exposed? Hey, let's compete with who flies higher, right? Come on. The voice of Tony Stark came from the communication, interrupting Leimu's thoughts. His voice was filled with childish show-off and pleasure, and this guy's personality was still quite pure at some point. The flight trajectory of Leimu Ghost 1 rose upwards and suddenly climbed up, bringing up 2 long tail flames. 3, 2, 1, start. When Lime-Yu counted to 1, Stark realized that Mark II began to pull up. Stark shouted in dissatisfaction, and the voice was transmitted to Lime-Yu through the communicator, Jarvis. Did you see it? There was a rogue in front of him and we chased him and surpassed him. Okay, sir. The speed quickly exceeded the speed of sound, causing 2 sound explosions respectively, and then it remained stable at a little higher than the 2 Mach. In design, Gishin 1 has a plasma booster on the back, while Mark II does not have such equipment installed. When Leimu ignited the back booster of Ghost 1, the distance between him and Mark II gradually widened without any surprise. I don't know how long it took to fly, but Lime-Yu turned around and found that Stark was gone. The display box of Ghost 1 was focused a few times before locking Mark II, which was falling freely in the air. Something happened? Stark can't see anything now, the sensor has failed, Jarvis has no response, and there is darkness in front of him. This made him feel a little panicked. The surface of Mark II is covered with a thick layer of ice, which should be due to the downtime of the electronic system caused by low temperature. Hell! Will you fall to death? No, there is still a chance, just break the ice. Lime-Yu chased to Mark II and raised his hand to knock on the frozen Iron Man's head. Do you need help? The wind was loud, the Stark system was knocked out, and the communication channel was naturally knocked out. Lime-Yu could only hear Stark's voice faintly, I don't and. Okay, I can't hear clearly, I think you need help. Lime-Yu said, kicking Mark II hard. Stark? I don't want you to think, I want me to think. With a loud noise from the ground, Mark II was kicked more than 10 meters away. The instantaneous impact brought huge acceleration load to the human body. Stark felt like he was hit by a car, and he felt so uncomfortable that he was about to vomit blood. Fortunately, the vibration of the metal collision spread across the fuselage and the ice shattered. The temperature slowly rose, and the light curtain in front of Stark flashed a few times, and finally returned to normal. Stark, who escaped from death, cheered and accelerated again, drew an arc of curves in the sky, and was having fun, ah ha 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 ha. After a while, the two of them finally flew back to the villa. When the roof fell, the overweight Mark II collapsed 2 floors without accident, and fell to the underground garage with a clang, pressing Xiaomi to pieces. Ghost number 1 slowly fell from the hole that Stark smashed and stopped lightly, and Lime-U's unscrupulous ridicule came from it. That's it. Stark, who was lying on the ground, was puzzled. He raised his arm covered with armor and pointed to the ghost armor, and said, "Why, yours won't freeze? Moreover, the specific gravity looks very low. I used gold titanium alloy as the main manufacturing material. I think you should install an emergency parachute to ensure your safety." "Oh. Of course. Of course, this is a good idea, but let's not talk about this for now. I don't have gold titanium alloy stock in my warehouse." "Where did you get the money to buy gold titanium alloy?" "Ah, listen to me explain slowly. In the underground studio." On the small sofa while resting, the two of them sat opposite each other across the table. Stark had taken off Mark II and covered his forehead with an ice pack. He fell a lot just now. Lime-U held a glass of water and sucked it all the time. He was uneasy and his mood was as cool as the water in the cup. He was wondering how to fool Stark again. "Gold titanium alloy is very expensive. Where did I get so much money as an alien who came first? I can't say that I'm a bad guy on the internet." Stark may not be able to accept it. Although Lime-U believes that the act of black eating is considered to be a part of the crackdown on illegal crimes to a certain extent, it is 100% part of private relief, to combat criminals through personal actions and use their money to help themselves. The law does not allow such behavior, but American laws can be changed at will if you have money. Stark rubbed his eyes, a little bruised. He looked at Lime-U with his other eye and asked, "Have you thought about how to make up? I'm looking forward to what kind of story you can tell." "Don't worry, think slowly. Jarvis ordered a batch of gold titanium alloy from Cisco to make Mark III. Stark said while picking up a paper document on the table, "What is this?" Jarvis's voice answered, as geomagnetic as ever, and no matter what he said, it was not slow. "Mr. Stark, this is a report submitted to you by Ms. Potts. Ms. Potts believes that there may be malicious capital in secretly acquiring Stark Industries shares. The report shows that since Stark announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing department, funds from unknown sources have been collecting Stark Industries stocks in batches many times, only collecting but not selling. According to Pepper's estimate, at least 15% have been collected in one place. You should know that for a healthy listed company, the outstanding shares are usually between 25% and 40%, while Stark's outstanding shares are 36%. 15% is already close to half of all outstanding shares. Because of the participation of this stock of funds, Stark Industries stock has even risen slightly after it bottomed out in recent days. In the context of the nation selling Stark Industrials stock, no matter how careful the funds were, Pepper still noticed a little clue. After all, she graduated from a prestigious university and has been with Stark for so many years. Stark stared at the report, but his eyes were not focused. "Let me guess who wants to mess with me. First, Obadiah is excluded, but other parties on the board of directors are likely. On the outside, that embroidered pillow, Hanmo? Or do the government and the military do not like me closing the weapons manufacturing department and planning to do it myself?" Lime-U drank all the water in the water cup in one gulp and put it back on the table with a clang. He reached out and clicked the document in Stark's hand. "Okay, I'll confess. I did what you hold in your hand. Since collecting more than $10 billion on the internet, the sages have also earned a lot of money from other channels, and have successively invested in the acquisition of Stark Industries stock. The cumulative contraction has been 17%, 2% more than Pepper predicts. Sometimes, being honest is also a strategy." After a brief evaluation, Lime-Yu felt that this was not something that could not be said at all, so he confessed part of it and kept part of it. After living here for half a year, I have some trust base, I just saved his life. Hearing that Lime-Yu was doing it, Stark looked at the person opposite hesitantly. What did you do? Stock? You bought our company's stock, right? Ward F. Chapter 21. Why can't Iron Man die if he falls? Looking at Stark's question mark face, Lime-Yu spread his hands innocently. The internet is very simple and easy to make money. Technology patents, short-term stock market, currency speculation, etc., make money quickly. Then I invested all of Stark Industries' stocks. Lime-Yu also added confidently, you must believe in my abilities and skills. And I am willing to invest in your company out of trust in you. This statement is half true and half false, retaining the part that is black and eating black, exaggerating the source of funds from the serious channels. Lime-Yu tilted his head again, trying to get through the test. I just came to Earth and had nothing. I always need billions of wealth. Don't worry, it's all legitimate means. Stark felt his head buzzing and the pain was even worse. He always knew that Lime-Yu Eshberia was not a sloppy guy, but he never thought that he could do such a big thing without saying a word. Legitimate? Just a hammer. Stark Industries is now in a downturn, but 15% of its shares are not that easy to take over. Tell me, what legitimate means can I raise 100 billion in just a few months? Look at my face, do I have the word silly hat written on it? Have. In the end, Lime-Yu successfully got through the test, after he selectively displayed some of the information. The great sage raised some of the funds raised through technological monetization in the past 6 months, some of the harvested through stock market operations, and other messy legal channels, which can be seen. In addition, some of the fake accounts are exaggerated, and a total of about billions of them are shown. When a person demonstrates his ability to earn 1 million, no one will delve into how his 2 million comes from. Seeing these, Stark was relieved. He didn't want to see the aliens who had been with him for half a year on the road of illegal crimes and even opposition to humans. After half a year of mutual understanding, Stark thought he had understood Lime-Yu, the alien. My heart is a little dark, but I have no ambition to rule the earth and destroy humanity. I am just an ordinary alien boy. Otherwise, it would be easy to cause some damage to humans based on his ability. Although he is as unrestrained as himself, his nature is pretty good and his 3 views are within the scope of normal people. He has an unusual ability to accept humans and human culture. At present, this alien is still relatively peaceful. On the contrary, another matter related to life and death needs attention. Mark II is too fast and has too strong acceleration. The overly powerful power brings a lot of load on the body when accelerating, and the highway of the Dimok itself is very dangerous. Stark almost fell from the rooftop to the garage just now and almost fell to death. Hit something else at high speed, or simply being guided missiles came to the front. Even if the outer armor is fine, the people in the armor will be shocked to death. You can refer to the tofu that is shaken vigorously in a jar. Stark raised this question and Lime-Yu noticed it. After all, slime is almost immune to blunt injuries and has much higher pressure ability than humans. Considering that Stark is just an ordinary human body, Lime-Yu proposed an idea. He opened the 3-dimensional projection and wrote and painted on it. I have an idea, look. If we can construct a volume force field in the armor like this. While the human body is subjected to external contact forces and applying a large volume force of the same direction, it can put the human body in a state of weightlessness without being oppressed and avoid the human body's weightlessness. Deformation occurs due to pressure. Transfer pressure to the volumetric force generation equipment. As long as the armor is intact and function is normal, the human body will not be injured. Our technology should be possible. Volumetric force is a non-contact force acting on all fluid elements through space, such as gravity, inertia force, electromagnetic force, etc. It will directly apply the force to every smallest force unit in the range. For example, people in a uniform gravity field will not be crushed by gravity when they fall freely, because the human body is subjected to uniform stress and will not cause deformation. If a 10-ton iron plate is placed above your head and presses against you with a g acceleration, you will deeply feel the power from the iron plate. But if you fall from the air with the iron plate above your head, the iron plate will not exert a tiny bit of force on the human body before it falls to the ground. Because the speed and acceleration are the same, there will be no compression or collision between objects, and there will be no deformation, and there will be no damage without deformation. If the volume force field can be constructed at will and react in milliseconds, it can ensure safety in any impact, the armor will not be broken, and the human body will not be broken. In such a model, the armor is the iron plate that can never be pressed against a person in a free fall, and will in turn bear all external contact forces for the human body. After rigorous discussion and demonstration, the two agreed that the idea of protecting the human body through a force field is technically feasible. And there is no need to re-exploration. In Stark's memory, his father Howard seemed to have done similar research when he was alive. They followed the narrow stairs to a deeper underground warehouse. Sure enough, an old anti-gravity device and corresponding drawings were found in Stark's corner. Stark lifted the square device the size of a desktop host and brushed away the dust. This is a truly decades-old antique. Looking at the equipment made by my father, it is inevitable that it is a bit sad. He whistled and wiped away the messy thoughts in his heart, waved to Lime-U, who was visiting everywhere, and said, "This is one of the legacy left by the old guy. The official name should be called the Gravity Field Controller. It has been thrown here for decades and it has no use for eggs. It consumes too much power, and it is limited to the materials at that time. It only takes more than 10 seconds to burn itself." As early as 1943, Howard exhibited semi-finished anti-gravity automobiles. The principle is to generate a force field opposite to the direction of the Earth's gravity field through a force field generator to offset the impact of gravity on the object to achieve anti-gravity floating. Lime-U reached out and knocked, made of metal, and looked at the drawings a few more times. Almost all the heat comes from the internal circuits, not the force field components, so we need a little bit of room temperature superconducting. As for this component, it should be able to miniaturize according to this structure. If you modify it here and here, it should be able to increase the instantaneous power by thousands of times. It is difficult to increase the constant power by thousands of times, but it is much easier to increase the instantaneous power by thousands of times, and the technical difficulty is not on the same order of magnitude. Stark agrees very much, and the small reactor I built can provide it with sufficient energy. Chapter 22. Can't the opposite sex attract you at all? 3 days later. Based on the legacy left by Howard as a prototype, new equipment that meets the requirements has been successfully manufactured after redesign and improvement. It looks only the size of a mobile phone, and it looks like an ordinary black square brick when placed on the desktop. In theory, as long as 4 are embedded in the armor, 2 in front and 2 in the front and back, the safety of the human body can be protected. Stark renamed the device and gave it a very unpleasant name, Gravity Field Type SS Uniform Human Kinetic Energy Control Device, is the experimental model. It is referred to as Human Movement Control, or Easy to Crack, Cross Off, HKEC. Based on this patch-enhanced version, Lime-U got 3 complete sets of manufacturing materials for Ghost Armor and put them in the dimensional space. These are backups when there is no backup, and backups for backups. One of Lime-U's initial skills, the Predator, has the ability to analyze and mimic. Combined with the terrifying computing power of the Great Sage, it can directly use raw materials to copy the same Ghost Armor from the production line. The design and manufacturing of the steel suit finally came to an end. Lime-U had a rare short time to sit down and have a good rest. He was the only one in the huge underground studio, and the table in front of him was filled with all kinds of snacks. pickled pepper chicken feet, dried spicy fish, 5 spice melon seeds, original flavored crust, strange flavored peanuts, and fried tudokoi. Degenerate to the extreme. Enjoy it as a foodie. While I was drinking the rare Manhan Full Banquet, snack limited edition, I was drinking with Coke and Sprite happily. A phone call came in. The other end of the video is old Amek. He is still the same as he looks, kind. Old Amek had an iconic smile on his face, but his eyes were so cold and ruthless. Mr. Eshberia, do you remember that you were a student at Los Angeles Tech? Ah. Lime scratched his head, with a honest smile on his face, and raised his hand and wanted to turn off the video. Amek, I still have some things to be busy with, and I have reached a critical moment. I'm really embarrassed, let's talk back. This would be a good excuse if one corner of the video did not expose the table's piles of snacks. Amek waved his hand helplessly, too lazy to listen to his nonsense. Okay, I'm not here to provoke a gang this time. I don't know what your temperament is. I just tell you that because you don't come to class, some of your subjects have 0 hours, so you can't graduate. And many of your subjects have overlapping exams, and you plan to divide yourself into 2 to take the exam. It is better to publish some papers or win some awards so that I can apply for courses without taking. In principle, an excellent paper can apply for a course in the corresponding field without taking it, but you may not be too late, so I'll leave you. Special process. Anyway, hand in something first, the heavier the portion, the better. I can help you with the water apple that makes others willing to let you go through a special passage. Yet. Lime nodded, behaved.jpg. There is another thing, go out for a walk when you have time. When you said you wanted to come to school to experience life, the old man remembered it. You have not been to school for the second time. Studying and research are important. But mentally and physically health cannot be ignored. As a person who has been dragged down by health, I would like to say a few more words. Don't bother me. The health of young people is not only your own health, but also the health of mankind in the future. There is one more thing. I have a very interesting international top conference in astrophysics, and there is still a place left. If you are interested, I will keep it for you. Old Amek's lifelong wish is that both academics and mankind have a bright future. He is old, and often he feels that his brain power is no longer as strong as when he was young, and his memory is not good. The body was found to be affected by the research day and night when I was young. I was hospitalized once last year and almost disappeared. Only then did I feel it. The future will eventually be entrusted to young people. This is also one of the reasons why old Amek treats Lime everywhere, not only because he favors geniuses, but also because he also puts hope. Lime felt the kindness of old Amek. But not long ago, Stark's Mark II had just been completed, and soon reached the critical juncture of Iron Man's debut, and it was not a good time to go away. As for the things he is studying, whether it is an iron suit, a gravity field human motion controller, or a palladium element reactor, it is not very suitable for publishing. Not only can it be published, but it must also be kept strictly confidential. There are countless Marvel villains. If these things are controlled by those who are interested, they will be very dangerous for him and Stark. The more you are understood, the easier it is to find weaknesses. Just like no country will publish all the defense information to the enemy before the war. But if it is just an ordinary paper, Lime can write 240 articles a day, and those who need to do experiments will be a little slower, and it should be easy to deal with the school. While Lime breathed a sigh of relief, he felt a little guilty. He nodded seriously and said carefully, I understand what you mean. I will not delay graduation, and I will also be in good health. You will pay attention. You will also pay attention to your health and live for a few more years. In a few days, I will find a few projects and submit a number of papers such as courses before the end of the school year. This is not difficult for me. You have to worry about applying for free. But I am very sorry for the school and the meeting. I still have some things that I can't get away with now. If you have time in the future, I will visit you at school. He chatted with old Amick for a while, and after hanging up the phone, Lime-Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He is still not used to others being too nice to him, always feeling uncomfortable, afraid that he will not be able to give an equivalent response. This slime is sometimes very unconscience-ridden, mentally eccentric and profit-oriented. But only he attaches great importance to feelings. If others give him multiple emotions, he will want to give back with equal weight and will not let anyone down. He has always believed in repaying kindness with kindness and grievances with grievances. Then, little Pepper came over. She put her waist on her waist and started to chatter with a stern face. Lemu, Professor Amick called me and said he should take you out for a walk. I think he is right. You have been addicted to work for too long, which is unhealthy for mental and physical health. Listen to me, you are only in your teenage years old and should go to the playground or go out to watch a movie. You don't have a friend here, and it's not okay to have no social interaction at all. And your age should be when you are curious about the opposite sex, but you are addicted to drawings and machinery all day long. I'm very worried about you. Americans' habits, do you even care about this kind of thing? And is it too early to be a teenager? Slime was shocked. Slime silent. Chapter 23. I am an alien and born extraordinary. Pepper wanted to urge Lime-Yu to go out of the house, go out for a walk, and make more friends, especially friends of the opposite sex. Lime-Yu changed the subject and opposed the generals. Don't talk about me for now, I've seen the gift you gave to Tony. He smiled teasingly, when will you two announce your relationship? Hearing this, little Pepper suddenly panicked, at a loss, and shook his head in a hurry to deny it. What? There is no such thing. She had some meaning to Stark, but she had been hiding and had a lot of grudges. Everyone knows that Stark is the most romantic playboy in the United States. He likes fishing and plays with women once or twice. She is still her boss in identity. With Stark's personality, he is not like a person who can live a long life with good people. If Lime-Yu hadn't known the future trajectory, he wouldn't dare to assert that they could get together and live happily, and finally gave birth to a daughter. Pepper tried his best to explain, but his face was covered with a blush. That was just a way for me to express my gratitude. Tony encouraged me, when I helped him replace the reactor. You can't misunderstand like this. As she talked, she also pinched her hands, feeling like she was about to hit someone immediately. Lime-Yu looked at him with a smile and joked with a determined look on his face, Tony likes you, really, I promise you. Do you don't like him? I'll tell him not to be self-indulgent. It seemed as if blue veins visible to the naked eye burst out on Pepper's forehead. When did this little guy become so annoying? This was not the case when we first met. I was obviously so shy and cute before, but now I am actually starting to tease me. Pepper took a deep breath, closed his eyes and calmed down for 3 seconds, his voice calmed down, okay, I know you're teasing me on purpose. You're such a bad little guy. Don't try to change the subject, you really need to go out and have a walk. You are still young and can't lock yourself in the house every day. Although I don't understand it very much, what you and Tony are designing should be almost finished recently. Give yourself 2 days off. I have a party to attend in the evening and I can take you out for a walk all day tomorrow. Do you like a playground or a zoo? Or do you want to go somewhere else? Amusement park? Zoo? Give me a side. Riding a Trojan horse with the kindergarten children, or watching gorillas hammer their chests. Lime-Yu sighed, pursed her lips, and her eyebrows collapsed, like a closed mouth frame. What kind of hell on earth? I just jumped into the sea from here and drifted with the current for 3 days and 3 nights, but I wouldn't go to such a place. I am not interested in such childish things at all. He noticed another thing that Pepper mentioned, gay party? What party? A very boring party, you won't be interested. Pepper smiled helplessly, sat down aside, patted the sofa, and signaled Lime-U to sit over. She continued, Stark subsidizes the Soldiers' Family Fund Gala. It's not a party where soldiers' families gather to play games, but a place where celebrities from all walks of life donate, make friends and dance, all of which are all social events. Your age is it's not time to go and play. Lime-U nodded clearly, I understand. I decided it's here. Pepper was a little surprised and speechless, are you sure? There is only alcohol there. Only alcohol that can be drunk for over 21 years old. And can you dance? It will be boring there. Lime-U didn't care. He leaned on the sofa, raised his legs and closed his eyes, and lengthened his tone, I can bring my own snacks. I can't dance, but I can watch others dance. Anyway, just go out for a walk as you ask. It's the same wherever you go, and the playground is even more boring. He was quite curious about this kind of party, and it sounded very noble. Lime-U has a spirit of exploration in his bones and is more interested in unfamiliar things. There is nothing wrong with this, but it helps to maintain a mentality and vitality. Pepper just smiled and was as tolerant as ever, okay, if you persist. I'll tell me if I'm bored when I'm bored, I'll call Happy to take you back first. But you don't have a suit to attend the party yet. We need to buy clothes. I will dress you up as the most eye-catching gentleman in the audience. Speaking of this, Pepper's eyes were shining with the light of bullying. Perhaps dressing up dolls is the hobby of all women in their bones? Slime shook her head. JPG. No, I'll just wear this outfit. Lame-U's daily sportswear, loose tops and trousers, and her hair is simply tied into a single ponytail. Pepper was a bit embarrassed. She had never seen anyone play like this before. It would look like an alien in this way. No one would wear it like this at the party. Lime-U smiled indifferently, picked up a bag of melon seeds on the table and gave some to Pepper. But what he said seemed to have a deep meaning, I am an alien. Only fragile people will pretend to be the same as others to gain a sense of security. Moreover, staying in the group comes at a cost, and powerful people have always been maverick. I don't need to accommodate their feelings, just be happy. Perhaps it was wealth and power that changed Lime-U's thoughts, or perhaps it was with Tony Shitucker has been with him for a long time and is contagious by Stark's arrogant personality. Of course, the greater possibility is that the secondary disease occurred. Humph, as a birth of thunder, a traveler of time and space, a billionaire, a light of technology, and a creator of ghosts and gods, why care about mere mortals? At this moment, it seemed as if the sound of sighs echoed in the air. After praise, at the moment of his birth, the entire Afghan desert was whispering the same name, the birth of thunder, the creator of ghosts and gods, the inhuman, Lame-U Eshberia. Every grain of sand was cheering for him, and even the supreme and powerful ancient master also cast a congratulatory gaze from thousands of miles away. Pepper shook his head speechlessly. She bounced her fingers on Lime-U's head, if you don't learn good things, if you don't learn bad things, don't learn Tony's. Also, Mr. Le Pen never called you to be intentionally independent in behavior, what you should do is to remain independent in your mind. Lime-U covered her forehead, her eyes were full of tears, and her mouth was still showing off, I just put my thoughts into practice, and I just did what I thought so. Practice is the only criterion for testing the truth. What? Do you want to buy him clothes? Leave it to me, no problem, don't worry. During lunch, Tony Stark knew that Pepper was going to buy clothes for Lame-U and swore a lot of money. I will ask Happy to contact familiar brands to prepare all types of clothing for at least 3 years for Mr. Eshberia. The better Stark said it, the more bad the Lime-U had. If you have nothing to do, you will either be traitor or steal. Chapter 24. Bite. The women's clothing you ordered has been delivered. After lunch, Stark avoided everyone. His dog sneakily called his driver, Happy Morgan. In the corner, he leaned against the wall, lowered his voice, and his smile was full of malicious intentions. "Hey, Happy, I have something to leave to you. Follow this data to buy some clothes for SLIME every season, buy one for every style, both men's and women's. Yes, the price doesn't matter, the speed should be fast. Receive." Happy quickly agreed and hesitated for a few seconds. A voice of some gossip came from the other end of the phone. "By the way, boss, can I ask? I've been curious about a question for a long time. There were reporters who came to me to inquire, but I was beaten back and I didn't reveal it to the public at all. You say Miss SLIME is really your illegitimate daughter? Ward FC?" Hearing this question, Stark seemed to have a punch and buzzed, and his whole face was twisted. Even the reactor on the chest seemed to be out of power, and the heart was thrusting. "I want to refute it, but I don't know where to start, and I want to scold people but I'm powerful and uninspiring." He gritted his teeth, suppressed the sneer at the corner of his mouth, and tried to keep his tone stable. "Happy, you, go do your business first, and I will explain it to you later. By the way, discuss your annual salary issue, I think you should deserve better treatment." "Yes, boss." A famous luxury clothing store in Los Angeles. Happy, who is in the sunglasses and suit, stood in the hall with a wave of his hand, feeling a kind of heroic spirit of spending a lot of money. Call your manager out. You can have a set of all the clothes that match this size in your store. Pack it and deliver it all in the afternoon this address. The clerk looked at him and thought that a $0 purchase came in, so he consciously gave in and made way, without any surprise. "All? You, take it anyway. By the way, both men and women want, money is not a problem." "Okay." The young lady agreed excitedly, and it was different to give money, which was a big commission. Happy looked serious throughout the whole process, staring firmly at the clerk's packing and handling. "This is very important. As long as you do this, you will be promoted and raised soon, so you must not be careless." I was indeed right. Tony has indeed changed. I have never seen him care about another person so much before. Tony's life has finally slowly gotten on the right track. As a friend, I am really happy for him. SLIME looked at the countless clothes piled up in front of him, and his head seemed to be hit. In the afternoon, Happy emptied a whole luxury clothing store, and the store manager drove it in person, with an extremely respectful attitude. There are more than 200 sets of clothes in total, and the discount is nearly $2 million. This is actually nothing, just $2 million. But among the more than 200 sets of clothes, a total of 100 are women's clothing. All kinds of Lolita, dresses, shorts, women's down, women's suits, off-shoulder, backless, legs exposed, and what the hell are stockings? I can't get through it anymore, right? Is this intentionally angering me? Have I offended Stark recently? Is there any? No matter how you think about it, you can't do it. But these clothes are actually quite beautiful. SLIME picked up a light blue dress beside the bed. The upper half is a geometric striped hollowed out, with a hem about long and fingertips, with a slight left slant, a silk texture, very soft and delicate, and a sleek woman-like style. Looking at it, SLIME couldn't help but remember the wrong clothes he wore in the bathroom that day, the light blue dress, and the beautiful girl in the dress in the mirror opposite. Then love is so stunning, so exquisite and moving. Every move follows your own movements, exactly like yourself. He suddenly felt an impulse in his heart, wanting to see her again. As long as, change into the clothes in your hand, find a mirror, you can briefly summon the beautiful girl in this room. Then, see her again? Talk. The sound of opening came from the door, which fell into SLIME's ears like a thunderclap, which scared him to his senses. Pepper. What are you doing in? SLIME had an unnatural blush on her face, and she looked a little angry. Although Pepper was a little puzzled why Lime-Yu reacted so much, he didn't take it seriously. "I heard that your clothes have arrived, come and have a look." She looked at the room in surprise, covering her mouth, and was a little scared. "Did Tony buy you so much? Oh my god! I thought he was just kidding." Lime-Yu responded with a stern face, and he had not yet recovered from the shock he had just now. Pepper walked in, turned around the pile of clothes, looked left and right, and suddenly there was a slight smile on his face. She picked out a few pieces of clothes from them and took them to Lime-Yu. "I'll help you try out clothes. There is nothing that knows how to wear better than women. I can definitely dress you up beautifully." She unfolded a black goth Lorita skirt and shook it in front of Lime-Yu, her eyes full of anticipation. "Look at this one, I think it's very suitable for you. Just wear it and give it a try. If you wear it, it will be like the Black Princess in a fairy tale, mysterious and charming." Lime-Yu was silent and shook his head. "What about this one? And this one?" A set of white women's evening dresses are elegant and simple, and look mature and generous. The other one is a pink slim suit, with a white lettered long-sleeved t-shirt, which is more playful and cute. I think they are all suitable for you. You are going to attend the party, whether it is an evening dress or a suit." Pepper blinked his little expectant eyes and begged him pitifully, "Just try one, just one day." Lime-Yu ignored Pepper's face indifferently and burst into tears, and pushed her out of the door amid the protests. "You go out, I'll pick a men's clothing myself. Close the door and lock it." He leaned against the door and sighed forcefully. His heart was complicated and difficult to understand. Half an hour later, he pushed the door open and walked out, and the room was full of clothes that had disappeared. All the clothes, well, including all women's clothing, were received by him in the dimensional space. He simply wore a white top and black trousers. If you ignore the price of these two clothes, then ignore his overly delicate face and eye-catching light blue hair. This looks like an ordinary young man. Pepper, who had been waiting in the living room for a long time, was disappointed. His outfit was obviously not as good-looking as she chose. Lime-Yu walked outward and waved to Pepper, "Let's go, I'll be late later." The time is just right, and they have to drive to Disney Concert Hall. The party was held there, starting at 8 p.m., lasting for 4 hours and ending at 12 p.m. There were not many people when Lame-Yu and Pepper arrived. Melodious tunes were played in the hall, and there were geometric wave-shaped warm-toned wall tiles on the walls, which were empty and full of artistic atmosphere. A few people gathered in groups of 3 or 3 to chat everywhere in the hall. Chapter 25. It's not about being tempted to see lust. The Disney Music Hall, the Stark Soldiers Family Foundation Gala is held here. As one of the main agents of the organizers, Pepper had to deal with the so-called celebrities from all walks of life. She was pulled away shortly after the two arrived. Lime-Yu really brought a bag of snacks, including biscuits, candied fish, chocolate, candies, etc. The world of foodies is never free from delicious snacks. Because he had eaten up all his reserved grain in the afternoon, the small amount of snacks came from the collection cabinet of the great Tycoon Stark. Find a chair from the corner and sit on the edge of the bar. The snack bag he placed casually on the table was half opened, and the various exquisitely packaged high-end snacks inside were very dazzling. There are 4 or 5 bartenders at the bar. One of the bartenders in white shirts glanced at him, then looked again, and walked over with a stern face. "Sorry, we don't allow people with disheveled clothes to enter here, and we are not allowed to bring our own food. I will confiscate the things. Please leave here, otherwise I will call the security guard." There are other rules, but there are naturally no regulations on confiscation of things. He just saw some high-end products inside, intending to give himself some benefits while maintaining the rules. There are all kinds of people in the crowd, and the aesthetics are very different. After all, even the Thulha family likes it. so it didn't surprise Lime-Yu too much if someone could resist his appearance. He just shook his head helplessly. Isn't it appropriate to confiscate things? This is private property, and as far as I know there is no such rule here. The great sage can find all the regulations of Disney Concert Hall in an instant. I said there is. I just follow the rules. The bartender in the white shirt started to become irritable, with his big eyes staring at the man with a copper bell. Lime-Yu pushed the snack forward slightly. Since you said so then, give it. I see how you beg me to take it back then. Are you really brave and dare to take advantage of the situation in such an occasion, and aren't you afraid of losing your job? Or do I seem easy to bully, and I dare not say anything even if I suffer a loss? Indeed, his appearance is very deceptive in the eyes of others. Those who like him will think he is cute and charming, those who have malicious intentions will think he is weak and bullied. In fact, his personality is neither lovely nor weak. At this moment, Obadiah passed by not far away. He noticed the commotion here and walked over with a smile, waved his hand while saying hello to the bartender and not continue to argue. Why are you here? Don't tell me in advance, otherwise I should prepare cakes and milk for you in advance. I know you like to eat cakes. Obadiah is still wearing a suit and ties, with a gentle smile on her face, like a kind-hearted elder. He pulled out a ticket and asked the bartender for a cocktail, a glass of whiskey Manhattan. Looking up and down at Lime-Yu's clothes, looking at the snack bags on the table, nodding in agreement, this is the party we held ourselves, we should be more casual and come as we are happy. If you have any requests, you can find the manager here and report my name. Obadi secretly blinked. We gave a lot of money, we have the final say. Don't be bullied by others here. Lime-Yu responded with a smile, okay, thank you, Obi. Obadiah didn't plan to stay for too long. He looked worried about his work. Okay, I still have a lot of trouble to deal with. You know, adults always have to socialize this and that, there is no time to relax. Before leaving, he called a white shirt bartender, pulled it to the side and stuffed a few big tips, patted him on the shoulder, go and buy me some drinks like milk for this cute little guy. And don't make him unhappy again, okay? Obadiah smiled, but his words were paused. This made the bartender shudder and hurriedly agreed. After walking away, Obadiah frowned and looked back, and Lime-Yu was still sitting in front of the bar. He shook his head gently and labeled Lime-Yu. He was weak in character, easily bullied, and not at all threatening. The bartender in the white shirt held the ticket in his hand and was about to go buy something. Lime-Yu waved to him and called him over. No, I don't want to drink now. As he spoke, Lime-Yu reached out and pulled out the green US dollar bills from the bartender's hand one by one, and put them in his pocket with the bartender's stunned look on his face. The bartender wanted to say something but stopped, as if he wanted to say something, but he was a little afraid. Lime-Yu waved his hand impatiently. Why are you still standing there? Go your own. After sitting for a while, Lime-Yu spent all his interest. The music is pretty good, but the topics that those whispering people are not that elegant. Women's side are nothing more than cosmetics, clothing, and maintenance. Men's side talk about women, watches, stock markets, and financing. Most of the men and women are flirting with each other. Thanks to the extraordinary listening and the processing ability of the great sage, as long as Lime-Yu wants to listen, there are almost no secrets in the audience. Pepper said nothing wrong. This kind of party is very boring. After sitting for less than 10 minutes, Lime-Yu was already lying on the table and drowsy. Either go back, or go out for a walk. Lime-Yu yawned, stood up, slipped along the wall, planning to go out for a walk. Anyway, don't be careful about safety issues, wait until the time comes before slipping back. There are many people outside, journalists, guests from all walks of life, handsome men and beautiful women, and they are dazzling. A certain slime swayed step by step as he walked and watched as he walked, just like an old man was leisurely walking on the street. After walking for a while, suddenly, with a snap, he grabbed Lime-Yu's wrist from behind with one hand. A soft and gentle voice blew into Lime-Yu's ears at the same time, "Hello, are you separated from the adults? Do you need help?" Lime-Yu turned around and for a moment it seemed like pear blossoms met crab apples. Both of them were amazed by each other's beauty. What a beautiful beauty! X2. The girl in front of her was half a head taller than Lime-Yu. Because of the angle, when he turned his head, a pair of shirts could hardly be wrapped around him, but the other party's shoulders were unexpectedly thin and flat, and a very small black cross was hung around his neck. Upwards are the clear cherry lips and facial features with mixed blood texture. With its dazzling golden hair, there are eyes as charming as water. With both the exotic style of the West and the exquisite and gentleness of the East, she instantly captured Slime's mimicry heart. Oh no, it's the feeling of falling in love at first sight. The woman had a gentle smile on her face and her eyebrows were curved. She couldn't help but be attracted by the pretty and lovely child in front of her, so she was lost for a moment. "Who are you?" Lime-Yu blinked her big amber eyes and looked sideways, showing a pitiful, harmless, and lovable look. Clever hunters often appear in the shape of prey. The woman pressed the touch in her heart and reached out to lift the work card without any presence from the plump bottom, which read Alice Bray Graham. "You can call me Alice. I am the staff here, responsible for guiding guests to the Stark Subsidy Soldiers Family Fund Gala. I see you wandering here. Are you lost? Or have you lost something? I don't know you need it. Don't need help?" Lime-Yu nodded quietly, "It's necessary, very necessary. I came to attend the Stark Foundation Gala. I left and walked out for a walk, and now I can't find my way back." Little confused, Alice smiled secretly, gently pulled Lime-Yu's hand and walked back with him. "So, please come with me." "Good." Chapter 26. Those who disturb my grandfather and make friends, female, will die. Outside the Disney Music Hall, I met a big sister who was very happy and pulled him back to the hall. Lime-Yu followed quietly behind. The blonde big sister's hands were warm and soft, and it was very comfortable to hold. Alice, who was walking in front, was also a little excited. It was so lucky to meet such a beautiful and cute little guy, and her hands were cold and soft, and she felt like jelly. The two of them had their own thoughts and walked for a while and entered the concert hall. By chance, Lime-Yu returned to the position he had just sat in. "Although the chair is gone. When I'm here, I'll leave first." Just as Alice said goodbye and was about to turn and leave, she grabbed her from behind with one hand. "Alice, can you chat with me? I'm bored here alone." Lime-Yu raised his small face at 45 degrees, with a glimmer of expectation and a hint of loneliness in his big eyes, which was pitying. Lime-Yu knows how to use his appearance advantages very well. Alice frowned slightly, and ripples appeared in her eyes. She couldn't bear to refuse, but was a little embarrassed, so she could only explain carefully with apologies, I still have a job. The Stark Foundation has provided me with the opportunity to work and study. I cannot leave my post at will." Lime-Yu narrowed his eyes and smiled, "That's right, I need you to host me on behalf of the Stark Foundation. I am a high-value client. If you can get a donation for the foundation, I believe the foundation will be happy." Alice frowned tighter and tighter, and she pursed her lips and blamed her, "You can't spend your family's money casually. I'll chat with you for a while, but it can't be too long." Lime-Yu handed Alice a few chocolates and asked casually, "Are you a student? Are you a soldier in your family?" Alice took apart one and took a bite. The smooth and sweet smell made her face show a warm smile, and she nodded gently, "Yes, I'm in college. My father is a veteran and has received a lot of help from the Stark Foundation." Lime-Yu also laughed, "What a coincidence, I am also in college and just entered the school this year." Alice widened her aqua blue eyes in surprise, with 3 points of charm. "Your age? Maybe around 15? Age doesn't matter. Lime-Yu's age is really hard to say how old she is. There are huge gaps between his physical age, appearance age, and soul age. Did you come with your family? It doesn't seem like this place you would come at your age. Alice was a little curious about why Limu was alone in such an occasion. In addition to calling for donations, the so-called fund party is mainly to provide a place for exchanges and talks among people from all walks of life. They will connect with each other and get to know the elites in different fields here. For them, connections are the biggest resource. There are not a new generation of young people here, but they will dress as mature as possible, looking like they are 10 years older than they can. Lime-Yu looks like a high school student, and looks out of place with everyone. Well, I'm right, I've come with someone else. I've stayed at home for too long and went out for a walk, and then I found that it was really boring here, so I ran out to take a look. Alice half covered her mouth, with a hint of cunning in her eyes, and she joked with jokes, and got lost 100 meters away. This. Lime-Yu's eyes wandered for a second, but he quickly looked at Alice calmly, with clear eyes and righteousness. Some people are born to get lost. I am such a person, which is very distressing, but I can't do anything about it either. Okay, even if you said it's really good. Then why don't you go to places like amusement parks? It should be more interesting there. Lime-Mushin nodded with consent. I think so too. I always want someone to go out with me, go to places like amusement parks, zoos, etc., take a speed car, or see lions and tigers. He seemed full of anticipation, but he was a little reluctant to speak. But no one can accompany me. If there is a chance, can I invite you to the amusement park together? The loneliness revealed in the words is heartbreaking. Alice gently stroked her suffocating chest, as if she saw a child locked up at home, with no friends to play with and her family busy with work. Of course it's okay, but do you know how to contact me? Lime-Yu blinked gently. I know you know how to contact you. Alice smiled docilely. Remember it, my phone number is 1. Just as Lime-Yu and Alice were having a good time, a middle-aged gentleman with a high hairline quietly walked over. He stood beside Lime-Yu with a polite and gentle smile on his face. Echibi. Lime-Yu suddenly turned around. His face was clearly smiling and his eyes were, but it was so sharp that it was stabbed into a man's face like a knife. Who is so ignorant to disturb him? Hello, is there anything you need to ask me for? The man had a clever Cold War, his arms were covered with goosebumps, and the cold sweat behind him suddenly came down. At this moment, years of experience in the agents told him that some extreme danger was approaching step by step. The man took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress his stress response, and maintained a polite smile on his face. I am Agent Coulson, I am from the Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. If you want to do it, Tony Shi Tucker consults you about things. I don't know if you have time to chat with me for a while. When Lime-Yu heard the name Coulson, he looked at the man in surprise. A familiar big face and a highly recognizable hairline are indeed the agent Phil Coulson in my memory. The underground studio of Stark Villa. Tony Stark is fiddling with a three-dimensional projection. His Mark II design and manufacturing has been completed, and Mark III, which uses gold titanium alloy materials, has also been manufactured, but he has not gone out to play with the flowers in the past few days. He hid in the villa honestly and studied reusable laser cutters. There were still several technical difficulties that he had not overcome. He was still far from reaching the ideal power. While he was playing around with the three-dimensional projection, he ordered Jarvis, Jarvis, please call me Limu. There is a small problem here, I think maybe. Sorry, Mr. Eshberia is not here now. Stark was a little surprised. No. How is that possible? That guy who is even more homeless than me and fiddled with drawings 25 hours a day ran out to play? Where has he gone? This is unreasonable. Sir, records show that Mr. Eshberia and Ms. Potts went to attend the third Tony Stark subsidized Soldiers Family Fund Gala, located at Disney Concert Hall. Stark was still studying three-dimensional projection, and didn't raise his head. He took off a crystal model and installed it, and then disassembled it. I didn't tell me during lunch. Didn't I get invited? My party? The record shows no, sir. Stark stopped all the movements in his hand, a little dissatisfied. Why didn't I get invited to my party? This is also unreasonable, right, Jarvis? Of course, you are always right. Chapter 27. The Woman I Like, No One is Allowed to Touch, Part 1. Coulson found Lemu at the party. Hearing the word agent, Alice's face suddenly became cold. She stepped forward and stood in front of Lemu. Agents are not a good thing, especially in the United States. Mr. Agent, she is just a minor. Please stop your harassment. Otherwise I will call the police immediately. There will be many reporters outside the door, and they will be willing to interview you about this matter. Lemu pulled the corner of Alice's clothes and comforted her. It's okay, I'll say a few words to him. Because he is the famous Coulson in Marvel, he doesn't care about his disturbance. Lemu still has a good impression of this character. He likes the words Coulson said when he was killed by Loki in the future, "You are doomed to fail because you lack faith." Lemu looked at Coulson seriously and teased with 3 points, "Son of Cole, I know your purpose, although you came a bit presumptuous. It's not the time yet. I will contact you when necessary. Please wait quietly, and it will be as you wish." Coulson is equal to son of Col, and similar names include Odinson and others. Lemu saw a man coming in through the door with sharp eyes. He raised his chin and signaled to Coulson, "Here, Tony is there, maybe you can ask him in person. By the way, the name of the game you have is too long, so you should change it. I think Shield is a good name. If you plan to use this name, remember to give me the copyright fee." Shield, is actually the abbreviation of the first letter of the Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Haha, Coulson smirked and said goodbye politely, "I'm disturbing." When he left, he was still wondering, my father has another name called Cole. Or do I have another father? Send Coulson away. Alice was still a little worried. How could there be agents coming to you? Are you in danger? Lemu patted Alice's arm and chuckled and changed the subject. It's okay, it's Tony Stark's business, it has nothing to do with me, I'm just an innocent insider. Let's talk about something else? The cross necklace looks very good. Did you buy it yourself? Alice felt a little relieved when she heard that it had nothing to do with Lemu. She shook her head, it was given by my parents' friend. When I was very young, I didn't remember it at all. Speaking of this, have you heard of it? There were UFOs wandering in the night sky near Los Angeles and Malibu a few days ago. Someone has taken videos, like 2 meteors, but they will turn and circle. Lemu thought to himself, is there something so strange? But it is an easy topic to talk about. He said confidently, actually, there are many aliens in this world. They often visit the Earth. If you are interested, I can talk to you. Alice covered her mouth gently and smirked. The little guy in front of her looked so cute. She doesn't really think there are aliens, right? That would be even more cute. Baron Hammer is the cousin of Justin Hammer, president of Hammer Group. Of course, this identity is not important. What is important is that he is one of the executives of the Hanmo Group. He is less than 30 years old this year and has a dignified appearance. He can be regarded as a model of young, promising, and not inferior. This kind of party is usually half of his home court, and women of all sizes always surround him, and the bosses from all walks of life who meet will also speak to him in a nice voice. But for many years, he has never seen such a beautiful and radiant woman in front of him. His every move can inadvertently stir people's hearts. The other person next to him is also a beauty. She looks comparable in appearance alone, but she lacks that unique bonus and is slightly inferior. He held up a cocktail and came to the two of them, smiling, confident and elegant, two beautiful ladies, I wonder what you are talking about? Are I honored to join? Lime-Yu and Alice looked at each other and completed the electrocardiogram in an instant. Do you know this person? I don't know each other. I don't know each other either. I accidentally heard you talk about aliens. I just invested in the film Meteors from the Sky where aliens visited the Earth, which received great praise. There should be a lot of say in this topic. Can you make a friend with two beauties? Hanmer showed a self-deprecating smile, the cocktail in his hand swayed and the wine swayed rhythmically. He felt that he could definitely successfully attract the attention of the two beauties, especially the little beauty with light blue hair and a childish face. Burin's eyes were staring at Lime-Yu unconsciously, like iron filings attracted by magnets, small and exquisite, simply, this is his favorite type. Lime-Yu doesn't like this man very much. His eyes look like greasy old bats, his hair is greasy like an old bat, and his face is greasy. Has the whole person been marinated in hairspray? It's as annoying as Snape in a certain movie. And what is Meteor Outside the Sky? I haven't heard of it, will anyone really care? Reported, Meteors from the Sky is a science fiction movie released in 2005, with an investment of $200,000, with a box office of $120 on the first day, a total box office of $2,680, and a Dujiang score of 1.1. It is the answer of the great sage. Lime-Yu blinked, a little dazed. There are too many complaints, and I don't know where to start complaining for a while. Okay, I didn't ask you. Lame-Yu smiled slightly at Hammer, looking quite innocent, and her eyes were soft and friendly. I only make friends with people with good alcohol tolerance. How about you? I'm not drinking yet age, but I admire people with good alcohol tolerance. In contrast to her appearance, Lime-Yu's heart was already full of fire and murderous intent. If you dare to come over and flirt with the woman you like, you are afraid you don't want to live anymore. Hanmer chuckled and calmly said, it seems that this is God's destined fate. I grew up in a jar of wine. I have drunk everything from street stalls worth hundreds of yuan to millions of yuan. You can taste the quality of the wine in one sip. The law here stipulates that alcohol is not allowed before the age of 21, but some people drink secretly at home. Naturally no one cares about it. Lime-Yu winked at Alice. Alice understood Lime-Yu's meaning and waved her hand to ask the bartender for the strongest glass of wine. At the same time, my impression of Lime-Yu was refreshed. I thought she was harmless, but I didn't expect that she was quite rude. Lime-Yu turned around, still having a little white rabbit-like smile on his face. Then don't you mind, let's try your alcohol tolerance, right? Of course there is no problem. If I can drink the fine wine you invited, I will be honored. The man agreed very simply. He knew that the little beauty in front of him was deliberately testing himself. He was very familiar with this kind of test and could often encounter it in various social engagements. This is a good opportunity to win the other party's favor. At this time, you must not show your timidity, but instead have to be bored with a bold mouthful. Even if the other party is originally thinking of slandering people, it is easy to be impressed by his own generosity and sincerity. This trick has been tried and done in various drinking parties. As long as the other party is convinced, there is nothing that cannot be agreed upon. Moreover, he was quite confident in his alcohol tolerance. Not only did he start drinking since he was a child, but later he often had to socialize for 3 or 4 games overnight. Just a cup? It doesn't matter if it's 10 times more. Lame-Yu took the cocktail handed over by the bartender. The moment he turned around, his palm brushed through the mouth of the cup, covering others' sight. The light yellow wine was instantly replaced with a transparent and colorless liquid. Chapter 28. The Woman I Like is Not Allowed to Touch, Part 2. How to use a cup to kill a person. Lime-Yu used the Predator skill to remove the wine from the cup and replaced it with pure ethanol for backup in the dimensional space. There was no drop of water in the alcohol. Use airflow to control the injection of carbon dioxide into it. I heated it up with the heat control skills. One of the small skills that the great sage has acquired in the past 6 months is not many, but enough. Dioxide, both carbon and heating, can effectively promote the body's absorption of alcohol. If the absorption rate exceeds the metabolic rate, alcohol poisoning will occur, which can cause death in severe cases. The reason why beer is easy to get drunk when mixing with white wine is because beer contains a lot of carbon dioxide, and white wine contains a lot of alcohol. The most famous of these is the deep water bomb cocktail, also known as the scattered wine. It is said that it originated from the bottom-class people in American society, and because they don't have money to drink too much wine, they use this money-saving method to seek drunkenness. Lemu held the cup in both hands and handed it to Hammer, her big eyes full of expectations, which was hard to refuse. Hammer took it without hesitation, and after signaling to the two, he drank it all in one masculine manner. The cup is a little warm and has no smell when it is in the mouth. It is like water. I have never drunk this kind of wine. Good wine. The taste is very unique. There is a kind of cough. He wanted to praise him a few more words, but his lips and mouth began to numb, and there seemed to be fire in his stomach, which slowly turned into a simple pain. It's like being beaten up a few times, and I want to vomit but can't, so I can only cough dryly. Limu was spreading his hands innocently. As a rival in love, I was already very kind. He caught a tall and thin bartender. Go and call the security guard to come. Someone here is poisoned by alcohol and needs to go to the hospital for stomach washing. You don't want to spread the alcohol they have made to death, right? After Coulson hit a wall at Lemu, he found Tony Stark. But before he started talking, he was sent away by 2 sentences, and he only gained another complaint about the name of a certain bureau being too long. Because Stark was busy looking for his little secretary Pepper. In the crowd, Pepper was chatting with 2 noble ladies. She was wearing a blue backless dress, her long golden hair curled into small waves at the ends, sexy and enchanting. Stark's eyes were straightened. Stark walked up and pulled Pepper to dance, but Pepper was uncomfortable throughout the whole process, as if he was worried. Stark asked thoughtfully, "Do you want to go out for some breath?" "Good." Coulson stood at the edge of the hall. He looked at Stark and Pepper, who were walking to the rooftop, then looked back at Lemu and Alice, who were chatting hotly, without saying a word. Whose fault is it? All joy and sorrow in the world are conserved. If someone is happy, someone will suffer. Therefore, it is all the mistakes made by those who are happy without authorization. On the rooftop, Pepper frowned and tried to explain his feelings to Stark. "This is so strange." Stark tried to comfort her, "It's no big deal, we just danced a dance." Pepper didn't think so. She looked at Stark and felt a little excited, so she was a little danced and incoherent when she spoke. "This is definitely not a big deal. It's not just dancing, you don't understand, you are not me. Everyone knows that your ambiguous relationship with many women. Of course, these are no big deal, but you are my boss. You dance with me, I am like those women who want to be with you." Pepper was not able to sit in the position of Stark's secretary, but she had her own abilities and means. If it was because of her physical condition, Stark would not like her to be a personal assistant, and it would be even more impossible for her to stay away from touching her for so long. Pepper does not plan to rely on or please others for money or anything else. After all, she is just a little rich woman. Although she is not as rich as Stark, she is enough to be prosperous and prosperous for several lifetimes. Stark was helpless, it was too much of a problem, you think things too complicated. "But, I'm wearing such a dress, we're still." Pepper's voice became lower and lower, and it seemed that there was only each other in their sight. Some invisible gravity attracted the two of them to get closer and closer. They closed their eyes and their cheeks were put together, as if they were going to kiss. At this moment, Pepper suddenly woke up, and she looked at Stark, who was so close to her, in a daze. I want to have a glass of wine. Okay, I'll get it. Stark nodded and walked downstairs quickly, expressionless and quick. He was rarely a little panicked and tried to hide himself in this way. He has played with a lot of physical body. This is the first time he has played with feelings. Halfway through, before he arrived at the bar, Stark was stopped by a woman wearing a black suspender and a hot body. The woman's voice was filled with surprise, sarcastic spirit, and unconcealed pleasure. Tony Stark. I was so surprised to meet you here. Who is this? Stark looked at her with a confused look on his face, looked at her, and said, Hi. Carly. The woman corrected, Kristen. You are so brave. You dare to appear here tonight? Before Stark went to Afghanistan, he had a one-night stand with this woman. Then the next day, he ruthlessly left this woman who had the joy of fish and water. She didn't see each other, and didn't give her money, and asked Pepper to sweep her out like garbage. Who knows how much psychological trauma this free act has caused to Christine. The following is the journey of Christine when she returned home and faced the mirror after being swept out of the house. Christine, just a young reporter from Vanity Fair magazine. That's right, just like the name of my unit, I just like fame and fortune. There is nothing wrong with this. No one doesn't like money. Everyone is like this. Paying a small irrelevant price for this, such as sleeping with a rich man, is no big deal. It's just a matter of willingness to pay for money and be willing to pay. But the young reporter also has self-esteem. I can sleep with the rich at will, but I am absolutely unwilling to be their dog licking. Being dumped as if nothing happened? Even licking his face around them? Impossible. Tony Stark actually dared not pay any compensation after playing with me. I must take revenge. Stark twisted his face and looked at Christine with some convulsions. Is there anything more interesting than meeting a free partner? If so, I remember the other party's name wrong. Stark turned his face away and tried to relieve the bald embarrassment. Yes, I'm very panicked now. Christine sneered in her heart, and her face remained silent. I mean, you shouldn't have no idea about the big news that your company has recently exploded, right? I haven't been in the company these few months. Have you ever heard of it? Of course, Christine has heard that. She asked this on purpose. Christine took out a few photos she carried with her, which contained weapons with Stark's industrial logo. The weapons in the photo are not in the hands of the US military, nor in the hands of the United Nations forces, but in the hands of the famous Afghan terrorist 10 Rings. She was about to send it to Stark later, but she didn't expect to meet her here. This is really... God follows man's wish. Is this what you call responsibility? Christine's sarcastic voice pierced people's hearts, which hurts a little. Half a year ago, Stark declared at a press conference with righteousness that he would lead the company in a direction that is more in line with the interests of the country and the world. And now? Stark looked through the photos and his face turned gloomy as stagnant. There are 4 photos in total, from tanks to missile vehicles, everything is from their own brand. This face was slapped, and it sounded like a bang. Chapter 29. Wars in the distance and things that must be done. When Stark found Obadiah, he was dealing with reporters outside the door. Stark had a gloomy face, raised the photo in his hand, and asked him angrily, "Have you seen these? What's going on?" The polite smile on Obadiah's face suddenly became calm. Damn it! Some of the subordinates were careless and did not remove the logo when shipped, so they accidentally took photos. This incident just broke out yesterday, but I didn't expect Stark to come to the door with the photo today. He thought that Tony Stark, who was unaware of the world, would not know this for the time being, and he had time to suppress things. Unexpectedly, Stark didn't go out for several months, and it was such a coincidence as soon as he went out. He tried to comfort Stark, although he knew that nothing he said was useless. "Tony, listen to me, don't be so naive. Stark had no intention of compromise and interrupted Obadiah's words with gritted teeth. I'm quite naive. Our company is doing shady transactions, right? This is the bottom line you are talking about. The two looked at each other, never giving in, like a wolf who chose people to eat. One is the lone wolf expelled from the pack, and the other is the new king of the pack. Obadiah took the lead in looking away. He was not afraid, but he just didn't want to make a fuss in public. Okay, now is the time to take a photo. The reporters were waiting to take a photo as the cover of the report of the fund party. In front of the reporter, Stark had to cooperate if he didn't want any strange news to spread. Obadiah gently patted Stark's shoulder and hugged him and whispered in a whisper, "Who do you think is against you returning to the company?" "It's me. This is the only way I can protect you." Obadiah chuckled proudly. "I play with someone from beginning to end, and finally tell him in person, that it is me playing with you, and the other party has no power to resist. Is there anything more pleasing than this?" After taking the photo, Obadiah walked on the red carpet and left surrounded by reporters. Stark, who was stunned, stared at his back in a daze. At this time, he was alone and no one cared about it. Christine, who was watching the whole time, smiled with satisfaction, and the result was even better than she expected. She turned around and left, no longer looking at this poor man. Billionaire? Genius? It's just a naive, ungrown, poor baby. Oh! This feeling is really comfortable for the body and mind. When he saw Stark running out in a hurry, Lime probably guessed what happened. He could only say goodbye to Alice reluctantly, "I need to leave first, see you next time." Lime and Alice hugged each other gently as a farewell. There was a gentle jasmine fragrance permeating the tip of their noses. He gave Alice half a bag of snacks left. "Thank you for helping me so much just now." Alice took it, reached out to rub Lime's head and chuckled softly, "Thank you, little cutie. Don't get lost next time." Before going back, Lime went to the rooftop first. Pepper was still alone here and was blowing the cold wind, looking out against the wall, with a bit of loneliness in his expression. Lime came here to rescue Pepper. She and Stark are a good couple. If you have the chance, Lime doesn't mind pushing them. The man has love and is interested. If they can get together, it will be considered to be happy. There is more or less a CP mentality here. Lime walked forward and stood beside her. "Tony asked me to tell you that he left in advance, so there is no need to wait for him." Pepper was a little surprised, and just nodded, asking back, "Are you having fun? I didn't have time to see you just now." "I'm very happy, but I have to go back first now. I'll call Happy to come and pick me up." "The party is not over, you should still have to work hard." The reason why Lime was in a hurry to leave was because if he was not wrong, Stark would go to Afghanistan to do something wrong, to be a hero. "Run faster and maybe you can catch up with them." "I am optimistic about Stark and don't die," this is by the way. Mainly, who can refuse to fight with the enemy in armor? This is one of the two battlefields that men care about most in their lives. When Lemu returned to Stark Villa, Tony Stark was sitting on the sofa in the basement watching the news. The room was very quiet. Apart from the not-so-sounding TV, he could only hear Stark's heavy breathing. On the big screen in front is a report on the small town of Kumala in Afghanistan. There are countless refugees in the picture and gunfire is everywhere. The unknown forces who fired at the ruins, broken walls, smoke, flames, and guns, bullets ejected on the wall in front of the camera and burst out a flash of sparks. It is not difficult to imagine what kind of life the cameraman risked his life to take these pictures and how desperate the people living there were. As the picture turned, Stark actually saw the leader of the Ten Rings gang who had once captured him. The guy was smoking a cigarette and carrying a rifle, leisurely in the ruins. Lime stood quietly behind Stark, looked silently for a while, and asked softly, "Are you going?" Lime was behind him, unable to see his expression clearly, and it took a long time to hear a dull voice. Of course. I have to go. Some things are something that people must do, some things that people must protect. Perhaps everyone cares about different things, but their intentions must be the same. When Alice returned to the dormitory, it was already 1 o'clock in the evening. Her dormitory is a double room with only one roommate. In the quiet dormitory, her best friend Nicole Nasr was still staying up late to read books and do questions. She sat on the chair in a thin nightgown, with no strand inside. Hearing the door open, Nicole waved hard, and screamed like a drowning duck. Alice! Alice! Come here quickly, I can't understand this question. Tell me how to do it. Alice changed her shoes and sighed, she knew it would be like this. After working part-time for a long time, there is a rumor about the king of calligraphy when I come back, so I can't have a good rest. Today is the weekend. Walking to Nicole, Alice sighed loudly and deliberately gave Nicole to listen. Go to bed early, let's talk about it tomorrow. Nicole grabbed Alice's hand and hugged it, shaking it and acting coquettishly. No Alice, Alice, please help me see it quickly. I can't understand that I can't sleep. The tuition here is very expensive. Wasting every minute and every second is like losing money. Okay, I'll take a look. Alice pushed Nicole away, sat on the chair helplessly, focusing on the question, which was a high-level mathematics. Nicole, who was standing aside, noticed that Alice was still holding a bag in her hand, which seemed to contain some snacks. She touched a small piece of chocolate and came out, unpacking the packaging and biting half of it. As I chewed, I found that something seemed wrong with the packaging bag. It looked a little familiar, as if I had seen it on a web page. Nicole took out her mobile phone and checked. Edible gold packaging, black truffle, and a single piece of chocolate was only priced at $2.60. Oh, there is 1K difference between the middle, $2.6K. Varied. What a ghost. She was stunned for a second, and then she cried out with heartache. Nicole reached out her hand with tears in her eyes and trembling eyes, handing half of the bitten chocolate to Alice, and her voice was sobbing. Alice. Sorry. I'll give you the remaining half. Can you make me a cheaper one? Tears were hanging on the corners of her eyes, and she was still chewing in her mouth. I can't bear to stop, nor can I swallow it, I can't bear to eat it, a mouthful of $1,300. Woo, eat a cell phone in one bite. Alice looked up in confusion, what's wrong? Is it so delicious? They all cried. That night, Alice lay on the bed. She held the quilt with Mickey Mouse printed on it and tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. No matter what, I never imagined that the total price of a little snack that others give casually is in units of tens of thousands. Bags are still luxury goods, so a small bag is even more expensive than a year's tuition. It just feels hot when you hold it in your hand. She looked at the ceiling in a daze. How could she return it? There is no contact information, no address, or even no name, but she seems to know the famous Tony Stark. I can only wait for the other party to contact me. Well, don't know when will the Tao be able to get better? The light blue hair color is rare, so cute, so thinking. Thinking of this, Alice unconsciously tightened the quilt. The darker the night, the sleepiness gradually surged into my heart. Outside the window, 2 white streams of light passed by the distant sky. Every night when you fall asleep peacefully, there is always someone silently guarding you behind it. Chapter 30. Plastic flowers blooming on bloody land. The night is charming and the stars are dotted. Especially when flying above the clouds, you will find that the stars here are really, very bright, so bright that they feel unreal. 2 types of mechas flew in high altitude, like 2 missiles. The powerful power of the reactor pushed them through the speed of sound, making a huge sound, leaving 2 conical sonic clouds. A painted blue and white is SLIME-Muse Ghost number 1. Another red and gold split is Stark's Mark III. The cruise speed is maintained at Mach 2.3, and it takes about 5 hours to arrive in Afghanistan, which is a long journey. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon when we arrived. Lamo should have been revisited when she went to Afghanistan. He looked at the yellow sand that was swept through his body quickly, and felt a little kind in his heart. It was here that he returned to the earth. But this mood soon disappeared without a trace, because there were more and more refugees in their sight. There are only 3 or 5 scattered places, and there are long queues in some places. Big people and small people are all pale and thin, with either terrified or numb, struggling to rush in the scorching sun. Soon, I saw other people dressed in relatively neatly and cleanly running away in the wilderness. The town not far behind them was filled with smoke and gunfire, and explosions rose. This is the town of Kumala, and the terrorists from the Ten Rings gang have been occupying it these days. Those townspeople who escaped. If nothing unexpected happens, they will eventually become refugees. The evildoers of the Ten Rings gang are kidnapping women and children and plundering everything they can take away. They used trucks to transport women and children and sold them for money. These people will be sent to the black market and become playthings for some people, or flow into places like red light areas, or become living organ warehouses. And men either become their cannon fodder or shoot them on the spot. The lives here are valuable and not valuable. There are ruins everywhere, and bullet holes and corpses are everywhere. This is the place in troubled times. Looking at the scenes in front of her, SLIME-Muse's mimicked heart suddenly tightened together, as if it was held by an invisible hand. A kind of indifferent murderous intent filled his mind. It is better to be a peaceful dog than to be a chaotic person. In fact, where is there anyone in troubled times? They are all ants that are worse than dogs. Starks angrily scolded from Mark III next to him, Farkey. The next second, the angry Stark controlled Mark's armor and dived from a high altitude. He first stepped on his head and stepped on a terrorist from the Ten Rings gang to death, then he raised his hand and knocked 2 handguns to knock the other 2 terrorists away. Suddenly attacked, the members of the Ten Rings gang were unable to organize effective resistance. They just useless fire at Mark with guns in fear and panic. The bullets hit the ground and fire flew everywhere, but they could only scratch Mark's surface armor, and could not even hinder Stark's movements. SLIME-Muse followed closely behind, and he snapped off his big sword from behind with a click, and dived towards the crowd of gunmen on the ground from a high point. The ghosts and gods flew over the ground, causing a whistling sound of wind. He was holding bullets in front of him and waving his sword, emptying all obstacles in front of him like a fan. 3 human bodies rose into the air, and wailed and screamed endlessly. Then the ghosts and gods rose up under SLIME-Muse's control, completed another dive, and slapped the other 2 people away. After completing the motor, the ghosts and gods happened to be parked next to the truck of the Ten Rings gang. The car was the women and children they kidnapped. A terrorist holding an AKM stood in a daze next to the truck. SLIME-Muse waved his sword silently, the tip of the sword slid down, cut from his shoulder, and broke his body and the gun with 1 knife. Blood overflowed, dyed the sword red, and splashed on the ghosts and gods, like blood cherry blossoms, ferocious and weird. A little blood sticks to the optical sensor, dyeing the picture in front of you blood. SLIME-Muse was clearly in the vacuum-level sealed armor, but he could still feel a bloody smell coming to his face. SLIME-Muse blocked the truck with a sword, and 2 more terrorists came over to take the hostage, but he cut them off with the same method. At this point, no one dared to approach this devil standing like a mountain. Stark quickly used his handgun to clean up all the terrorists in the audience and caught a familiar little bearded leader. He threw the people in front of the townspeople and said something you can deal with, and took off in the air under the gaze of countless people. SLIME-Muse was about to follow. Suddenly a small hand held a shrunk plastic flower and reached in front of him. A dry and hoarse voice sounded at the same time because of tension, speaking in Pashto. Thank you, thank you. A haggard mother with two dirty children, one with long hair and the other with short hair. The little boy with short hair broke away from his mother's arms and was plucking up his tender courage, want to express gratitude to the hideous machine in front of you. The blood-stained face armor of ghosts and gods lowered their faces and stared at him. The ghosts and gods at this moment were no different from those of the real ghosts and gods in the eyes of others. Although the little boy was afraid, he still forced himself to look at the ghosts and gods. Lime saw that the eyes were brown. The little boy's mother looked nervous and caught up to try to cover the boy's eyes, and the other child also pulled tighter. Lime slowly stretched out his hand and took the flower. A low electronic sound came from the ghost armor. "Thank you, I like it very much." The flowers disappear into the palms of ghosts and gods and fall into the dimensional space. The ghost raised his left arm and a small missile popped out of his forearm. Seeing this scene, the mother was stimulated and wailed in horror, turning over and pressing her two children under her body. She had been scared into a frightened bird. Her thin body was trembling, but she had to protect her child no matter what. She lay on the ground, her face pressed against the ground, lowered to the dust. This is maternal love, but it makes people feel mixed and funny. Heartache? Pity? Anger? In the end, only a little bit of sadness that was very faint but never gone was left in my heart. Lime silently dismantled the missile launch frame and spun off the missile tail. He only had a cylinder 2 fingers wide and 1 finger long in his hand. He handed it over gently. "There are tributes. Here, knock it and throw it out, 20 meters away." Lame has the skills to talk to all creatures. The great sage also loaded the All-Earth language pack during this period. He now not only speaks, but also reads and writes all the words on the earth. The little boy stretched out his hand from his mother's arms with difficulty, took the medicine inside the missile, and nodded vigorously, "Yes. This is a special dual-purpose high-explosive bomb with light weight and great power. Explode immediately after the launch hit, or manually trigger it as a grenade, delaying by 3.5 seconds. Throwing is not as far as it is, the advantage is that it can throw curves behind the enemy behind the obstacles, or pass through a narrow corridor. A grenade is not enough to make people live with dignity, but if necessary, it can be allowed to take revenge or die with dignity." Back to the sky. Stark's annoying voice came from the built-in communication, "Alien creatures, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lime in the armor just chuckled softly. He pointed to the distance and put a trap on his own. "I saw that there were ruts in that direction," which was the direction of the Ten Rings gang. "Are you the front of the front?" Stark readily agreed and flew forward first. "Of course, I will always be the first." A few minutes later, another town appeared in sight. Chapter 31. Let's have a gorgeous explosion. This is a small town that has been completely occupied by the Ten Rings gang. The houses and roads were transformed into defensive positions, and they were filled with ammunition everywhere. They were all good things from Stark, and they were placed in the open air. Stark adjusted his direction and lowered his flight altitude, intending to destroy all of this place. An illusory shadow suddenly flashed, and a loud noise was hit by a defensive missile, and a ball of fire broke out in his chest. Stark fell to the ground like a peregrine falcon shot down by an arrow. This is a tank gun-fired missile produced by Stark. As the name suggests, it is a missile fired with tank guns, with the advantages of high initial velocity and automatic locking. The ghost armor that had been following Mark immediately braked and floated in the air. Of course, Lime remembers that there is such a tank that can launch missiles here, otherwise why would he call Stark to fly ahead? It's not a waste of money, and it's a waste of money. Lime asked calmly in the communication channel, "How? Has the effect of human motion control equipment achieved the predetermined goal?" The full name of Human Movement Control Equipment is Gravity Field Type SS Uniform Human Kinetic Energy Control Device. It is the equipment that Lemu and Stark had previously installed on armor. In theory, it can prevent the human body from being damaged by kinetic energy and being braked by emergency braking. Similar to the character who uses blue bars instead of blood bars in the game. He raised his hand from the ruins of the house that was smashed out when Mark's armor fell. I'm fine. I'm fine. The armor was damaged 11%. I felt like I was just shaking and was not injured at all. Vomiting. I just wanted to vomit. Lime-U nodded thoughtfully. Jarvis, collect the data on Mark III and record it as an experimental report. Practical test of human movement control device 001. If you want to vomit, it may be that the momentary force field is not smooth enough. I moved my internal organs and waited for me to study it carefully. Lime-U turned off the recording function of Ghosts and Gods, and relieved a little from the tense mood just now. Get it done, Stark's Black History +1. Stark struggled to climb out of the ruins he smashed out. There was a tank aiming on the road in the town, trying to give Mark another shot. It was the culprit who knocked Stark out of heaven just now. These wild terrorists are real. Lame-U and Stark have been chatting for a long time, but they have not yet adjusted the elevation angle of loading and shooting. Stark's Mark raised his left hand with his armor and a missile popped up from his forearm and hit the tank top cover. This kind of missile is the same as the gadget sent by Lime-U. As we all know, top armor is the weakest place in tank armor and the fatal hole of almost all tanks. With a loud bang, the tank was easily opened, and the hot flames burned into the tank, causing the ammunition to explode. The second explosion was even more violent, and it exploded so hard with a loud bang of firework. The terrorists who were disturbed by movement and stillness came out in full swing, some of whom were holding rifles and machine guns to gather Stark, and some went to move the rocket launcher. However, Stark did not intend to leave them time to use powerful weapons. Mark's armor quickly soared into the air. And 2 plasma jets were shot out of the palm of his hand, accurately hitting the ammunition placed by the terrorists in the open air. The Ten Lords gang did not learn any lessons. All ammunition was like sweet potatoes and potatoes harvested by the old farmer, thrown everywhere. It seems that the scene where Stark escaped in the canyon is repeated. A large-scale mortal explosion occurred quickly, and terrifying flames and air waves covered the entire town. Magnificent mushroom clouds rose. The human body quickly carbonizes and breaks in it, and houses and road blocks are also razed to the ground. The surging waves of fire came to the face, wrapping Mark and Ghosts into it. Lime-U stretched out his 5 fingers, and fire and air flow passed between his fingers, but he could not catch anything. The 2 of them stopped staying for more, activated their armor, passed through the sea of fire and mushroom clouds, and left with 2 long trails. Up in the air. The Ghost suddenly turned his head, and the display screen quickly focused, locking a convoy in the distance. The focus was enlarged and then enlarged, and Lime-U and a half-burned face looked at each other a few kilometers away. It is the leader of the Ten Ring gang. Lime-U recognized him, a scar-faced supporting role that doesn't even deserve a name in the original work. He was ugly and stupid. Even though he captured Stark, he still had a magical operation that made people fight back. This kind of brain circuit. Slime couldn't figure it out. No one is human, but there are still huge species differences between people, and they cannot understand each other. Lime-U turned around and ignored him. According to the original trajectory, this person is likely to die at Obadiah's hands. He also needs him to send parts of Mark I to Obadiah to facilitate the debut of Iron Man in order to gain more wealth. Lime-U had already considered that he did not care whether the development of history was the same as before. As long as it is in his interests, it can be completely followed by the original trajectory, or it can be overturned and disrupted. But the scenes I saw just now kept flashing in his mind. Countless refugees, the dead bodies everywhere, the desolate ruins. And those brown eyes. Lime-U sighed unconsciously. The Great Sage, call on the US military's military satellite to monitor him for 24 hours. Tell me, understand. If he is not dead by then, he will cross the mountains, rivers, and seas and come and finish the fight. This is the romance that belongs to you and me alone. On the way back, when passing over California, it was unexpectedly intercepted by U.S. fighter jets. The two F-22 Raptors were the same as those that Lemu had seen at U.S. military bases, but I don't know if they were the same. Lemu activated the plasma propeller on his back, accelerated to hide into the clouds, disappearing. Stark, who was behind, dealt with the fighter jet for a while, and successfully escaped with the help of Colonel Roddy. The two armors do have radar stealth coatings, but the heat source reaction of the plasma thruster cannot be concealed, and the brightness is also very high, so it is easy to be discovered if it flies too low. The next morning, a magnificent private mansion. Obadiah was watching the news in the living room. He was wearing a home clothes and a rough necklace, like a big social leader. The fireplace was burning and crackling, and the firelight shone on his face and seemed a little gloomy. An explosion occurred in Afghanistan, and the U.S. military discovered UFOs. Stark just confronted him yesterday, and today's news was like a slap on his face, causing pain. He thought he had won, but Stark still had billions of hands. After pondering for a long time, he carefully called a phone number, contact our old Afghan friend and ask if he is dead. On that day, Obadiah took a plane to Afghanistan. It was already early morning when he arrived, and it was the darkest time before the sun was about to rise. Under the dark night, a convoy drove towards the dim terrorist camp. 10 minutes later, a bulletproof black off-road vehicle drove out of the town first, and there were dense sounds of gunfire behind the car. In just a few dozen seconds, everything returned to peace, and the remaining vehicles caught up with the black off-road. Build the 16th zone under the arc generator, gather our best engineers and do it in secret. I want to see the prototype right away. Chapter 32. Stark, that's my responsibility. Lime-U received a report of the death of the target while having supper. In terms of time difference, Afghanistan is more than 10 hours faster than the United States. Obadiah took a team of mercenaries to clear the Ten Rings base, took away the wreckage of Mark I, and the scar-faced leader was burned to death in a tent. It's perfect, everything is moving along the preset trajectory. After this wave, the benefits obtained from Stark Industries stocks are at least quadrupled. Theoretically, for an ordinary person, money to a certain extent is just a string of numbers. There is no difference between 10 billion and 100 billion, because the money a person can spend in his life is limited, and the things he can enjoy are limited. But Lime-U needs a lot of money, the more the better. His own wealth and food and clothing are just one aspect. On the other hand, it also requires sufficient funding to research more advanced technologies, create more advanced equipment, and prepare for various crises in the future. Hydra, aliens, and Thanos are not easy to share. Does superpowers and money abilities conflict? No conflict. Can you want them all? Of course. You are all my wings. Oh my God! Is this bullet hole and blood? What are you doing wearing this thing? Tony! Lemu! Pepper's scream came from the basement. Lime-U subconsciously pressed his forehead and stopped his small mouth chewing on the beef tenderloin. Oh my God, I'm going to suffer. The two Afghan war damage versions of armor were thrown in the basement and had not been cleaned up at all. Living room. Tony Stark, Pepper, and Lemu sat around. The air was a little heavy. The firewood in the fireplace was crackling and the fire was swaying, and it seemed even more silent. Pepper looked at the two of them, with residual fear and anxiety on his face. She calmed down for a while, pursed her lips, and her red eyes slid across the two people, but her tone was very plain. Can anyone tell me what happened? I saw the bullet holes and blood. Stark spread his hands, blinking quickly with guilt, his eyes wandering, but he forced himself to look disapproving. This is no big deal. You'll see it more than this worst time. Stark cheered himself up in his heart. I am the boss, why should I explain it to her? Lime-U nodded, trying to take advantage of the situation. Ah yes, Tony is such a person, there is nothing that can't be done. You don't have to be too surprised. At this moment, the atmosphere on the scene was simply too awkward. It's like skipping the wall and skipping classes to go to an internet cafe. The class teacher caught him in the current situation, and asked him to have tea in the office, and he also called his parents. As the party responsible for the accident, one gave up and the other pretended to be innocent and shirked responsibility. Pepper's faint eyes were frozen on Lime-Yu. What about you? I saw blood on your big toy. The voice is very light, and the eyes are with a knife, which makes people feel chilled. Lime-Yu unconsciously grabbed a strand of hair and smiled embarrassedly. That's not a big toy, it's a gopher robot. We just went to Afghanistan, to fight gopher. Pepper's eyes turned red in an instant, and he was about to cry, tears rolling in his eyes. So you went to Afghanistan? Are you doing the terrorists and explosions in the news? This is very dangerous, you will die. Lime-Yu turned his head and gave Stark a look. Hurry up, go and coax your little secretary. Stark stared back with a gloomy expression. I don't want it, she is worried about you. Lime-Yu glared back and farted. She is obviously worried about you. The two of them had a stalemate for a while, and Lime-Yu finally compromised. He was not as stubborn as Stark. He got up and sat next to Pepper, pulled her hand, and then started to have a headache, not knowing what to say. He had no experience in this kind of thing. After thinking for a long time, that I promise, there will be no next time. Do you promise? I promise. I promise, next time, absolutely, I won't let you see it. Pepper didn't know that Lime-Yu had a non-human physique and would not die if he was shot. In order not to worry, Lime-Yu had to give good lies and false guarantees. It is also the fault of the boy's body shape and appearance. Others always regard Lime-Yu as a weak boy, girl, who is not threatening and weak. Pepper looked at Stark, opened his mouth to speak, but stopped. She knew she had no position to speak to Tony Stark and couldn't ask for anything. She is just a personal assistant, and the person opposite her is her boss. Looking at Pepper's red eyes, Tony Stark took a breath with some discomfort, turned his head away, and stood up to leave. Lime-Yu grabbed him and sat down for me. You are so arrogant. Lime-Yu used non-human strength to press Stark on the sofa, and spoke out to persuade him like a person who had experienced it. Say something, Tony. Escape is useful, but escaping is shameful. No matter what it is, or the relationship, it always has to be faced in the end. It seemed that some switch was poked, and two men and women denied in unison, this is not the case. Stark and Pepper looked at each other, then looked away, their hearts becoming even more confused. Tony Stark sighed, lowered his head and poured himself a glass of water. Halfway through his drink, his eyes began to become blurred and he fell into memories. His voice was low and slow, with a sigh. In Afghanistan, I was shot in the chest and was locked up for 3 months, and I thought I would die there. I was going to die. Someone saved me, I stayed in that place for me forever. The sound of firewood burning in the air seemed even more shattered, as if I were afraid of disturbing them. Stark looked at Pepper's eyes, with a rare seriousness and sincerity in his eyes. I think from the bottom of my heart that I'm right to do this. I used to make money by weapons, but now I want to protect people who have been hurt by me. I'm not on a whim. I only know what I should do now, and that's what I should do. Yesterday someone pointed at my nose and asked me, what is your responsibility? I can tell her now that this is my responsibility. After saying that, Stark lowered his head, and the emotions that had been suppressed by him were stirring in his heart, but he didn't know what he said, whether what is said can be recognized by Pepper. Pepper pursed his lips, his eyes moved away from Stark, feeling relieved, and nodded unwillingly, I understand. Tony, I hope you don't take your life and death seriously. You are not alone, and there are still people who care about you, we. That's great, you understand me. Stark raised his head excitedly, and he interrupted Pepper on his own. I need you to do me another favor. Go to the company and hack the host in my office, enter Obadiah's account, and get all the latest shipment information. I will give you an unlocked USB drive at that time. Things may be in administrative files, or hidden folders. This person is too greedy. Pepper's face turned black. I refuse. In the end, Pepper had to agree to Stark's request, who made her the only person who could freely enter and exit the Stark Industrial CEO's office without attracting attention. Chapter 33. Spy Operation? Wowku Wowku. A few days later. Mark Armor and Ghost Armor have been repaired. Lemu analyzed the data of the human motion control device and improved the smoothness of the force field. At the same time, another problem was found from Mark III's data. Mark's armor was attacked by a frontal attack on air missiles, and the overall armor was damaged 11%. 11% doesn't sound like it's too much? That's in the overall view. In fact, the nail plates that resist the front of the chest are damaged by 64% and are on the verge of breakdown. This means that the armor in the damaged part is almost completely destroyed, and the same position does not have the ability to withstand a missile anymore. In this regard, Lime-Yu used a killing weapon to solve this fatal problem. The Great Sage. The human mobile control device was completely analyzed and reconstructed with the terrifying computing power of the Great Sage, and a leapfrog upgrade was carried out. The device was also renamed by Lime-Yu to a more understandable force field generator. Since this upgrade was entirely handled by Lime-Yu, Stark has no naming rights. If it were only for two carbon-based organisms, Lemu and Stark, it would be impossible to solve this kind of leapfrog complex reconstruction in just a few days, which may take several months or even 1 or 2 years. After all, humans have their limits, so are slimes. After the force field generator is upgraded, it can freely control the range and size of the force field, and the instantaneous power will be greatly enhanced again on the basis that it has been enhanced once. Constant power has also been greatly improved. In addition, it not only retains the function of protecting the human body, but also takes into account the protection of armor. It uses the original energy-saving method, predicts objects that are approaching quickly through sensors distributed throughout the armor, and activates the force field generator the moment before the impact, overlaps the scope of multiple force field generators, and jointly weakens the incoming objects. Kinetic energy. When facing a large-scale explosion, it can also disperse the force field to protect the entire body of the armor. The moment the force field is opened, the powerful gravity will even pull out a small-scale vacuum environment around the armor. But the armor itself is vacuum-sealed and will not affect the people inside. At the same time, Stark's data-stealing USB drive has also been completed. Before the operation, Lime-Yu followed Pepper and asked her to go to Stark Industry with her to steal information. The reason is that it is reasonable to take myself over to visit, which will not arouse Obadiah's alertness, but will also have some care. In fact, he was worried about Pepper's personal safety, and it was also to facilitate himself to better control the direction of the situation. On the way to the company, Lime-Yu secretly sent a text message to an agent who worked for the name is Smelly and the Long-Term Bureau. Agent Coulson, please wait for me downstairs in Stark Industrial. Remember, if I didn't take the initiative to find you, you would pretend not to know me. Previously, Coulson tried to find out some information about Stark from Lemu. Lemu took the opportunity to ask for Coulson's contact information and told him that he would contact him at the right time. Stark Industrial Headquarters. When Lemu and Pepper arrived, Coulson sat in the corridor on the first floor in a regular manner. There were people coming and going in the corridor. The two of them looked at each other, and naturally turned their heads and passed by, as if they didn't know each other. Lime-Yu followed Pepper freely and looked around curiously. But Pepper was a little nervous, and Lime-Yu patted her hand gently, smiling and signaling her to look more natural. Second floor. The two arrived at their destination successfully, Tony Stark's office. The environment here is very good and the scenery is very good. There is a sofa, a small bed for a nap, a small dining table with wine and bread, and a desk and a computer in the middle. Behind the desk is a large transparent glass window, which allows you to see the scenery in the distance and the factory building nearby. Lemu remembers that there should be a legacy left by Tony Stark's father Howard, an urban model that records the structure of the new element. But he looked around and didn't find the model. It is highly likely that he had not been put here yet. He might be eating dust in a warehouse at this time. Pepper sat in the president's office and licked his dry lips nervously. Then turn on the computer and plug in the decryption USB flash drive, and the decryption program starts running on the screen. Doing this kind of thing is for the first time in her life. Her heart was over and over. I always feel that the next second Obadiah will emerge from the ceiling, in the cabinet or under the table, and catch her right. Limu visited the office leisurely and cut a small piece of bread when passing by the small dining table. The taste is very good. It is a Russian-style dalba, full of walnut kernels and raisins. The wheat aroma is fragrant and slightly sweet. So he cut the remaining half in his hand, about half a pound, leaning against the table while watching Pepper's operation. "Are you going to have a piece of cake?" "No." Pepper rolled his eyes, spoke briefly and quickly, but his tension was relieved a lot. She didn't know whether she was admiring or speechless. "You can afford it at this time." Soon, the host of the president's office was unlocked. Pepper pulled the mouse and searched through the data disk, but did not find the weapon shipment file as he wished. But she discovered unexpected gains. A Mark I design drawing is backed from the model, and an improved drawing based on Mark I, Iron B.A. Wong. The report submission unit is District 16, located in the basement of a large reactor. In addition, there is also a video sent by the Ten Rings gang to Obadiah. Pepper clicks on the video. It was quiet in the office. She subconsciously held her breath, and the sound in the video rang in a low voice. In the video, a terrorist in a strange outfit and a mask detained Tony Stark. They were dissatisfied with the low price of Obadiah, so they refused to kill Stark and asked for more rewards. Obviously, Obadiah is not willing to be blackmailed, otherwise Stark would not have survived now. The way of heaven is impermanent and the fate is unpredictable. At this moment, Stark, who was a prisoner in the video, did not die, but the leader of the Ten Rings gang who stood behind him died a few days ago. Looking at Stark, who was grey-faced in the video, and the terrorist who was masked with guns, Pepper looked very ugly and became even more panicked. A chill came into her head and went straight to her tail. She had only known that Obadiah was secretly selling weapons, but she didn't expect that she would even plan a terrorist attack on Stark. A man who is so vicious and terrible has always been around him and Stark, disguised as a flawless old man. It's like you have a good friend or a good roommate. You have been with him ignorantly for several years, talking and laughing every day, thinking that he is a trustworthy partner. But every night, there are always a pair of hysterical eyes staring at the head of the bed where you are asleep. It may be just that he accidentally gave up his scholarship 2 years ago, or that there was a promotion opportunity for 2 people to compete for 3 months. Who knows? Anyway, he just wants you to die, and he uses any means, to take medicine, destroy the brakes, or push his hand on the edge of a cliff while climbing a mountain, and pick up stones when fishing. Just thinking about it is creepy. After the video was played, the office became even more silent for a moment. Pepper's heart was beating, and his brain became slightly dizzy due to lack of oxygen. At this moment, the closed office door suddenly opened. "Oh! Lemu! Pepper!" Obadiah's voice suddenly rang out, and Pepper was almost scared and jumped up and screamed. "Pepper! Did you bring him here to play? It's the first time I've been here for so long. How do you feel?" Obadiah walked in with a smile, holding a thermos cup soaked in wolfberry. He looked a little surprised, but he was more welcome to visit Lime-U. The company environment is still very good, you will like it here. Chapter 34. Whoever is afraid of acting on the same stage will be a brother. Unexpectedly, Obadiah suddenly came in while the information was stolen. Pepper nodded unnaturally, his expression stiffened, and he forced himself to smile. Yes. Lime-U quietly winked Pepper, and he turned around and smiled and greeted Obadiah, close and enthusiastic. Obi, we've met again. I really appreciate your help last time at the party. Lime-U said as he walked over, naturally blocking Obadiah. He squinted his eyes and smiled. The company's environment is really good, it's clean and tidy, and it looks very technological. Especially this office, I like it very much, and the scenery behind it is also great. From the perspective of major shareholders, this kind of well-organized, clean, and comfortable company is indeed very likable, especially if the market value exceeds 100 billion yuan, which is even more likable. Obadiah smiled happily, with a deep love for the elders for the younger generations in his eyes. He waved the cup in his hand and put it on the table, taking a seat. Ha ha ha, of course, Tony has always chosen the best. As long as you like it, you can come to this office when you grow up. Sit for a while, you will always be in your place. I'm looking forward to becoming a colleague with you one day. Maybe you can sit next to me then. Although his tone had a bit of coaxing the child, he really thought so. Obadiah was first fooled by Tony Stark and firmly believed that Lime-U's mother was Howard Stark's adopted daughter. At the party a few days ago, he mistakenly thought that he was a person who was bullied and dared not speak out, so he began to plan to win him over. A weak and easy-to-control self-person is inserted into the position of a senior management, which is conducive to his control of the company. Moreover, Lime-U lives in Stark's villa, so he might be able to dig out some unexpected surprises from him. Seeing the two chatting enthusiastically, Pepper felt relieved. She secretly stretched out her hand, covered the USB flash drive tremblingly, and then cut the screen back to the desktop. Lime-U looked at Obadiah and raised the bread in her hand, with her eyes shining with the brilliance of foodies. Let's talk about it later. This kind of bread is delicious and tastes great. Where did you buy it? Can you tell me? The bread in his hand was almost chewed, only a corner was left. Because Slime's stomach leads to the dimensional space, he will never be full. Slime does not survive on food. As long as there is energy in the environment, it can be converted into magic particles to maintain life. Eating is just a hobby. Obadiah bent down and sat down, pushing the half of the leftover big liba from the plate to Lime-U, and Lime-U didn't be polite to him. Obadiah agreed with her face and smiled, as if she had found a soulmate. Of course. It's one of the staples I often eat. Old John's craftsmanship will never disappoint. Let's walk right from the company's door a block, and you can find Old John's bakery by just asking someone. It's been there since I was young. In recent years, Old John has rarely done it himself, but he has trained the younger generation of bakers, inherited his superb craftsmanship and was proficient in different flavors in many countries. He raised a finger and started to recommend it. The bread they made is very inexpensive, has excellent taste, and is very cheap, and is affordable. You only need $8, 980 grams of this bread in your hand, and you can eat 4 to 5 meals. It's definitely a good helper at work. If you like, I'll tell people to buy some and deliver them to Tony. They don't offer delivery. Lime-U nodded earnestly and was very happy. Please buy more, I like this taste very much. Obadi agreed with a kind smile. Of course, of course. On the other hand, the data has finally been copied. Pepper quietly pulled out the USB flash drive and stood up. Okay, Lime-U. It's time for us to leave, it's getting late. Pepper nodded apologetically to Obadiah, and hurriedly pulled Lime-U around Obadiah and walked outward. Obadiah waved to Lime-U with a smile and said goodbye loudly. Come and play next time, I'll take you to the factory to see. There are many high-tech toys there, maybe you will like it. Good. After putting down his hand, Obadiah stared at the backs of the two, suddenly frowned, feeling a little uneasy. Pepper's expression and reaction were a little wrong, not very natural. He got up and walked around behind the desk, turned on the computer. There is nothing on the desktop, the mouse is clicked everywhere, and there is no trace of using it. No. This is my login account. The password has been cracked. That pool B. She must have done something. Obadiah slapped the table with both hands in resentment, let out a bang, and got up and chased out quickly. First floor. When Lemu and Pepper came down, Coulson was still waiting here. A freshman was actually playing with his fingers, looking bored. Lime-U swallowed the last piece of bread in his hand in a few bites, raised his head, and signaled Coulson to follow. Agent Coulson, I need your help. Coulson stood up with a solemn expression and agile movement, following behind without a single step. Please say. Pepper turned his head in surprise and looked at Lime-U. Agent. Yes, it's me who contacted him. The people from the National Bureau of Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics can be trusted, and Tony knows him. Lemu said as she walked, Agent Coulson, we found something interesting. Please take Pepper to mobilize people, and Pepper will explain to you on the way. Good. Coulson's cell phone suddenly rang, he picked it up and looked at it. It was a text message. It says, go slowly and protect Pepper. Coulson looked at Lime-U in surprise, and Lime-U nodded meaningfully. The group quickly walked out of Stark Industry, and Lime-U waved his hand without looking back, as if saying goodbye to someone. On the second floor, Obadiah pressed his hands on the railing and looked down. He watched Pepper, Lemu, and Coulson meet, watching the light blue-haired ghost wave to mock him. Mom messed with Farkey. There are also agents, they actually contacted the agents. They must have taken the evidence from the computer. Walk to the company's door. Lime-U waved to Pepper and turned to the other side. Pepper, I'll go back to the villa to tell Tony about this. I'll trouble you here, be careful. You. Pepper stopped speaking again, thinking that it might not be safe for Lemu to walk alone, and he had to walk back. But after another thought, she thought about what happened today. Lime-U was calm throughout the whole process and contacted the agent in advance, as if everything had been arranged, but he, an adult, was nervous. Perhaps worrying is unnecessary. Chapter 35. The so-called villain's elegance. There is a chance, there is still a chance. Obadiah had a gloomy face and hurriedly rushed to the 16th district where the Iron Overlord armor was developed. Just kill Pepper and the agent, then kill other people who may be familiar with the situation, retrieve the evidence, and finally disguise yourself as a robot. If you control it, there is still help. After so many years, the storms and waves have come, and there is nothing to be afraid of. As long as there is no substantial evidence, neither the CIA nor the FBI can carry out the arrest. Obadiah is not a commoner who can easily grasp it. His status and connections can give him room for maneuver. At that time, whether you hand over armor manufacturing technology to the US government and the military for asylum or leave the United States and go to other countries to avoid investigations, you will be able to live a very comfortable life. Even kill Tony Stark. At that time, Obadiah, who is the only mastering armor manufacturing technology, will have enough value and interests to allow some people to protect him regardless of everything and put him to a new height. This is the so-called United States. There is no right or wrong, only position and interests. We can't build small reactors, we are really powerless. The leader of the research team of the 16th District, William of Mediterranean, gave Obadiah bad news with regret. Armor without energy sources is just a large toy that cannot move. Obadiah resisted the urge to pinch the bald head in front of him to death, and thought about it, he could only get one from Stark. In the corner of no one. Lime-U stretched out his right hand and melted into a light blue vortex. A blue and white armor with a giant sword on its back was coming out, and it was the ghost and god. The armored ripple wrapped Limu into the inside in the deformation, ignited the engine and soared into the sky, drawing a white trajectory in the air. Limu is going to rush to Stark's villa to save his life, and at the same time ensure that Stark's small reactor can be delivered to Obadiah smoothly. This is related to whether Limu can make a lot of money from the Iron Man's debut incident, and the plan cannot be lost. When Limu arrived, Obadiah had not arrived yet. Stark was coming up from the basement alone, looking for a midnight snack. Limu hugged her chest and leaned against the corner of the aisle for a while. Obadiah came late. Limu watched him push open the door and walked into the villa with a swagger. Jarvis also remained silent because Obadiah had access. After entering the living room, Obadiah touched the unprepared Stark, took out an infrasonic nerve jammer as small as a USB flash drive, and put it in Stark's ear. The black veins climbed onto Stark's face, his body was instantly paralyzed and unable to move, and the numbness lasted for 15 minutes. Limu's eyes were shiny, and he meant to grab the handle. Good thing, let's do it for us. Obadiah took out a mechanical claw, took off the reactor on Stark's chest, and then sat down leisurely and started chatting with Stark. He really didn't seem to be in a hurry at all, and he was a little leisurely. When I ordered the secret HX to kill you, I was worried that I would destroy a treasure pot. Obadiah held the reactor emitting white light before his eyes and looked at it carefully, with a 3-point intoxication in his eyes. Oh, it's so beautiful. He looked at Stark's pale face again, with a pair of dead fish eyes staring on his face, full of shock, anger, and helplessness. Don't be angry. This will be the most precious legacy you left behind. What a pity, you also brought Pepper and Limu in. I didn't plan to kill them. I remember if your father was as selfish as you. After chatting with Stark for a few minutes, Obadiah put the reactor into a suitcase and finally could not stand up and leave. What should I say about this relaxed outing? Is the villain's elegance? Limu, leaning against the corner of the wall, sighed. The light in the living room shone on his face, and the shadows and light intertwined, leaving a diagonal dividing line. What a pity, I originally planned to let you live, but for the sake of bread, I swear by the reputation of a foodie. But since you said I want you to die in front of me, I can only send you away before that. This is a very simple logic question, isn't it? Limu walked out of the corner, and the sound of not too loud footsteps echoed in the quiet living room, making a clatter. Stark was still slumped on the sofa and couldn't move. Limu walked closer to him, his face calm and unsightly. I'm going to come back and tell you this, but now it seems I don't need to say anything. Stark squeezed a powerful and unrestrained smile on his pale face, with a little self-deprecating. He squirted but couldn't speak because his face was still numb. I don't know if he was mocking himself for Stark's ending now, or if he was mocking himself for blindness. He couldn't see Obadiah's wolf ambitions for more than 10 years. Limu carried Stark's back belt in one hand and walked towards the basement, just like carrying a large doll. When he arrived at the place, Limu took out a brand new reactor with his backhand and put it on Stark's chest. Stark's body also slowly recovered from the paralysis. Jarvis, start Mark III immediately. He staggered from the ground and quickly summoned Mark's armor, looking urgent. Pepper is in danger now, we need to save her. The Mark armor responded to the summoned quickly deformed and attached to Stark. But he turned around. The behind me is empty. Limu is gone, and he can only hear his voice coming from the built-in communication channel of the armor. Tony, I'll go first. Obadiah's armor manufacturing location is under the large reactor, District 16, you're behind, keep up. In the air. Limu suddenly remembered that when he returned from Afghanistan, he was surrounded and intercepted by military fighter jets. If Iron Man and Iron Overlord fight over the city, the movement will not be able to be concealed, and will almost be discovered by the military. At that time, the military will send several fighter jets to the side and it will be interesting to kill a few pilots here. Lime-Yu didn't want to fight the military, a giant, head-on battle with him when he was still alive. Jarvis, Colonel Roddy who helped me contact the military. Tony Stark's address book naturally contains Roddy's contact information. As for illegal access to other people's data, this is not the first time Lemu has done it. A few seconds later, he answered the phone. "Hello, Colonel Roddy, do you remember me? I am Lemu Eshberia." Roddy's response and greeting came from the other side, with the background sound of the movement and slap. "Oh. Hello, of course I remember. I heard that you live in Stark. Are you still used to living in the United States? It sounds like the Air Force Colonel's private life is very beautiful. Now is not the time to reminisce, Mr. Colonel." Chapter 36. You have been strengthened with little peppers, go and send them. It's not the time to reminisce, Mr. Colonel. There will be 2 or 3 armored fights over Stark Industry later. If you plan to send fighters here, be prepared to be completely destroyed. We're right. This is not responsible. Then good luck, goodbye. On the other end of the phone, Roddy listened to the beeping sound of hanging up from the phone, and his face was blinded, and half of his smile froze on his face. The wine in my hand and the beauty in front of me immediately became no longer fragrant. A hand stroked his chest. "What's wrong, my dear?" Roddy pulled his hand away ruthlessly and hurriedly left. "It's okay, I have something to do, I'm leaving." "Fine. Go ahead when things are serious." "Shit. What happened to him and Stark? Isn't it enough to be blocked by a fighter jet last time? And how is this little guy speaking as annoying as Stark?" At the gate of Stark Industrial Company. When Lemu arrived, Pepper and Coulson were leading 5 black-clad agents and coming from a distance. The dragon and tiger steps are imposing, like a group of black clubs that want to fight. He adjusted the power of the plasma engine and hovered in front of Pepper. Coulson and the agents looked at the sudden appearance of ghost armor, as if they had misunderstood something. They pulled out their pistols in a neat way and pointed them at Lime-Yu in a protective formation, surrounding Pepper in the middle, despite his fear, but he did not retreat. A certain bureau? No, the professional quality of a special agent trained by a certain snake is still commendable. The blue eyes of ghosts and gods slashed across everyone's faces, as if they were preparing for the raid. The agents were so scared that their fingers were hard and almost pulled the trigger. At this moment, Lime-Yu's crisp voice came from the armor. "Relax, guys. It's me, Coulson." The hideous armor and Lime-Yu's voice formed a huge contrast. Coulson instantly changed from a look of alertness to a dull look, surprised to make him feel a little bit distorted. "Is it you?" No matter what, he could not associate the image of that weak boy with the armor carrying a giant sword in front of him with a huge intimidation power. Are these 2 extremes? Pepper finally realized that. She hurriedly reached out and pressed the guns in the agent's hand one by one. "Don't shoot. It's him, it's Lime-Yu, right? Don't shoot. If anyone gets injured by accident, it will be regrettable if several agents die. If Lime-Yu is injured, she will feel sorry." The ghost armor looked down at the agents from a high place. "Okay, now is not the time to chat. Obadiah is also wearing a suit of armor and should be fighting with Tony soon. This battle is not something ordinary people can participate in. You can take Pepper and try to stay away as far as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang came from not far away, and the sound of machine gun shooting. The ghost and god turned their heads slightly. "Oh, it seems that the fight has started, it's quite intense. I want to go over and help now. You can go away and evacuate the crowd." Pepper held his hands tightly and shouted Lime-Yu in fear and panic. "Wait, will this be dangerous? A few days ago, Lemu and Stark went to Afghanistan. When they came back, their armor was covered with mottled bullet holes and dried blood. Now she is going to fight again, so she can't help but worry. Lime-Yu's eyes were locked on Pepper's face through the ghosts and God's face, and his mind turned electric. Yes, it's really dangerous, so you should wear this armor to save Tony. I believe you can do it. Move quickly, Tony is very naughty and may not last long. Pepper opened his mouth and said speechlessly, "Are you serious?" "Certainly." While Pepper was hesitating, Coulson, who was watching, leaned over and volunteered. "Or else, I'll try it." He felt that maybe he could do it. And for an agent, understanding all the strange weapons and inquiring about other people's confidential information is almost an instinct that is engraved in his bones. The Ghost and God armor opened, the armor faded away layer by layer, and Lime-Yu walked out of it. The gorgeous armor deformation attracted Coulson and agents. They were surprised and sighing. Lime-Yu glanced at Coulson. Where did he get the confidence? "Sorry, this is a private customization, and you can't wear it." "Do you really think someone is stupid and lend the armor to an agent? How many monitors should I leave in the armor?" He half pushed and half pulled Pepper into the armor, not giving her a chance to think clearly, and spoke righteously and sternly, "Don't be to you, Pepper. Tony needs your help now. You are Stark's savior. It has always been a cliched hero to save beauties, so today I will play with some beauties to save heroes. Jarvis will assist you in fighting. There is an energy-scaling armor-breaking missile on your left forearm. You can see the right time to fight and the battle will be over. Trust me, so easy." Tony Stark also has a missile launcher on his left arm of Mark's armor, but since he used up last time in Afghanistan, Stark has not had time to install a new missile. Or rather, Stark didn't expect another fight so soon. The attack power of the armor depends to a large extent on the level of the weapon it is equipped with. Without weapons, it is approximately equivalent to moving large turtle shells. Despite this, Stark's chance of not beating the Iron Overlord is not high, because his turtle shell is super hard and longer lasting. The current Mark III is not the Mark III in the original track. Because it has been installed with a force field generator, it becomes super resistant to beating and it is difficult to break through the defense. Although Stark could not break the heavy armor of the Iron Overlord, he could use him to death and consume him to exhaust his ammunition and food. The reactor that Obadiah took from Stark was not full. Stark squandered once when he flew to Afghanistan, and his energy dropped a lot. And Stark's chest reactor is brand new and full of energy. Pepper stumbled into his armor. Ah! Alas! The metal armor surging layer by layer wrapped her around her, which was quite fit. After all, if she didn't wear high heels, she was only a little taller than Lime-Yu. Fortunately, she was wearing trousers, and if she had a skirt, it might have been stuck. "It hurts. It hurts." Pepper suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the facial armor, and turned it over to prevent it from closing. "My hair is stuck." Coulson, who was watching, looked weird, and some of the agents couldn't help but sneer. Lime-Yu rolled his eyes and praised you for your professionalism just now. "If you want to laugh, just laugh. Slime's hair is not real hair, and Tony Stark has short hair, so the design to avoid hair stagnation has never been considered." Lime-Yu tiptoed to help Pepper break his stuck hair, and then took out a rubber band from his pocket to help Pepper tie his hair up. It was barely done. Pepper drove the ghost armor and took off, and flew to the vicinity of District 16 with the help of Jarvis. Lime-Yu glanced at the others. And there were 6 agents including Coulson. He issued the order naturally and had automatically become the top leader on the scene. "You go around to prevent the crowd from approaching, be prepared for the aftermath, and act immediately." Chapter 37. Tony. "Don't die, Tony. Stop the crowd from approaching, be prepared for the aftermath, and act immediately." Lime-Yu walked towards the battlefield with her back on her back, and stretched out her fingers to point. The Americans don't like to eat soy sauce. In addition to protecting Pepper, the aftermath is also more professional. And sooner or later, it is a good time to get in touch with Nick Fury. Good. Coulson didn't care, and responded with a serious attitude. Protecting the safety of people's lives and property is also one of their responsibilities. Oh, property is not, it has been no longer once or twice for a certain bureau to force someone else's things. Coulson directed the other 5 people to scatter and guide the people to evacuate. In the corner of no one, Lime-Yu used his old trick again, and one arm melted into a blue vortex, and another ghost armor came out of the dimensional space. Part of the Predator's skill abilities is analysis and simulation. After analyzing and recording the structure of the ghost armor, you can directly use the raw materials to copy exactly the same armor. So before, he put 3 parts of armor-making materials into the dimensional space, instead of throwing them in after making them. The one in front of me should be called Ghost Number 2, Ghost Number 1 is wearing Pepper. Lime-Yu drove the ghost armor to a high place and looked down at the battlefield. When Pepper arrived, Stark and Obadi were fighting each other in the open space. One is the gorgeous golden and red Mark III, the other is the ancient metal primary color Iron Overlord armor. The Iron Overlord's thighs are thicker than Mark's waist, nearly twice as high as Mark's armor, and an external hydraulic pump on his limbs. It has a rough style and a strong wasteland atmosphere. Mark III's hand cannon hit the Iron Overlord's face, but it was like a stream of water hitting the rocks, without moving at all. He punched him again, and the Iron Overlord reached out to catch him without dodging or avoiding. He took advantage of his height and lifted the Mark armor upwards, swung it up and smashed it hard on the ground, making a bang. The ground was cracked and dust-filled. Stark is a little confused. Why do you want to cause Loki? Mark cannot be the opponent of Iron Overlord in simple mechanical output, and his body shape is also obvious. No matter how hard I think about it, I can't make it a good idea. The scene looked like a large-scale abuse scene for a moment. Pepper's ghost armor staggered to the battlefield. She shouted anxiously while flying, hoarsely, extremely nervous, "Tony! Tony! I'm here to help you. Are you okay? Tony!" She had never fought once since she was a child. She had to wear a mecha to fight life and death as soon as she started. When she saw Stark being thrown around like a toy, her inner fear was overflowing. A thin layer of iron in the ghost armor cannot give her any sense of security. Obadi threw Stark to the ground, stepped on it, and bright Mars burst out on the armored contact surface. He looked up at Pepper, who was flying in the air, then looked at Stark under his feet, and mocked contemptuously, "Hey, Tony! Someone is here to save you, but what can I do? I can kill you easily. This little bug can easily kill the other one." Pepper was stunned for a while in a panic, and finally remembered Lime-Yu's reminder. There was a missile on his left forearm. "Jarvis, Jarvis launches a missile. Launch a missile immediately. Lock the large armor on it." Jarvis responded immediately, "It has been confirmed, please relax your arm muscles to avoid sprains." The left arm of the ghost armor was automatically lifted, and the red frame in the middle of the screen was locked on the Iron Overlord. The launch frame ejected from the forearm, the missile ignited and ejected. And it was completed in one go, bringing a white trail to fly towards Obadiah. Then, Pepper watched as Obadiah lifted Stark and stood in front of him. The missile hit Mark's armor and exploded. Pepper screamed sadly, and the cuckoo cried blood, and was desolate, "Tony!" The fire was flashing, but the world seemed to be covered with a shadow and silence. The double filter was like Pepper's heart at this time. Lime-Yu landed on the rooftop and watched the show in the front row. When I saw this scene, I couldn't help but cover my face with my hands. This is too terrible, right? Unexpected ending. Armor-piercing bombs are different from armor-piercing bombs. They mainly rely on built-in energy-concentrating explosives to explode into metal jets to break through the armor. They do not rely on kinetic energy, so the requirements for speed are not high. Moreover, some missiles themselves are slow at the beginning of launching, and they may indeed be reacted by the enemy. This itself is not a big disadvantage. Missiles generally have tracking functions, and targets such as aircraft and tanks cannot carry a stone to block them. But Obadiah could reach Stark with his hand, and the Iron Overlord's arm strength was enough for him to swing Stark as a shield. If Iron Man died here, what would the future be like? Want to be messed up, right? Obadi tried his best to throw Stark away and smashed the entire wall. He walked towards Pepper with a sneer. In the ruins behind the Iron Overlord, a red and golden armored arm stretched out unyieldingly. I'm fine. I'm fine. Don't worry. How inspirational and touching. Even if you die and are nailed into the iron coffin, you must raise your hands under you and make an unyielding cry. Lime-U sighed deeply in his heart. I admire Stark, he has a stubborn soul. Thanks to the newly upgraded force field generator, the jet of the armor-breaking bomb failed to penetrate Mark's outer armor, which is actually an inevitable result. The missile is not fast. After being restricted by the force field, it is detonated in advance without touching the surface of the Mark armor. The generated metal jet hits the armor in the air and is difficult to penetrate. What's more, the metal jet itself is also in the scope of the force field, and its strength is greatly weakened, and finally it splashed on Mark III and only made the coating. Pepper pulled out the great sword behind the armor and shouted and raised it high, ah! She mustered up her last courage and cut her towards Obadiah with the awareness of bravery. The armor stomped on the ground, shaking up fine stones, and the great sword swept through the air and made a slight sound of breaking through the air. Obadiah looked at the sword in front of him and sneered, not dodging or avoiding, and stood there and took a knife. The big sword made a loud noise, and a spark was drawn on the outer armor, bounced away funnily and weakly. It's the 21st century, and you still want to use cold weapons to attack armor? Obadiah reached out and easily knocked down the big sword in Pepper's hand, pinched his helmet and lifted her up with his armor, leveling with his sight. Are the armor worn by women as weak as women? I can consider saving your life by handing over all the information you copied. Also, tell me, where is the agent you brought? The spectators on the rooftop finally couldn't stand it anymore and decided to take action. If it is a few days later, when Lime-U brings out the high-energy laser weapon, armor like Iron Overlord will actually be a one-size-fits-all thing. But I may not be able to cut it now. Lime-U walked out of the armor. Great Sage, take over the armor system in full and show the old man our new skills later. Tell me, understand? The invisible ghost and god number 2 reached out to take off the big sword behind it and disappeared in the night sky. Hey! Obadiah Stanny! Look here! A crisp and familiar voice sounded on it. Obadiah looked at the sound and saw that the blue-haired little ghost climbed to the top of the reactor building at some point, waving a black USB flash drive in his hand. Chapter 38. The gods of ghosts are happy. Lime-U stood on the rooftop, waving the USB flash drive to attract Obadiah's attention. All the information you want is with me. Let her go and I'll give you the things. The USB drive is naturally fake, but Obadiah didn't know it, so he was easily fooled. Obadi threw Pepper away like garbage, and the bottom of his feet the ignition brought the thick smoke to the roof. Give it to me. He controlled the armor and stretched out his hand, pressing forward step by step. The huge armor had a cold metallic color, which was a steel giant beast that wanted to choose people to eat. Lime-U retreated step by step, looking at the Iron Overlord armor calmly and indifferently. He moved his steps back over the glass skylight on the top of the reactor and stood firm on the edge. Obadiah raised his foot on the other side as if he was about to step on the skylight, but it ended abruptly at the moment when he was touched. You want to lie to me and fall down? Obadiah sneered, I misread you before. You are neither weak nor without threat. Having said that, his tone was extremely contempt and disdainful. Just leave forever, take that USB flash drive to see God. As he spoke, the Iron Bawang opened a flip plate on his back and ejected a high-explosive missile as thick as an arm. What a pity, you failed the kindness of an old man to you. The red laser positioning locked on Lime-U's chest. The next moment, the missile ignited and fired, flying towards Liu with its red tail flame. He seemed to be dead and would be broken into pieces in the next second, without a single body. God, but I'm not familiar with him. Activate the skilled predator. Liu stretched out a hand to block it. As long as the missile flew over, it would be swallowed into the dimensional space by the skill, without any threat. Just then, a loud shout suddenly sounded, "Stanny!" A figure rushed from the side and blocked Liu. It's Tony Stark. He was wearing Mark armor and rushed straight into the missile. He was wearing several hundred kilograms of armor and could not knock people down, so he could only block them. There was a loud bang. The flames lit up from Mark's armor's chest, and then the explosion and flames swept across, casting a human-shaped black shadow in front of Liu's eyes, which was the shadow of Mark's armor imprinted in the flames. Mark's armor flew past Liu under the impetus of the explosion. At the moment of interlacing, a small hand was placed on Mark's armor, pulling and pressing, helping Stark remove part of the kinetic energy while adjusting the aerial posture of the armor, allowing him to stagger and fall to the ground without directly hitting the ground. This is a very purity-free skill, and it is one of the essences of Eastern martial arts learned by the great sage on the internet. Then, the scorching flames burned past Liu, but only burned some of the clothes, but even a single hair was burned. Passive skill, hot and cold resistance. Obadiah looked at this unreasonable scene through the screen, stunned, and a sense of absurdity arose. This is not something humans can do. He shouted loudly in shock and anger, but revealed his inner fear and panic. What the hell are you? You can't. Liu just waved to him gently, as calm as if he said goodbye to his friend before going home every day. Goodbye, go see God with questions. Maybe he is happy to tell you the answer. A faint voice fell into Obadiah's ears, causing a chill in his heart. A blue and white armor rose quietly behind Obadiah, like a ghost under the control of the great sage. The ghost and God held the big sword in their hands, and the plasma propeller behind them flashed silently with dazzling bright light. It pulled the big sword in its hand backwards, twisted its body and rushed forward, and the sword edge cut from bottom to top towards the Iron Overlord's thigh joint. The power of the thruster, the inertia of the rotation of the sword body, the force of the armor twisting, and the waving of the arms gather at the same time on the sword blade. The invisible data flow surges everywhere in the armor. Under the control and calculation of the great sage, the 4-in-1 mechanical structure is almost perfect, allowing energy to be almost maximized. Lewin Ridge. Amid the sharp and sour metal shearing sound, dazzling sparks exploded. The sword seemed to have an armor-piercing bomb, and a hot knife cut into the Iron King's mechanical joint like a hot knife. The great sword easily removed one of the Iron Overlord's thighs, and then it curled and cracked under the violent impact. The hot sparks were reflected in Liu's eyes at the same time, making him feel excited. This miraculously used a steel sword to cut off the steel joints as thick as a waist. It is called the God of Ghosts, Armored Attack. This is a peak combat skill that combines mysterious oriental swordsmanship and physical mechanics. It is a special skill that can be used only by relying on the computing power of the great sage. If the great sword is not structured relatively fragile, it will be scrapped after one sword. Not to mention sneak attacks, even head-on confrontation is enough to dismember the Iron Overlord. If you have the opportunity, you must build a stronger sword and find a battlefield with weight. Wear armor and face the enemy head-on, and experience the joy of unparalleled mowing grass from the first perspective. After one knife, the ghost and God raised their right foot and kicked the Iron Overlord behind it, accelerating its imbalance. Under Obadiah's horrified and desperate eyes, he quickly fell to the large reactor below through the skylight that had broken when the missile exploded. A micro-missile caught up from behind, finished shooting, and detonated the reactor at the same time. A huge cylindrical energy was released from it, and in an instant, everything was silent. Only the white light column reached the sky and the earth, illuminating the dark clouds in the sky. The clouds exploded with several lightning bolts due to the disturbance of energy. Seeing this beam of light, Leimu remembered the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard, which was also as spectacular and magnificent. It should be only 1 or 2 years since the Asgard's hammer god came to Earth, and time rolled forward without stopping. After the silence, there were surging waves and harsh roars. Flames stormed out from the room where the reactor was located, and a small cloud of mushrooms rose under the influence of air pressure. The airflow caused by the huge air pressure difference drove Leimu's long hair to fly. Obadiah. Whether he is smart or confused, he can be considered a hero if he can reach this position. This huge pillar of light is your funeral. The sound of clanging footsteps sounded behind the back, and a golden red armored arm with many scratches patted Leimu's shoulders. It's over, let's go. Colonel Roddy finally arrived. After receiving the call from Leimu, he went to the Air Force Base first to appease the nervous observer. Then he drove the car and ran through countless red lights, causing angry curses on the road. Because he was in a hurry, he was driving his own private car. An irritable man who almost crashed into a car chased him all the way. If he hadn't been able to catch up, the dignified U.S. military colonel would have been blocked and beaten up. Finally, I came late, and there was only a mess left in front of me. The traces of missile washing the floor, the bullet holes fired by machine guns, walls like tanks, human-shaped depressions on the ground, and the dispersed mushroom clouds. Fu *K. Are you playing the Army War Superman live broadcast? Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on? Fu K, Fu K, Fu *K. The black colonel twisted his black face, so confused that he couldn't touch his scalp, and then turned on the cursing mode. Chapter 39. You two want to kiss? No way. The second ghost armor has been quietly put away by Leimu. Mark III and another ghost are wearing Stark and Pepper. 2 majestic steel armors stood in front of Colonel Roddy. He once thought he was on which set he was filming a future science fiction movie. Or is the future machine traveling through the huge light beam just now and coming to the past to kill John Connor? With the sound of folding armor, the 2 armors opened at the same time, and Stark and Pepper walked out of it. Seeing Stark, Roddy suddenly realized that he was chased by military fighter jets and asked for help. He stopped the curse in his mouth in an instant, and changed into a look of envy and jealousy. He circled around Stark and 2 armors, his eyes were blurred, and he murmured subconsciously, "Wow! This is the coolest thing I have ever seen in my life." Tony Stark agreed and showed off his low-key look. It's not bad, right? 2 high-tech gopher robots are epic-making technology products. While answering Roddy, he turned his head and blinked at Leimu. Stark had a strong mentality and quickly pulled his emotions out of the life-and-death battle just now, and even felt in the mood to joke. Leimu's faint voice sounded beside him, and he began to ruthlessly reveal his shortcomings. I only saw someone being beaten by Obadiah on the ground and local rats. Pepper was stunned for a while after taking off his armor before he recovered. She quickly walked to Stark, groping and checking everywhere on him with her little hands. Are you okay? Tony, my missile hit you just now. Are you okay? There was a little crying voice in her voice, and there was still a little shock. The scene of Stark being hit by a missile kept replaying in her mind. In fact, under the protection of the force field generator, Stark and Pepper can almost be said to be unscathed. The worst case of injury was that Pepper was torn off his hair. Stark smiled and grabbed Pepper's arms that were touching, then raised his hands and gently placed them on Pepper's shoulder, patted them, and comforted in a low voice, it doesn't matter, I'm not injured. The missile did not penetrate the armor. As he spoke, Stark slowly surrounded Pepper, and Pepper, who felt something, raised his head and looked at Stark. A certain ambiguous atmosphere began to permeate between the two. There is no moon tonight, but there are bright lights. The street lights shone on the 2 of them, pulling out 2 long shadows on the ground, and gradually merged into a bunch at the far end. Pepper gently raised his head and slowly closed his eyes, as if he had acquiesced to something, and Stark slowly pressed down. He wanted to kiss her, but he couldn't bear to kiss her so quickly. Stark looked at the familiar face in front of him, as if he was looking at his beautiful treasure. Which woman could pick up a weapon to save you despite knowing that you could not beat him? Even though she knew she could not defeat her, she came to save you regardless of life or death. She is an excellent assistant, a workplace elite, a financial genius, but she is not a warrior. No matter how she does it, it is rare in the world that she dares to do this. Limu and Roddy turned around consciously and pretended that they were blind people. Roddy felt tired of seeing it, and pouted and whistled uncontrollably. Just as Stark and Pepper got closer and closer and were just touching each other, a shout suddenly sounded. "Hey! Is anyone injured? Is anyone injured? I've called for support, and there's an ambulance." The two people who were immersed in their emotions were frightened and separated like an electric shock, looking around awkwardly. Coulson ran over from the corner, panting. He held a liaison and a pistol in his hand. Seeing that several people were standing safely, I breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my God! They all look okay. Thank God! Behind him was a series of dense footsteps. Soon a few strong and powerful male nurses dressed in white appeared, looking like some special forces temporary guest appearances. There are also nearly 10 strong men in black suits, each with a single bazooka. It looks like they are FGM-148 Javelin anti-tank missiles. In just a few minutes, where did he mobilize so many rocket launchers? Very efficient. 4 pairs of eyes stared at Coulson in the scene, making him feel a little at a loss. He looked around carefully, then looked down at his clothes and dressed. What's wrong? Is anyone injured? Roddy couldn't help laughing, and the more she laughed, the more she couldn't stop. Ha 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 ha. Although I don't know you, but, a good guy. You're a good job. You'll be my friend from now on. Limu nodded and agreed. Beautiful job, son of Cole. The white agent was stunned and couldn't touch his head anymore. What am I doing? The night was already deep and everyone dispersed. Limu, Stark, and Pepper found a place in Stark Industrial Company to sleep all night, which was quite stable. But Roddy and Coulson didn't have such good luck. A military colonel and an agent, they had to deal with the aftermath all night. Report to the upper level, write a written report, handle the venue, coordinate relevant departments, prepare excuses and testimony to deal with reporters. Tomorrow's press conference rushed in like a piranha smelling fishy smell. The next morning, 8:30. The press conference was held at Stark Industries, and the location was the same as the press conference held by Stark 6 months ago. There are still 10 minutes before the press conference begins. In the backstage room, Coulson handed Stark a note, which was asked to Stark to say in the press conference. Limu sat on the sofa, holding a newspaper and watching boredly, while eating Hawaiian nuts, piled up with broken shells on the table. Slime has sharp teeth and sharp mouth. The thick-shelled Hawaiian nuts are like melon seeds in his mouth, and can be bitten open with a click. Last night, the scene of Stark's Mark Armor vs. Iron Overlord was photographed by pedestrians. During the fight, some passers-by were affected, but with Stark, he would naturally ensure 0 casualties within his ability. Now there are news and reports about unknown machine wars and people saving, which are circulating everywhere. However, the 2 ghost armors were not captured. At that time, Coulson had already started to clear the scene with the agents, and only a few people witnessed the appearance of a blue and white armor. This means that as long as the people present do not admit it, the public only knows that the Iron Overlord and Mark armor. The ghost armor that has appeared can be rude that it is a witness who is dazzled or has hallucinated by being frightened. No picture or truth. This is advantageous, and the hidden knife is always the sharpest. Moreover, Limu does not intend to become a so-called superhero like Iron Man. He is willing to do something for ordinary people and has invested in a lot of charity, but he has not yet stood up to become a superhero. Finally, there is another advantage. If you do something in armor in the future, you can pull Stark out to take the pot. Anyway, everyone knows that steel armor is unique to Stark. Chapter 40. Look, I'll give you a donation. After Stark read the manuscript roughly, Coulson began to give him additional explanations. The tone is neither fast nor slow, they are very experienced in dealing with such things. You were on your yacht. As for Obadiah Stani, he crashed his plane during his vacation. You just need to declare Iron Man as your bodyguard, and people will soon forget these things. The nagging sound fell into Stark's ears, like some kind of headache-inducing curse. He looked at the manuscript, nodding his head as if it was there or there was no reason, absent-minded. After Coulson said goodbye politely, Pepper chased after him and thanked him. Although the agents did not help the frontal battlefield, they were all dealing with the aftermath. I want to thank you for helping you a lot. Thank you, Haguo's strategic defense, and attack. This name is really hard to remember and difficult to pronounce. Coulson had a smile as always on his face, gentle and polite, or formulaic. Call us S.H.I.E.L.D., we have changed our name. Okay. Lime-U put down the newspaper, raised his head, smiling. Agent Coulson, if I remember correctly, this name was given by me. How much copyright fee are you going to give me? I won't agree to it if you have less than 1 million. At the Stark Fund Gala, when Lime-U and Coulson first met, they jokingly seized the name S.H.I.E.L.D., and now they are teasing. Coulson couldn't hold back the expression on his face for a moment, and smiled bitterly at a loss. I thought you were joking. I'm very serious. Who can't get along with the money? Okay. I'll go back and report to my superiors. This is not something I can decide. Okay, I look forward to your echoes. Lime-U narrowed his eyes and looked serious, although he knew he was talking nonsense. Pepper and Coulson shook hands affectionately and sent him outside the door. Humph, cough. Stark, sitting on the sofa, coughed unnaturally, his eyes kept glancing at the door. He never cared about his girl being touched by others before. After all, there were so many ex-girlfriends, how could he be busy if he was serious? But he felt a little uncomfortable as he watched Pepper shake hands and talk intimately with another man. Moreover, this man ruined his good deeds last night, and he looked good and had a gentlemanly temperament. A faint sense of crisis arose in Stark's heart. How did you know each other? I mean you and Agent Coulson. Stark Yang raised the note in his hand and pretended to be indifferent. In fact, he knocked half of the bottle of jealousy as soon as he opened his mouth. Pepper smiled helplessly, shook his head and spread his hands. There is nothing to care about. Okay, you should go, media reporters are waiting for you. She picked up her suit jacket, put it on Stark, and took care of him smoothly, carefully stroking her wrinkles. Stark stood up and gave Pepper shvai. He realized that he was a little stressed and began to change the topic endlessly. I like the name Iron Man, and I think it suits me very well. Pepper corrected casually, you are not, he is just your bodyguard. Stark muttered in a low voice, okay, you have the final say, but I think I am Iron Man, and no one can do such a great thing for me. I personally destroyed a terrorist's nest, stopped Obadiah from reselling weapons, and continued to endanger the world. I think I deserve these 3 words. And I should have a girlfriend. Stark was stunned for a moment. He didn't know why he suddenly said what he was thinking. In short, now he can only make mistakes. His tone was stable, as if this was what he planned to say to Pepper. She knows my identity, is worried about me, and is proud of me. She is very conflicted, but she is fascinated by me like this and has always silently supported me behind my back. And I'm proud of her, she's brave and fearless, although sometimes clumsy. Tony Stark turned around and stared at Pepper's eyes seriously, his tone was gentle and seductive. Dare you say you didn't think about it? That night, and last night? Pepper also looked at Stark, his eyes drifting. but there were gentle waves of water flowing in his eyes. I'll think about it. Pepper suddenly lowered his head sadly. If I resign. She still cared about Stark being her boss. Subordinates cannot talk to their superiors, this is a matter of principle. She was also worried that the public's eyes would inevitably have to cherish her reputation when walking in society. Just as the atmosphere was solidifying, a document suddenly came to Pepper. Pepper, I want to give you a gift. Lime-U's voice suddenly rang, which scared the two of them. He didn't know when he got to these two people, or he only saw each other in his eyes and couldn't see anyone coming. If you are tired of being a personal assistant in Stark Industrial Stock, why not join the board of directors and have fun? Now Stark Industrial has the final say and can transfer you to a similar position. 1% stock doesn't sound like a lot, but at the moment when Stark Industrial stock plunges, its value starts at least $1 billion. Stark Industries' size is in units of hundreds of billions. This is about 10 times the wealth Pepper himself possesses. Stark's annual salary for him is about tens of millions of dollars, and Pepper's annual salary is 8 to 15% of Stark's. The income she has saved over the years and has obtained from other investments is about 100 million yuan. After Stark announced his Iron Man's identity and reactor miniaturization technology, the value of this 1% will be at least doubled, which is not a heavy gift. Pepper turned around in surprise. She looked at Lime-U, and the little man had a warm smile on his face, but it made people confused. 1%? Where did it come from? Did Tony give it to you? Is he so generous? I have always been generous. Do you have any misunderstandings about me? Although this is indeed not what I gave it to, but... Stark waved his hand to argue, but Pepper seemed to have not heard it, just looked at Lime-U, wanting to hear what he said. Lime-U deliberately looked surprised and asked Pepper, "Did you forget? You have sorted out the information about my acquisition of Stark Industrial stock before, and finally submitted the report to Tony. Don't you remember it?" Pepper felt that he had auditory hallucinations. This kind of joke was too unreal. Haha. Tony. She wanted to smile to match the atmosphere, but she saw Stark shrugging her shoulders and affirming, "It's true." She turned her neck like a stuck-up, looked at Lime-U again, speaking incoherently, "But how is this possible? This is impossible, no one can do it. You are still so young." Chapter 41. Anyway, no one cares that I am Iron Man. According to Pepper's previous statistics, it means that Lime-U has earned at least more than 10 billion in half a year. This is outrageous. But she didn't know that Lime-U got the money quickly. 300 billion. Lime-U patted Pepper's arm and just smiled, "Nothing to be surprised, this is normal for me. I have many abnormalities, and you should have seen a lot of them." Pepper took a deep breath and slowly came back to his senses from the shock. She avoided the question about Lime-U's abnormality and just firmly rejected the proposal. "I can't accept it, it's too expensive." Slime curled the corners of his mouth, with a hint of cunning, "But, I have completed the transfer of shares, and it's useless for you to refuse. I handled all the procedures through technical means on the internet. The documents are only symbolic, just for you to see them, and it doesn't matter to tear them off on the spot." Lime-U corrected his face and thanked Pepper sincerely, "This is my promise to pay back your clothes. Thank you for your care over the past 6 months, which has helped me a lot." On the first day in the United States, Pepper paid out of his own pocket to buy Lime-U clothes for him to change. It was also the care of these two people around him, which gave him more or less some comfort to him who was alone in a foreign land. "I want to thank you, Pepper." Pepper was silent for a moment, his eyes gradually turned red, and he suddenly hugged Lime-U tightly, feeling moved to a little sobbing. "You kid, I always remember." Okay. Lime-U patted Pepper's back gently, his voice softly, like an adult who comforted the child, "Don't cry. If you hold him down, a jealous jar with the surname Stark will be knocked over. He will bother you and others. I was jealous of shaking hands. Breaking free from Pepper's arms, Lime-Yu held her hand. I always thought you two were very compatible, otherwise you would agree to him. Lime-Yu looked at Stark again. I think you can take good care of her, right? Certainly. Tony Stark shrugged. Although someone complained about his jealousy in person, he guided things to the outcome he wanted. That's fine. Lime-Yu grabbed the two of them and folded them together. The CP leader finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. As friends of both sides, he will send his sincere blessings for this. Pepper subconsciously held Stark's hand tightly, but still persistently wanted to reject Lame-Yu's stock gift. Lime-Yu, I want to thank you. But you should take back the shares. I don't think I can accept it. Lime-Yu smiled faintly, revealing an irreversible firmness in his peaceful attitude. Okay, don't talk about it anymore, you don't have the right to choose in this matter. If you have to say it, I also have the patience to listen to your nagging all day. Anyway, I will never take it back. If you really don't want it, just find someone from the side of the road to send it out. Maybe you think this is of high value, but it's nothing to me. There is a saying in my hometown that you should repay the kindness of a drop of water. And you have the ability to control these wealth, otherwise I wouldn't give you so much. Wealth that cannot be controlled will only bring disasters most of the time. I want to tell you another thing now. I plan to build a villa myself and move in, it should be just a few months. I'm going to move out. The whole audience was quiet, and Lime-Yu repeated it again. Stark and Pepper looked at each other, and they spoke at the same time, but their reactions were different. Pepper subconsciously denies it and is a little anxious. No. It's not safe for you to live alone. Stark was so happy that he cheered and felt happy, and he almost jumped up. Wow! That's great! When are you going to leave? I'll see you off. After spending half a year together and going through these battles together, Stark has already trusted the aliens in front of him. On the contrary, I hope he can go away quickly and not disturb his upcoming world of two people. And the time when Lime-Yu can leave freely is agreed that Lime-Yu can get the given steel armor. Although he has designed the ghost armor himself, it is roughly the same in time. Pepper glanced at Stark with a slight complaint. How can you agree to him, a minor, go out alone? This is too unsafe. This is not a responsible act. Stark was confused and shocked. He looked at Pepper, unable to understand the other person's brain circuit. The minor you said just gave you at least 1 billion in stocks, and sent Obadiah to hell. I think it's someone else who is in danger. I don't think it's possible. No matter what. Lime-Yu sighed helplessly with his forehead. Why? Okay, don't make a noise. The place where I plan to build a villa is not far from Malibu, just across a hill. You can come and take a look whenever you have time. You can drive for up to 20 minutes, and only a few flying over with armor is available. 10 seconds. Lame-Yu likes the scenery in that area, and there is no place more suitable for building villas nearby. Front desk of the press conference. After giving a brief explanation of the situation, Roddy gave a guide to Stark's appearance. Now, Mr. Stark has prepared a statement. He will not answer any questions. Thank you for your cooperation. The reporters from the audience talked quietly, forming a low and chaotic sound wave. There were a whole row of spears and cannons at the end of the venue, and the camera flashed constantly. Chapter Beautiful Workplace Beauty, Christine, sat in a row. She is a reporter for Vanity Fair magazine and an old acquaintance of Stark, the kind she is very familiar with. Roddy gave up the middle position. Stark walked onto the stage and looked elegant. Even if he took out a note from his pocket, he seemed quite chic. He waved his hand and coughed twice. I haven't spoken like this for a while, so I can only read it as I go. A laugh of understanding and echoing came from the audience. Stark looked at the note and said sternly, some people suspect that I am related to Sorry, interrupt, Mr. Stark. Do you think we really believe that the armor is your bodyguard? Kristen's sharp voice couldn't wait to interrupt Stark's emotional reading. She looked at the stage with a smile, feeling reluctant to let Stark make a fool of himself. Stark looked at her with amazement. The questioning of the official explanation is one thing, but it is another to say insincerely that I am a superhero and condemn me. I didn't say you're a superhero. No? Very good, because that idea is strange and ridiculous. Stark was stunned for a second, a little embarrassed. Did I be so self-indulgent? He sighed in discomfort, not knowing what to say. I'm obviously not a hero. I have many shortcomings. I have made many mistakes openly. Colonel Roddy leaned into his ear and whispered, "Read according to the manuscript." Good. Stark responded, but he felt very unhappy. No one cared anyway, so what do you care about me? In fact, I am Iron Man. The whole audience was silent, as if no one really cared. Chapter 42. I am Iron Man. In fact, I am Iron Man. The whole audience was silent, as if no one cared at all. I was silent for 3 or 4 seconds. At some point, the cheers suddenly came, boiling like a tsunami. Everyone stood up, cheering, asking, screaming, and making a comeback with the clicking of camera continuous shooting. Colonel Roddy looked at all this, cursing in his heart, and still keeping a smile on his face. What Stark just said was okay. Forget it, get used to it. Stark, standing on the stage, stared blankly, and the corners of his mouth gradually curved. Actually, I am not self-indulgent, right? No. There was only one person sitting in the audience, out of place. Christine gritted her teeth tightly, her blue face and bright red lips, as if she had eaten a stale dead body. She could not have expected that things would turn out like this, and her own deliberate feelings made Stark's fulfillment. Seeing the audience chasing the playboy, anger kept surging in her heart. She couldn't accept it. She can't balance it. But she clearly knew that she could do nothing and that nothing was useless. Frustrated. At this moment, she felt like there were tens of thousands of groundhogs shouting in her heart. In the backstage room, Lime-Yu watched the live broadcast on the big screen. When he heard the words "I'm Iron Man," he couldn't help but smile, and his slender fingers gently tapped the table in a cheerful rhythm. It is stable and the accounts are successfully recorded for tens of billions. Next, Stark Industries stock will rise rapidly until it rises to the height of Mount Everest, and until the public's enthusiasm stabilizes, it will slowly decline. Great sage, we need to build a house of our own, with $1 billion cash retraction. Tell me, understand? Building a villa like Stark is actually tens of millions of dollars. But Lame-Yu plans to buy the entire mountain and the surrounding woodland, so that she can surround her trees and bamboos to raise pets. It is estimated that 200 million to 400 million are needed at the current price. And he needs to purchase various research instruments and manufacturing equipment. Lime-Yu doesn't want to fiddle with armor in the future and run to borrow equipment from Stark. This part of the expenditure is estimated to be higher than buying the entire hill. Pepper used the buckle to break a Hawaiian nut and handed it to Lame-Yu. Her face was full of helplessness and bitter smiles, but there was no accident because she had already been mentally prepared. After spending so many years together, no one knows Stark better than her. He always does something unexpected. If this matter can still make a big splash, he will probably do it. In addition, he is very arrogant. If someone looks down on him or doesn't care about him, he will prove it to you. Don't learn from him, he's just causing trouble, and he has no advantage except this. Pepper also wanted to warn Lime-Yu, but he was blocked by the smile Lime-Yu. Why, the beautiful and generous Miss Pepper Potts, why do you like him? After a while, the door was opened. Stark and Roddy walked in after finishing the press conference. They got very close, and Roddy followed Stark and danced with her hands and feet, and the vague voice of her speech reached Lime's ears. "Do you have a lot of sets of that kind of armor? If you have the chance, let me try it too? You know your armor is so cool, they call you Iron Man. No one can see them unhurried. Of course, it's super cool. You think so too, right? But there's no way, private customization not to lend it to." Stark agreed excitedly, then changed his subject and pushed Roddy's emotions into the abyss. A suburb is located in an American-style wooden villa. The living room of the villa is a little messy. Turn on the TV, and the news is on the TV. The male host's excited and hoarse voice filled the room, carrying a kind of inspiring power. "Cheer, another superhero in the United States after Steve Rogers was born. He is Tony Stark. Our Iron Man." The male owner sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, listening to the sound of TV while burying her head to read the newspaper. On the table in front of him was half a bottle of whiskey. On the entire page of the newspaper, half of it is golden and red steel armor, and the other half is spliced with half of Tony Stark's face, and the big black artistic title "I'm Iron Man" is printed at the bottom. The title on the back of the newspaper is "Stark Industrial Stock hit the daily limit continuously." The sun shines in from the door, bringing a little warmth, and the laughter of children vaguely comes from the yard. It was late autumn, but this year was not that cold. 3 or 4 young children in thin clothes and thin pants were surrounded by a small man with 4 legs and 2 heads in the middle. They jumped and shouted, "Iron Man! Iron Man!" A postman in a black jacket knocked on the door and walked into the yard. He held a thin document bag in his hand and shouted, "Ezekiel Staney, you have your email." The postman suppressed the cheers of the children in his rough tone, and the children were frightened by this strange and rude guy and fled. Moscow. At this time, it was already snowing heavily, and the ground was covered with white ground. The pedestrian treks hard on the road with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. On the side of the road, there is a lane full of garbage and rarely visited, and there is an old and remote house deep in the lane. The house was messy, with a simple bed in the middle, and an old man lying on it was lying on the bed. A middle-aged man was sitting by the bed, with long unkempt hair, of vicissitudes of life, and a shabby jacket wrapped in his body. There is an old small TV from the last century at the head of the bed, and the news about Iron Man is played in a series of stories. It is annoying. The old man looked at his son with unsightly eyes. He kept coughing, his voice weak but with a strong sense of reluctance. "That should be you." The old man's name is Anthony Vank, a genius who once worked with Howard Stark to develop the arc reactor. Later, Howard accused of using technology to make improper profits and was expelled from the company. Soon, he was repatriated to Russia for espionage and was later exiled to Siberia. Today, more than 10 years later, the old friend's son has achieved success and is famous. But he took his son to lie in the corner of the garbage dump and rotted and moldy, and accompanied the maggots. Ivan Vank, sitting by the bed, comforted the old man sadly and powerlessly, "Don't listen to them talking nonsense." On TV, the voices praising Stark continued, making Ivan Vank's heart even more confused. "I'm sorry, all I can leave to you is knowledge." The old man was so angry that he tried his best to say something, but he passed away suddenly in the next second. Tears involuntarily slid from Ivan's eyes. He shook his hands and stroked the old man's dry cheeks with trembling hands, making a heart-wrenching cry. Ah! Ah! Chapter 43. Psychological Game with Shield, Part 1. When I returned to Stark Villa, it was already dusk. There are many things to deal with this day. Contact workers to deal with damaged buildings, deal with interviews from certain journalists, and most importantly, taking over the administration of the company from the dead Obadiah. When I stepped into the villa gate, it was quiet inside, with a strange smell. Just like a quiet jungle, it often indicates that dangerous hunters pass by. "Jarvis!" Stark frowned and shouted. "Welcome home, sir." Jarvis responded, but the intelligently controlled lights in the room were not turned on, and some kind of unknown seemed to be gradually intensifying. Standing outside the living room and looking inside, there was a black back behind the sofa. He stood there quietly, facing the glass wall, looking at the sea gradually darkening under the night sky, as if he had been standing for a long time. Jarvis had no warning to the outsider who invaded the villa, as if he did not exist here at all. A thick and solemn voice suddenly rang out, bringing an echo in the empty living room. "I am Iron Man? Do you think you are the only superhero in the world?" Lime-U, who was standing next to Stark, suddenly took over. "Do you want to say that?" The Black Shadow turned around, still unable to see his face clearly, and could only hear a cold snorkeling. A person with unknown origin and no identity. He suddenly appeared in Afghanistan half a year ago, and before that, no information was found on the Earth. A few days ago, you and Stark went to Afghanistan to participate in the war as a personal capacity. Yesterday, he killed Obadiah and caused a large-scale explosion. Don't try to provoke us. Not immediately arresting you is my only kindness. The cold voice was filled with aloof arms and arrogance. Who are you? Stark reached out and grabbed Lime-U and brought it behind him. He took 2 steps forward, stood in the middle, and looked at the shadow vigilantly, ready to summon Mark's armor at any time. The battle seemed to be about to break out. The Black Shadow walked towards the two of them step by step, and the first thing that caught my eye was a shiny bald head. He was wearing a black leather coat, a black eye mask with a solemn expression on his left eye. "I'm Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Lime-U looked thoughtful, then suddenly realized, with a 3-point funny voice, "Oh. Did Coulson tell you? So did you come here to pay the copyright fee with cash? I don't have $1,000,000 yuan. Not very recognized." Nick Fury frowned. "It's unreasonable, S.H.I.E.L.D. won't give you a penny." "It's okay, I'll be happy to be a creditor of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury owes me $1 million. This is too shameful to say." Of course, Lime-U was not short of this little money. At first, he just started to have a bad taste and joked about Coulson, but now he just took it out and made a fuss. By the way, he could try to disrupt the other party's rhythm. Nick Fury was a little angry and worked hard to create such a high profile. "You can talk to me about this?" "Enough, I'm not here to joke with you." Nick Fury breathed through his nose, and his one-eyed eye slipped through Stark like a snake, freezing it on Lime-U. "Stark, I originally wanted to talk to you about the Avengers matter." Stark subconsciously responded, "What big boy alliance?" Nick Fury selectively deaf and continued to talk to himself, "But is your so-called superhero behavior just to let a miner drive war armor? And you, Lime-U Eshberia, where did you come from? Don't tell me you jumped out of the Earth's heart." For a moment, the atmosphere became even more solid, and the three of them remained in a stalemate. "Don't worry, sit down first." Lime-U broke the deadlock. He made a gesture to Fury and pulled Tony Stark again. "It's okay, there's no danger. It's just a kind-hearted agent leader. He's very polite. I came to communicate with us, and I would like to invite him to have a drink of water first." As he said, he sat on the sofa first. 3 people sat down one by one in the dim living room, and the sound of waves looming from outside the glass wall. Nick Fury is quite proud of his face and has no intention of fighting to the end, or he can't beat him alone here. Lime-U poured himself a glass of water and took a sip. He couldn't see the expression on his face clearly in the darkness, and could only hear his not-so-high voice. "Can I ask you a private question?" Without giving Nick Fury the time to refuse, Lime-U continued, "Have you ever been injured in your eyes?" Nick Fury stared at Lime-U with deep one-eyed eyes. "Quite meaningful? Yes, in a mission, I lost one eye because I trusted an immature teammate too much. I'm hiding, right?" Lime-U complained in his heart that you can't forget to educate people wherever you go. "You are similar to Captain Steve." However, if Nick Fury said at this time, "One-eyed is a man's romance," then it would be fun. Well, it would be a big deal. Lime-Yu looked calm on the surface. Well, I'm not mainly trying to talk about your eyes. What I want to ask is a cute cat. It is said that you have a big orange. I like cats very much, can you show me the opportunity? Nick Fury frowned, alert in his heart. His fingers on the armrest of the sofa were hooked unconsciously, and his tone became cautious. Where did you hear it? Why mention cats? He knew that my eyes were blinded by the Yuan-devouring beast. But he shouldn't know this. Stark felt that he was not involved, and he was bored and nagging. You haven't told me that you like cats. If you like cats, I can give you 100 cats, each color is different. 1. A cheetah can do it. I have always been generous. I never owe others money, nor will I be reluctant to give my pet to others. After Stark finished speaking, he was quiet for 30 seconds. The other two people present obviously ignored him. They were busy with psychological games, and a small action or a seemingly irrelevant word might reveal flaws. Lime-Yu took another sip of water. When telling stories, doing some mechanical movements can help keep your thinking smooth. A flying friend told me. She is a human being who walked out of your earth. Nick Fury tightened his coat, raised his legs and naturally covered up the turbulent waves in his heart. So you want to tell me, are you an alien? Of course, this is where I come from and the answer you want. Nick Fury spread his hands, looking like he accepted the statement. Well, aliens. It's a pity that the cat is old. No cat can live for so long. There is no way to bring it over to see you. Old fox. Lime-Yu nodded with a smile. That's a pity. I thought it could live for 1,000 or 800 years. Chapter 44. Psychological Game with Shield, Part 2. My friend mentioned you to me. He said you are a pretty good person, but your mouth is relatively broken. When Lime-Yu said this, his conscience would not hurt. As we all know, slime has no heart, so Lime-Yu has no conscience. Nick Fury is more than just a silly word. He was a chatterbox when he was young. He became a little restrained when he got older, but even so, Mom messed with Farky often talked about it. After a moment of silence, Nick Fury frowned, but still couldn't help asking for the name. Is your friend Captain Marvel? Lime-Yu blinked. Guess. Seeing Nick Fury's already dark face tend to get darker and darker, Lame-Yu decisively gave up on keeping it in the darker. Carol Danvers. Stark raised his eyebrows and looked at Lame-Yu, then Fury. Carol Danvers? Don't know. Didn't Nick Fury come to me? Why did they get into a chat? He took out a bottle of beer from under the table, a small bag of pine nuts, and leaned on the sofa indifferently. You guys talk. I'll watch the show. Nick Fury's expression relaxed a little, and she smiled, just like she regarded Lime-Yu as a friend because she had a mutual friend. When did you meet? She said she was going back recently and didn't go with you. Are you together? Old friends miss her very much. Lime-Yu rolled his eyes and sneered in his heart, and there was a pitfall in every sentence. He waited and said, first of all, she usually won't come back without any trouble, or she hasn't come back since she left. Secondly, according to what she said, she hasn't contacted you for more than 10 years. Again, if I can't rub the cat, I'm going to die. I'll refuse to answer any questions from now on. I can discuss it with you, but I won't be interrogated by you. It's enough to reveal so much, and if you continue, you'll be exposed. Next, no matter how Fury asked, or indirectly attacked, Lime-Yu would not say a word or make excuses. There is only one core point of view. If you give me a cat, you can ask anything. If you don't have a cat, you just want to eat it yourself. How could Fury bring the Yuan-devouring beast? He himself didn't know where that guy went. Looking at such a child who is a little willful and not afraid of threats, he really has no better way. More than 10 minutes later, Nick Fury said goodbye and left helplessly. Stark sipped his beer and watched Nick Fury walk away, swaying around while walking, wondering, isn't he hot? The agent leader finally left. Slime breathed a sigh of relief and spread his hands on the street with elegant posture. I'm curious too, but I don't know. You should have upgraded Jarvis. Anyone can come in, but you're too disappointed. The face of the Iron Man is coming. Jarvis, who had been in a semi-down state, suddenly echoed, Sir, I feel so too. Stark nodded thoughtfully, and one of his hands subconsciously scratched the sofa, his gesture a bit like typing on the keyboard. Indeed, do you have any good suggestions? Go back and help me study it. Obadiah was able to invade the villa quietly because of his authority, and Nick Fury had to crack Jarvis' system head-on to come in without making any noise. In other words, Jarvis's program is no longer safe, and the vulnerabilities and backdoors are in the hands of others, and some strange things may have been implanted. Lime stood up straight and walked upstairs to sleep. When he walked to the stairs, he suddenly felt like someone was asking him a question. He turned his head halfway, yawned, waved his hand, and even his voice was a little vague. Hey! I'm going to move away, so I'm too lazy to write code for you. Good night, go dreaming. He was too lazy to work hard for Stark, let alone he was sleepy now. He just had a passionate confrontation with the world's largest agent leader and consumed a lot of energy. He would eat 2 more eggs tomorrow morning. If he had known that he would have called the Great Sage to come out to serve as a supporter, and it would have been barely enough to play on the court in person. The one-eyed and bald head had a very sharp look. He was always thinking about what others were thinking, as if he could see through the next second. It was very difficult for him to act. His evaluation of this hand was that it was unsatisfactory, which means being reluctant to be satisfied. Although he finally adopted a rogue style of play, at least he was not caught by the agent leader, and the information that should be passed on was also transmitted. Nick Fury certainly won't believe it all, but as long as he believes and doubts, he will have a reason to continue living peacefully. He could only be half believed and half doubted for such information that could hardly be verified. In another 2 or 3 years, who would be afraid of just SHIELD? After today, S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely attract more strict surveillance, but Lime-U is not afraid. No one on Earth can escape the investigation of the Great Sage. Outside Stark Villa, Nick Fury got into a black extended bulletproof car that was driving quietly. After getting on the bus, the car drove away quietly under the night. In the driver's seat is a beautiful driver with a logo, Maria Hill. She was wearing a tight black dress and black gloves, and was full of vigor and softness. She is also Nick Fury's most trusted deputy in SHIELD. Hill turned his head slightly and looked to the back seat, with some eyes explore, what's the result? Fury shook his head, as expected. Stark did not agree, but it was very interesting. He mentioned the matter of joining the Avengers casually, and Stark didn't even have any birds. Hill was a little confused. It's very interesting. Fury smiled, without answering, only looking at the view outside the car window. Street lights pass by, illuminating the surroundings of the road, but far away from the road, where the street lights cannot shine, are shadowy black trees. It was not possible to convince Stark to join the Avengers program, which was within Fury's expectations. He never thought that he would convince Tony Stark to meet for the first time. This time he came here mainly to get familiar with him in advance. As for Limu Eshberia, Fury had doubts about his identity and had speculated about aliens, but he never thought that he knew so much about the past. He knew Carol's information very well and seemed to be very familiar with himself. If all he said was true, there would be no problem with all this. The problem is that Fury doesn't believe it very much. Intuition told him that the little guy was probably playing tricks on himself, but he couldn't find any omissions logically. This is the first time he has encountered in his agent career in so many years. As for the possibility of Carol being captured and revealing information under severe torture, Fury just turned around in his mind and smiled. She is Captain Marvel, who is physically resistant to the fleet. Who can beat her? Having said that, Fury knew another information. In the 1990s, a person who looked very similar to Lime-U suddenly appeared and disappeared. At that time, Fury was just a small employee of S.H.I.E.L.D. and did not know about this. Later, he became the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and came into contact with this file. This file is very special and has extremely high density, so Nick Fury is impressed by it. It was so profound that several years have passed. He could recall it some time ago when he saw Lime-U's photo. Archives, archives. A flash of lightning flashed through Fury's mind. His face turned solemn, and he sat upright, as if he had thought of something. Chapter 45. Californians' Black-Hearted Enterprises. There were two archives connected in Nick Fury's mind. The first file records a person who looks almost the same as Lime-U. It was created by Howard Stark, one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., and it contains very little content. The archive originally had more than a dozen pages, but most of it was torn apart, leaving only 4 pages. Some of the text was smeared out on the 4 pages, and only extremely limited information could be inferred from the words. The name Sophie, the gender female, unknown age, indifferent personality, and has no feelings for human beings. The physical density is different from that of humans, and it has powerful supernatural abilities, or magical abilities. Along with a beam of light falling from the sky, it was an alien. The first time it appeared was in New York. I was familiar with Howard. That person is familiar with the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. In addition, Lime-U and Tony Stark are getting close to each other. This is the real reason why Nick Fury has not specifically targeted Lime-U these days. Another file is not of high rating, and Nick Fury only saw it by chance. It is more like an archaeological document. According to it, thousands of years ago, huge columns of light often came to the earth in Norway, leaving traces of burning flames on the ground. The locals call it the descendant of God, and the descendant calls himself the Asa God clan. Just so happened that Lime-U Eshberia tinkered with almost the same column of light yesterday. The huge column of light, the irregular time span, the similar appearance, the appearance and disappear at will. So, they must have come from the same place, a race called the Asa God. The so-called Asa tribe should belong to an alien civilization with prosperous magic and technology. This civilization has been paying attention to the Earth a long time ago. They may just observe it simply, or they may have other plans. Magic, divine. If there is the ability to divine in magic, all this makes sense. So that's it, I know your secret. I won. Nick Fury smiled with satisfaction, held his hands and leaned against the seat and began to close his eyes and rest. It has been 2 months since Stark announced that he was Iron Man. More than a month ago, Musk Stevenson received a big order, building a new villa on the cliff on the coast of Malibu. The employer has high requirements and is generous in giving money. I heard that the background is also very strong. This mountain and a large area of land around were bought, and all departments were in smooth process and no one dared to stop it. There is an industry-renowned Black-Hearted construction company in California. The company is not very large, but it is known for its fast efficiency, high quality, and high fees. But what surprised the colleagues most was that the boss of the company had a quirk. He liked to go to the construction site to supervise the work. That's right, this boss is Stevenson. During this period, the news about Iron Man has been circulating, the stock market has been rising again and again, and investors have been killing crazy, but this has nothing to do with Stevenson. Countless people lost all their money, leveraging the leverage that they could not repay, and even striving to take on Stark Industries' giant ship that rides the wind and waves for the rest of their lives. Of course, many people think that Stark is just cooking oil with fire and flowers, but it is just a temporary illusion of prosperity and will fall again sooner or later. These people have worked hard to predict the opportunity to short Stark Industry. History Stephenson didn't care about the turbulent things outside. He couldn't grasp the ups and downs of those things, and he just wanted to devote himself to the company's operation. Stevenson's lifelong dream is to earn enough money to squander the money for the rest of his life, realize the great freedom of life, and buy an entire island to live this sinful life without restraint. The construction company was the road to heaven that he chose to realize his dream, which embodies his earnest hope and injects full of hard work. The project progress is nearly halfway, and the construction site is extremely busy. The noise of machinery was everywhere, and the workers were working hard, sweating profusely, busy and hard. Stevenson, who was walking among the workers, was particularly conspicuous, or out of place. He was wearing a suit and tie, wearing a special black helmet, waving a stack of green bills in his hand, shouting loudly, his voice full of breath, as if he had a high-power amplifier. "Okay. Don't stop. Let me work faster. Now is a happy working time, lazy guys. Do you all do it to death? Weekly bonus. Monthly bonus. Annual bonus. Do you want it or not?" At the same time, Stevenson's eyes were rolling around, monitoring all the workers present at 360 degrees, not letting go of any lazy guy. His safari sight caught a yellow hat worker. The yellow hat stood there for more than 10 seconds without any work movement. After Stevenson cut in a quiet step, he angrily smashed the banknotes on the yellow hat. "Hey! Why are you lazy? I saw you." As he said that, he waved his hand and snapped again, and then another one. Huang Hat shrank his head aggrievedly and covered his helmet, as if he was afraid that the helmet would hurt. "Boss, it's not that I don't work, it's that the machine is broken. The steel bar cutting machine is stuck and cannot move." Stevenson gestured his fingers, opened his bloody mouth, roared and spitting everywhere, his face ferociously, as if he was about to eat people on the show. "The machine is broken. If it is broken, you won't move? If it is broken, you don't know how to report it? After the report is finished, you won't do anything else? Have you seen the bricks over there? Use your hand to carry it. Use your shoulders to carry it. Use your use of your shoulders. Head. Immediately. Move me now. Don't you do it. Hurry up." Stevenson slapped the yellow hat's chest with his hand and stuffed a bill into his pocket. Another shout, "Did you hear it clearly?" Huang Hat stood up straight, rested and stood attentively, lit his head vigorously, and responded loudly, "I heard clearly. Boss. Okay, go to work." Stevenson waved his hand and signaled the workers to act quickly, while taking out the walkie-talkie and shouting again. "Repairman! Repairman! Where are you going? Come here. Come to my place. Come and repair things quickly." "Yes, boss, I'm now." Before the other party could finish speaking, Stevenson hung up the walkie-talkie and continued to patrol the audience. He stretched out his fingers to everyone. "Ons over there. And those over there. I'm staring at them. I'm moving them all. Get up. Didn't you eat? Come on. Answer me. Do you want to have extra meals tonight? Think." Hearing the word additional meal, the workers were motivated and responded in unison, with the loud sound as if they could stir up dust. Taking a breath, Stevenson finally shouted a little tired. He found a high stake and sat down, twisted a bottle of mineral water, and took a deep breath. Stevenson's eyes were full of emotions when he looked at the construction site. "You are all my wings. It's all my help. My house, car, and island are all up to you." He turned his head and looked at the villa on the opposite hill. The magnificent villa, which is said to be the one of Tony Stark, the Iron Man. He looked deeply, stared at him with his eyes firmer. "You must earn as much wealth as Tony Stark. Live as casual as him." Chapter 46. Today is also a peaceful day. Time passes by like a flash of time. It was soon late winter and the school ushered in the exam week. The living room of Stark Villa. On the dining table, there was a cup of milk from soaked oats, 2 fried dough sticks and a boiled egg. You must take good care of yourself in a foreign country. While savoring the flavor of other countries, don't forget the taste of your hometown. Lime-Yu chewed off half of the fried dough sticks and drank a sip of oat milk happily. The white milk stains soak the delicate corners of the mouth, and the hair flutters slightly in the warm morning breeze, depicting a beautiful and life-filled lowly breakfast picture. Pepper sat opposite Lemu, gracefully closing his golden hair and eating breakfast in small mouthfuls. Her breakfast was a small piece of sandwich and half a glass of milk, which was as small as feeding a cat. Since he established a relationship with Stark, Pepper has moved to the villa at Stark's request. The United States is a very open country. Everyone knows it, and it squeaks every night. It's just a pity that a certain slime has too strong hearing, so sometimes she can't sleep at night. This became another reason why he had to move out. Pepper took a small bite of the sandwich, chewed it slowly, and then swallowed it completely before asking, "I saw that the top of the mountain opposite seemed to start construction. It's been a long time, and the progress is very fast. Is it the villa you are building?" "Yes, I contacted a well-known construction company in California. I heard that their boss had studied in Japan and was proficient in some rules of leeks or spinach. They are very efficient and can build a whole big villa in a few months. From construction to acceptance to movable, the fastest record is 3 months. Even the price is very high, but no matter how high it is only about 10 million yuan, so there is no need to say this." Lime-Yu answered both ways after eating, and then gnawed another fried dough stick in a blink of an eye. "When the construction is completed, I will move in." Pepper was still a little worried. She put down the sandwich in her hand, put her hands on the table with concern, and looked at the opposite side. "Can you take care of yourself if you live alone? Do you want me to hire a nanny for you?" "It's okay, I can take good care of myself." Pepper hesitated and nodded. "I will call Tony to keep your room and you can come back at any time if you are not used to living." "Don't, come back and listen to the corner." However, Lime-Yu did not directly reject Pepper's kindness, but just responded with a smile, "Okay, I should almost leave. Happy is still waiting for me outside, you can eat slowly." Lime-Yu drank the last half glass of milk, licked the corner of her mouth with her little tongue, stood up and waved her hand. "Be careful on the road." "No. Lime-Yu is going to go to school now. Of course he doesn't need to take the exam, but he promised his mentor Lao Amik before that he would come to visit him when he has time. After the holiday, old Amik's children's family will pick up the elderly to gather. These days are the last chance. If you are later, you will have to wait for the start of school." A low-key and luxurious black luxury car parked outside the villa. Happy leaned against the side of the car, wearing sunglasses and a suit. At first glance, it looks like the kind of gang thugs and suit thugs in the movie The Godfather that Lime-Yu once watched. It seems that the next second you will take out a Beretta M1934 pistol from your pocket or take out a Chicago typewriter in your car. He seemed as strong as he was when he first met, and the invisible data flowed in Lime-Yu's eyes. In fact, Happy was 1.879 kilograms fatter than that time, and his belt was tightly tied. If this continues, sooner or later, he will become the fat man in Lime-Yu's memory. "Have you not exercised much lately?" Happy took off her sunglasses and laughed. Her face suddenly looked stupid, and her image as a big boss was instantly ruined. He subconsciously touched his big belly, which became even more stupid. "Ha ha ha, no, nothing. As a professional bodyguard, you have to maintain high-intensity training every day. You know. Get in the car quickly, I'll take you to school." Lime-Yu felt aggrieved, "But you are just a driver." In the past 6 months, Tony Stark, Lemu and others hardly went out, and Happy also stayed at home for more than half a year. After more than half a year, I didn't leave my home and got a salary license, so I naturally became fat. I guess I would be able to deal with it when I was training. Lime-Yu and Happy met relatively few times, but they gradually became familiar with each other in the past 6 months. The road is smooth and the sun is shining, which is a good weather. The car is driving on the road. Happy reached out and pressed on the console, switching the rock and roll played in the car to morning news. He felt that young people should not like to listen to old songs from decades ago, just like he himself didn't like to listen to antiques from more than 100 years. Lime-Yu leaned against the car window and listened quietly to the sound of the wind, the roar of the engine and the beautiful voice of the female host of the news. Green trees and high and low American buildings kept flashing in front of you. It is reported that the FBI investigation has ended in the crash of Obadiah Stani, a senior executive of Stark Industrial, 3 months ago. The conclusion was determined that the engine disintegration caused by the metal fatigue and breakage of the aircraft engine blades was an accident, and it was regrettable that there was no human factor. It was Obadiah. Time was moving quite fast, as if he was fighting with him on the rooftop yesterday. Lime-Yu felt a little moved. That battle was really dangerous. Missiles flew around, bullets were all over the ground, and fire and smoke rose up. He fought back many times, and passed by the sickle of the god of death, and pulled the wings of the angel Gabriel, dancing gracefully. If you are not careful, your career as a tentacle monster may be about to end. The battlefield is like a battlefield. In the moment of life and death, you should be more cautious in the future. The female host's broadcast continues. After Tony Stark announced his identity as Iron Man, Stark Industry recently released new technology and triggered a new round of public opinion frenzy. According to reporters, miniaturization of reactors means, it will bring, to the future of mankind, changes in all aspects. A message was released. Last night, Fatty gave birth to a child at St. Mungo Zoo in California, and the mother and son were safe. Did you hear something just now? Stark Industrial's new technology, stocks are rising. No, fat. It's fat. Lime-Yu's heart was suddenly poked to the point of excitement. He sat upright, with little stars flashing in his eyes. There is actually fat here. I decided to plant a large bamboo forest when the villa is built and get a fat man to raise it. The black and white, furry, and round thing is simply amazing. Who can refuse? Los Angeles Tech is a world-renowned university of science and technology. It has a long history of more than 100 years in the United States. There are only more than 2,000 teachers and students in the school. It pursues elite education and is a major winner of the Nobel Prize. The students' learning pressure can be imagined. Especially during the exam week, many students were so worried that their hair was sparse and their hair was growing. There are astringent students everywhere on the road to the school. They are walking in a hurry, mostly walking with books, notes or tablets. The exam will be taken later, of course I can read a little more. When this grinder-like exam is over, they will no longer have to rush in such a hurry. Most of the people will become astringent during the holidays afterwards, and a small number will become arrogants. But even if the exam is about to come, when a beautiful scenery enters the campus, it inevitably attracts countless eyes. She was wearing a white wide-hooded sweatshirt with grey and white mid-shorts, revealing her fair and delicate calves. The long light blue hair was spread on the clothes, and the kawaii little face was full of curiosity, and she was in her pocket and looked around. Chapter 47. Is Alice? When Lime-Yu's figure walked into the campus, it naturally attracted countless sights. The men and women couldn't help but move their eyes away from the ocean of knowledge and subconsciously followed the figure until they left. Many people wondered. I had never seen her before. Did the high school student come to visit the school? Prepare to apply for our exam? If only I could become a junior. The scenery of Los Angeles Technologies is as beautiful as ever. Next to the boulevard are lush and beautifully growing trees and flowers. Legend has it that many small landscapes here have a story that must be told between celebrities. The atmosphere was also great, with students holding books everywhere. Lime-Yu nodded pertinently. He likes people who pursue knowledge. Is the rate of turning back too high? It makes people feel a little uncomfortable. This is the first time that Lime-Yu was noticed by so many people while walking on the road. The last time he came, he might have been in class, and not so many people came to watch. That one over there, don't look at it, you are about to hit a tree. Alas! It's a terrible sight. The unlucky child who didn't look at the road hit his forehead and squatted on the ground. I wandered around the school road for a while. Lime-Yu leaned against an oak tree and called old Amek. Hey, Amek, I am Lime-Yu. Are you in good health recently? Yes, I'll come to school to see you. Are you invigilating the exam at A303? Okay, I'll go there later. No hurry, I want to take a good look at the school scenery. This is the first time I've been to school. The gaps between the branches cast mottled light and shadows on the face warmly. As soon as I hung up the phone, another familiar voice rang out from behind, "Why are you here?" Lime-Yu turned around in surprise, and there was Alice Black, a blonde sister who had met once. About 3 months ago, at the Stark Fund Gala, Lame met this older sister who worked part-time and received a lot of help from her. After a long time no see, why did she look frosty and her tone become faint? Is there something happened during this period? Looking at the other person's expression, Lime-Yu squeezed his hands and couldn't help but become restrained. Long time no see, Alice. I'm a student here, are you too? Yes, I'm a junior in the Department of Mathematics in Los Angeles. Alice was wearing a white shirt, jeans, and holding a small white bag. The white bag and the white bag squeezed each other, shocking. She was just jogging to take the exam, but she didn't expect to meet this person at school who had been thinking about for several months. I don't know your name yet, and I don't know what to call you. Haven't I told her my name? It seems that there is no. Lime-Yu was stunned, just because she was surprised, just because she was surprised. You can call me Lemu, Lemu Eshberia. Alice took out her pink cell phone and looked at it, taking a deep breath with a cold face. I have something to look for you, but it's still a few minutes away from the exam time. If you have time, we'll finish the exam again talk. By the way, I've never seen you in school before. Are you here for the exam? Los Angeles Tech is a well-known student. She is as good-looking as Lime-Yu in her long light blue hair, and she can't forget it as soon as she sees it. I have only been to school once. Now I'm going to A303 to find. Lime-Yu was interrupted before he could finish speaking. You can't find the way. Alice still had no expression on her face, but she couldn't hide her concern in her tone, forming a strange contrast. A303, it's still far from here, and it's not like this. Why are you lost again? She thought again that last time Lime-Yu could get lost at the party more than 100 meters away, and it seemed not surprising that she would get lost in this school. Before Lime-Yu answered, Alice reached out to hold Lime-Yu and hurriedly turned back, A303 in the opposite direction. Go quickly and run with me. There is not much time left. Lime-Yu was held by Alice, warm and moist, and she couldn't help but remember that she was held by her last time. A faint fragrance blew from the front along the breeze and invaded the tip of the nose. Last time it was jasmine, but this time it seemed like a lily. Did you change the perfume or the shower gel? Running all the way soon, I finally arrived downstairs of A303. Alice held her knees and took a few deep breaths before she barely stood up straight. This is building A. 303 is on the 3rd floor. You can go up by yourself. I'll wait for me at the school gate after the exam. I have something to come to you. It's a very important thing. Okay, are you okay? Do you want to take a break? Lime-Yu was not angry or blushing, but was just worried about her. She looked tired when she ran so far. Alice waved her hand, and before she could even breathe, she turned around and ran away quickly, and the sound slowly moved away. No, I'm almost late for the exam. I have to leave. Goodbye. Remember to wait for me at the school gate after the exam. Looking at Alice's long golden hair flying away, SLIME-CHAPTER sighed in her heart. The heroine is so physically strong. From there, I ran to here for more than 700 meters and had to run back again, with a base of more than 1,500 meters. This is an extra physical examination before the written test. Although Alice looked very panting, she ran very quickly and did not breathe all the way. But SLIME-CHAPTER raised his wrist and the time on the bracelet was already 9 o'clock. She is not about to be late, but she will definitely be late, unless she can teleport to the classroom. Following the stairs, SLIME-CHAPTER went up to the third floor and found 303 on his right. Old Amick was curling in the classroom. The old man saw SLIME-CHAPTER through the window and waved seriously. "This classmate, you are late, and there are still spaces left in the row. Come and sit down quickly." SLIME-CHAPTER pointed at himself in surprise. "Me? I still use the exam? How long has it been since you didn't know me? Dear mentor?" The entire class of candidates were also attracted by their conversation, and then they could no longer take their eyes off their eyes. There was a beautiful little beauty standing at the window. She was pointing her slender and fair fingers at her face cute and cute. Old Amick looked like he was doing business and patted the paper in his hand. "Yes, it's you. Eshberia, hurry up and find a seat. If you don't come in, you will be late and cheat, and you will be waiting for the retraining." Var. Okay, this old man is so stupid that he is deliberately making fun of people. SLIME-CHAPTER shrugged and walked towards the last row of seats indifferently. Just as he was about to take out a pen from the dimensional space, he subconsciously looked around and saw 2 surveillance cameras on the ceiling of the classroom. So he patted the shoulder of the front seat and said, "Classmate, can you lend me a pen? I forgot to bring a pen." The front seat was a tall and thin man wearing glasses, looking very literary. He seemed to be frightened when he heard SLIME-CHAPTER greet him. Okay. No problem." He handed over a neutral pen in a hurry. "Take it, classmate." "Thanks." SLIME-CHAPTER thanked politely and smiled friendly. The tall and thin man turned his head and looked at the back with a shy smile on his face. "My name is Chester Carter. Student, which department are you from? Why haven't I seen you before?" "Forward. Probably from the mathematics department." Forgive him for never remembering such things. Chapter 48. The old professor who practices martial arts loves to play games. The test paper was soon sent out. It was a math test paper, not difficult. SLIME-CHAPTER brushes, just like printing the answer, it can be done in 6 minutes. The entire paper is filled with gorgeous flower letters and numbers, with silver hooks and iron paintings, vigorous and majestic and open and close like swordsmanship, which can be called a work of art. It incorporates the great sword technique from medieval European times. He has been tinkering with this recently. These traditional skills are very interesting. Following the force of the last stroke, he threw the pen upward, turned 2,700 degrees in the air, and stood upright on the table with a thorn in the top. He gently brushed the dust that did not exist on the test paper with the back of his hand and blew a breath on the surface of the paper. Elegant, so gorgeous. My test paper is completed with a spicy finish. The tall glasses turned around frequently with anxiety, and finally couldn't help but lower his voice and asked, "Have you finished writing? So fast. This is too outrageous. He didn't even pass the homework so quickly." "It's fine, it's not too difficult." SLIME-CHAPTER smiled modestly. Chester's face was a little weird, as if he was saying that you wanted to make me laugh. "This is not an ordinary paper, this is the old witch Mountbatten, hiss. Don't whisper during the exam, otherwise it will be treated as cheating." Old Amick's voice suddenly came from the side. He didn't know when he got here, and he scared Chester smartly as soon as he opened his mouth. "Okay, don't scare people, I'll give you the test paper. Lime-Yu handed over the paper and walked out of the classroom with old Amick. In the empty corridor, old Amick took the paper and looked at it. It seems that you are in good shape recently. I expect you to finish it in 20 minutes and pinch your stopwatch to calculate it for you, but it only took 6 minutes and 17 seconds. Lime-Yu laughed in his heart. Slime's hand speed is not something that ordinary people can understand. With the help of the great sage, dozens of hands were written together when necessary, and it was also possible to finish it in 10 seconds. You look in a good mood recently. When I first met, I cheated me into writing the test paper, and my body also looks very strong. Old Amick smiled kindly, even his eyes were happy, wrinkled the lines have been looser. I'm in a good mood recently because of 2 things. The first thing is related to you. The dozens of papers you sent out are of good quality. When I applied to you for free, I was shocked by the professors and asked me which doctoral student I was doing. Graduation design. I told them that it was done by me, an undergraduate kid, who used it to handle course application exemption. You don't know, my old friends are so scared that they jumped up, and then they are rushing to get you over. Speaking of the happiness, old Amick shook his head with joy and tilted the wig on his head. He took off the wig above his head and tidied it, revealing a thin layer of furry hair. Lime-Yu tilted his head, confused. You are not bald, why are you wearing a wig? Old Amick saw Lime-Yu's doubts and smiled and said the reason. I didn't have hair at first, and I recently had a new Shina hair care potion. I used it for a month and I've started growing my hair. After a while, I can take off my wig completely, and that's another thing. Lime-Yu blinked in a funny way. Oh, this is a coincidence. The second thing is also related to me, thank you for your contribution to sales. Xena Hair Care Potion is one of the patents previously developed by the Great Sage. I found some manufacturers to cooperate with them in the form of technical investment and officially started production 5 months ago. The brand's image ambassador is a very cute and intimate sister composed by Lime-Yu himself. By the way, I have one thing I want to trouble you. Lime-Yu thought of Alice. She must be late. Could it be that she was asked to rebuild it, right? A classmate Alice sent me here just now, but she also had to take the exam, so it should be too late to go in time. You said you will fail the retraining if you are late. Can you handle it as appropriate? Old Amick finally sorted out the wig in his hand and put it back with satisfaction. Of course, it's no big deal. Generally speaking, there won't be any problem if you are late for a few minutes. The old man pondered for a moment and asked, but Alice? Could it be Alice Black? Do you know her? I am a student in my mathematics class. I am very talented. Now I should be taking maths in D412. Mountbatten is invigilating the exam there. Fortunately, you told me, otherwise Mountbatten would definitely make things difficult for her with his awkward personality. Amick said as he took out his cell phone and dialed the phone. Mountbatten. It's me, I'll tell you something. Yes, don't make things difficult for others on purpose. Lime-Yu nodded and greeted, thank you. Old Amick waved his hand, feeling helpless. Speaking of this, Mountbatten had teased you during your entrance exam, but she is your senior sister, don't hold a grudge against her. Lime-Yu was very surprised. Do you still know the word senior sister? There is no popular sayings about senior brothers and junior sisters in the United States, and they do not play this trick. Amick smiled mysteriously, waved his hands and made a punch with a sun-shaped punch, and his movements were steady and smooth. From Lime-Yu's perspective, he is indeed an expert in his skills in exercising strength besides his old age and weak body. After Amick punched 2 times, he patted his chest and made a bang. Of course, don't underestimate an old man. I learned a little Oriental Kung Fu when I was young, and I also learned about these things. I learned a few skills with Tony at that time. Speaking of which, Tony was a tutor with me when he was studying for a doctorate. he was also my junior brother in learning Kung Fu. In Dongfang's words, this should be called. Lime added, it's called fate. Yes, fate. He had a great fight back then, and I had to work hard to defeat him. But he can defeat me with one hand now. Haha, I'm old and can't beat me. Lime talked with old Amick outside the classroom until the end of the exam, and the topic changed from martial arts to technology to academics, and finally talked about electronic games. This old man is quite trendy. He actually has a full set of AR game equipment at home. His favorite is electronic fighting. He ranks in the top 3 in many fighting games with his keen martial arts literacy all year round. In addition, I also collected a cabinet of figure models, all of which are passionate fighting characters and one-to-one realistic game weapons. I can't tell, I'm old and my heart never grows old. After the exam, old Amick went to collect the test papers. Lime scrambled into the crowd and walked to the school gate. Alice was already waiting here. She was still wearing the plain white shirt and jeans just now, holding a small white bag in her hand, and her long golden hair became more dazzling in the sun, shining with a breathtaking glow. Just standing there is a beautiful scenery. She saw Lime in the crowd from afar and waved to him. Here. Lime ran over and waved to Alice. As soon as Lime stood still, Alice said, I want to. No hurry, let's have a meal together at noon. Have a chat while eating. Is there any place to eat here? I'm hungry. Lime secretly looked at Alice, and saw that her face was still iced, and she felt a little puzzled. What's wrong with her? Weird. Alice nodded and reached out to hold Lime again. Come with me, I'll take you to the cafeteria. The two of them walked on the school road holding hands, with their fingers interlocking, which attracted many envious eyes. Chapter 49. Eating is a blessing, and it is easy to keep. I arrived at the cafeteria soon and arranged team pick up the meal. There are not only fat aunts in the canteen, but also fat uncles in the canteen. They are wearing white work clothes and masks. People in this place are prone to gain weight when they are middle-aged, which is also a major feature of the United States. It was Lime's turn, and he leaned his head and looked, this, and this. Hot dogs, roasted chicken legs, 4 crab cakes, a large piece of chicken breast, a whole potato, broccoli, and staple rice. The fat ant glanced at Lime, then looked at him again, and was surprised. She asked with her eyes that he was not joking with him. Lime nodded vigorously, quite kawi, saying that he was right. So the ant skillfully piled all the dishes high, put them all from large to small, and put them into the plate, and picked up an egg tart and placed it at the highest point. Get it? The ant looked at Lime with admiration. It is a good thing for young people to eat, but she can eat very much herself. She weighs 180% and has a good body. One fight can help 2 people. Okay, thank you. So a small man held a big meal that was almost flush with his head, swinging through the crowd and found a seat in the corner to sit down. The whole body was surrounded by surprise eyes, as if saying, "Can she finish eating? It's really amazing, big eater. Will food be wasted? How come she can't grow taller after eating so much?" After a while, Alice also came over with a large meal tray and sat next to Lime. Lime looked up and looked at him. What a guy! Although it is less than myself, it is enough for an average girl to have 2 meals. Carrots, chicken breasts, broccoli, fish, grilled chicken wings, and the staple food are pasta. He quietly looked up and took a more look. No wonder he could, it turned out to be nutritious. What's wrong? Alice noticed his gaze. Do you want to try my food? She forked up a small piece of fish and leaned against Lime's mouth. Open her mouth. The tone was as gentle as if coaxing a child, with a hint of pampering. Lime pursed her lips, a little at a loss. After looking closely, Alice on the opposite side clearly had a slight snickering on her face, which was completely different from the moment. Lime-Yu tried to take a bite. It tasted pretty good. It was tuna. You looked very unhappy just now. What's wrong? Alice tilted her head and inadvertently made a cute look, like a deer breaking into Lime-Yu's heart. Unhappy? Is there any? Oh! Alice thought of something and burst into laughter, like the lying of ice in March and the first bloom of flowers, which is particularly fascinating. Are you saying I'm cold-faced? I'm sorry, I'm just used to it. In addition, the air conditioner turned on was too cold last night, and my face was frozen and I couldn't get enough time. Therefore, you must not blow directly into the air conditioner. In the most serious cases, you may lead to facial paralysis. Alice waved her hand and signaled Lime-Yu to lean her head over and whisper in his ear. The warm breath lingered in Slime's ears, making him unable to help but feel excited. I'll tell you quietly. Because I have good grades, people often ask me for questions in school, whether they are familiar or unfamiliar. So I gradually got used to being stern in school. Everyone comes to school, they are all students. The tuition here is super expensive. I didn't apply for a student loan, so I rely on scholarships and salary to subsidize my family, which just happened to make up for the tuition. I have to study and work every day. Franklin said that time is wealth, and I have no time to deal with them. In fact, she didn't think so much at first. It's all because of that stupid roommate who instilled her the idea that time is money and money is the root of her life every day. Moreover, the one who asked her questions was not just asking questions, some of them had ulterior motives, so they simply ignored everyone equally. Lame-Yu suddenly realized that this is true in the United States. The tuition fees for most universities in 1 year are higher than those for most American families in 1 year. According to the current situation, the median annual income of American households is less than $50,000, while the annual tuition fee of Los Angeles Technological University is close to $60,000. This means that while maintaining balance between income and expenditure, more than half of American families cannot rely on their own strength to support one person in college. Besides, Americans don't like to save money, so they also have to eat 3 meals a day. Although the scholarships at Los Angeles Technological University are also very high, they can reach tens of thousands of dollars at every turn. But not everyone has a share, those students who cannot get scholarships. It is said that another prestigious school produced a president, and then it took more than 20 years to pay off the student loan he used to do when he was a student. With this national condition, almost everyone is firmly controlled by the invisible hand of money. By the way, I have something to return to you. Alice finally remembered her purpose. She picked up the small bag and took out a small bag from it. A very exquisite and fashionable small handbag, made of wool, is ventilated and smooth. It was given to her by Lime-Yu in her snacks before. Alice opened the small bag and handed it to Lime-Yu. There was nothing to do with the snacks inside. Lime-Yu was stunned. Why did she return it to me? Hate me? Not right, she obviously likes me. Slime confidence has always been possible. What's wrong? You don't like to eat? Lime-Yu decided to ask when you come out. The most taboo thing about this kind of inner suspicion is to keep silent. It is easy to become more and more confused as you think about it, which will eventually lead to mutual misunderstanding. Alice narrowed her eyes and smiled, with her eyebrows curled up. No, it's too expensive, I can't accept it. I checked it. The bag and snacks are worth nearly $100,000 in total. Lime-Yu was so amused that he finally turned into a bitter smile. He thought a lot, but he didn't expect that it was the reason. Don't you want to earn tuition? Even if you don't like it, selling it can save a lot of time to study, right? Lime-Yu took a few strokes into the snacks and found half a chocolate. It was bitten by someone, with tooth marks on it, and it was repackaged in a transparent small bag. This is a good thing Alice's roommate did. The uninformed roommate bit off more than $1,000 in one bite, and later she cried loudly after learning the value. Alice also saw the half of the chocolate, and a hint of blush appeared on her cheeks, a little embarrassed, but it looked even more bright and charming. I ate it, and I accidentally took a bite. She hurriedly snatched it back and put it in her pocket. Let me give it to me, I'll keep it as a souvenir. Alice then forwarded a small piece of carrot and handed it to Lime-U's mouth, as if she was afraid that he would continue to ask. It's not okay to sell it, after all, it's a gift you gave. But I can't accept it if it's too expensive. She changed the subject with guilt. Can I ask you a question? You said you are a student here, but this is the second time I'm here, which is very strange. Lime-U took a crab cake on her plate and handed it to Alice's mouth. Alice cooperated to take a light bite. It was fresh, fragrant, soft, and tender, and it was very delicious. When my fingers touched the pink lips, there was a strange warmth and swelling, like two pieces of jelly touching. Lime-U chewed the carrot like a rabbit, while answering, I'm in a special situation. I'm going to school last year and graduate this year. I don't stay in school. Chapter 50. Be a maid. Alice. I'm in a special situation. I entered school last year and graduated this year. I don't stay in school. Before he knew it, Lime-U had been in the Marvel world for so long. After a New Year's Day, the first spring festival will soon be ushered in. Graduated in 1 year. Alice opened her eyes wide in amazement, with fluorescence flashing in her eyes, and the delicate face reflected Lime-U's face. She seemed to remember something. You are not the legendary vice principal chartered student, right? I've seen your test paper on the forum. Exam paper? What test paper? Where to watch? Lime-U was a little puzzled and affirmed her first half. Yes, the vice principal's words, it should be me. Do you think you have seen my test paper? Alice swallowed the crab cake in her mouth and nodded vigorously. In about May and June last year, someone uploaded your test papers and answers to the school forum through monitoring, which caused a lot of discussion. Everyone is guessing who wrote it. It's so well written. The font is beautiful and knowledgeable. But the person who uploaded the forum seemed to be punished by the school later. Lime-U laughed silently. Is there any such thing? It seems quite interesting. I don't even know it myself. Yes, it is said that the man's tutor is responsible for campus monitoring, so he captured your test paper through monitoring. His name seems to be Bennett. The two of them feed and talk to each other as if no one is around, and they unknowingly get closer and closer, with their light blue and bright golden hair tangled and rubbed each other. From the perspective of others, it is like two best friends who have a very good relationship, chat and post intimately, showing their love to everyone ruthlessly. People at several tables nearby were unconsciously attracted by them and they ate slowly. 2 tables away, a bad luck named Bennett. The handsome guy kept looking here, and his girlfriend couldn't help but pinched his thigh. What are you doing? I just see her a little familiar. I seem to have seen her. Bennett almost jumped up in pain, his face full of anger. The fierce girlfriend glared at him fiercely, not believing it at all. Nonsense. You just dislike me for being less beautiful than them. Don't think about getting into my bed tonight. Bennett rolled his eyes and felt secretly happy. If you don't go, you won't go. I just happened to go back to have a paper. My girlfriend doesn't have a good paper. After halfway through lunch, Lime-U cautiously raised another topic. Alice, would you be willing to accept it if I provided you with a job that was both free and paid at a high salary? He looked at Alice with some inquiry, as if he was covering up a layer of gauze in his amber eyes, as if he wanted to cover up some thoughts. Alice's hand holding the fork paused, and her blue eyes were full of doubt. She turned her head and looked at Lime-U, trying to see something from Lime-U's eyes, but she could only see the other person's cute long eyelashes and her beautiful reflection in her pupils. She was a little hesitant, holding her chin with one hand, wondering why Lemu asked this question. The Stark Foundation has always provided me with the opportunity to work and study, and the treatment is pretty good. Why do you ask this? Lemu listed the benefits to her one by one. A leisurely work means you have more time to study. And your salary is enough for you to pay tuition. Not only that, I can also help you apply for early graduation and give you guidance on your studies. I know astronomy and geography, and I have more than 100 solo papers under my name, with Sci and above more than 41 out. You can find it by looking online. I can give you good learning help and supporting learning resources. Lemu looked confident and his serious look fell into Alice's eyes, which was very cute. Although the other party had an argument about more than 100 papers that made her a little unbelievable, she still smiled docilely. Okay. Okay. What kind of work do you say first? You didn't say how, I promise you. Lemu coughed seriously and said seriously, come and be a maid for me. Be a maid, Alice. My villa needs a maid. After the words came, Alice stared at Lemu for a moment. The eyes were as deep as a lake, making Lemu feel that his little thoughts would be pierced by the person in front of him in the next second. 1 second, 2 seconds. 5 seconds passed, but Alice still said nothing. Lemu unnaturally turned her head away and did not look at her eyes. Don't you agree? You guess. Lemu suddenly had one head and two big ones, and the black line was pulled from her forehead to the ground. He never once hated to keep his word as he is now. Putchy. Alice suddenly smiled sly. Okay, okay. I agree. She stroked Lemu's long hair with one hand and rubbed it gently. Are you angry? Then. I apologize to you, okay. If you apologize, don't be angry with me. Alice's voice was soft and hoarse, like a bit of July's smoothie. As she breathed, a faint heat blew on Lemu's neck, as if a little hand was constantly teasing his nerves, making him feel a little restless. Is it a matter of one word? Alice tilted her head again, looking at him without a moment, making people feel guilty. But I don't know any of the jobs of the captain maid. Do you think I can do it well? Lemu subconsciously used a spoon to pull the rice on the plate. Of course, you can. Find some tutorials, the internet is so developed now. Then, just say it's a matter of certainty. Lemu quietly breathed a sigh of relief and was excited. Wait a few days later, I will contact you to join the company, about half a month to 1 month. The blonde maid finally got it. It's not easy. After lunch, Alice has to continue the exam in the afternoon, and Lemu has to go back first. The two of them hugged gently at the door of the cafeteria according to American etiquette. Alice whispered in Lemu's ear, I'm very happy today. Do you want my sister to give you a goodbye kiss? Lemu shuddered, and her voice sounded in her ears again. Just kidding. Well, it's time to leave. The blonde big sister looked at Lemu's back with her hands behind her back. She had a smile on her lips and squinted her eyes slightly, like a fox in a snow mountain. What a cute and funny girl. Lemu walked around and walked to the school gate. He was reflecting along the way, was he showing too obvious? I always feel that the rhythm of the conversation is being controlled by Alice without realizing it. Are you too anxious? It is obvious that when talking to the old agent Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D., he can hold on. The old saying goes well, those who like Helen will always ignore the gifts of Hera and Athena. Lemu is like this, Alice is not bad. Alice never believed that free pie would fall from the sky, or was willing to step into the trap set by Lemu. Outside the school gate, the black car that Lemu was riding on the side of the road. Happy was sleeping heavily in the driver's seat, snoring rhythmically, and she looked very sleeping soundly. Lemu raised his hand and patted the car window. Happy, Happy, wake up. Happy shook suddenly, opened her eyes, looking confused. He rubbed his eyes with his hands before seeing Lemu standing outside the car. Hey, you're out. How long have I been sleeping? About, in the morning? I brought you lunch and left after you finish eating. Lime Wianjiang the bag he was carrying, which contained the fried rice he was holding in the cafeteria.